Welcome to Eastern Romance Tales, where every story is a journey of the heart. Let's dive into today's tale. Book 4 White Robe Brings Disaster to the World. Chapter 181 Lantern Festival Night Purchasing Lonely Souls with Money. Xie Lian suddenly awoke in a fright. The terror caused sweat to profusely wet his robe. He sat bolt upright, his two hands trembling as they clasped his face. The reason for awakening was a dream. In the dream, he clearly saw the scene of his royal father and royal mother hanging themselves, their expressions neither joyful nor sorrowful, tears long since dried on their cheeks. Dazed as they prepared the white silk sash, Xie Lian had just put his head in, when he unexpectedly saw a face filled with sorrow and joy before him. Seeing the white-robed person looking at him with a sneer, his heart was startled. He hurriedly clutched the silk sash tightly. Successive waves of suffocation overwhelmed him. At this very moment he opened his eyes. Outside the window the sky had already brightened. From outside came a voice, "Your Highness. Have you awoken yet?" Xie Lian casually replied, "Awoken." After intensely gasping for breath for a long while, Xie Lian discovered he was not lying on a bed at all. Beneath him was only a woven straw mat. Although there was a lot of straw, it was unusually soft, but for him it was not comfortable at all. He still could not get used to sleeping in such a makeshift place. This place was also neither an inn nor a palace, but a dilapidated crown prince temple. Where he lay was the cleared-out ruins of the back hall. The person who had just called Xie Lian was none other than Fong Tin. He had gone out early in the morning to buy food, and upon his return, he hurriedly urged him to get up and eat. Xie Lian replied and crawled up. The feeling of suffocation in the dream was too real. His arm unconsciously rubbed his neck. He wanted to confirm whether there were any marks or wounds. Who would have thought he truly felt something? Xie Lian was startled, hurriedly grabbed the mirror lying around on the ground, picked it up and examined himself for a while, seeing the black cursed shackles on his fair neck. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Cursed shackles. Xie Lian's fingers gently caressed this object. Once he was demoted to a mortal, apart from living longer than ordinary people, he did not have many special privileges. But at the time Quan No placed the curse upon him, he still showed mercy, granting him a path to survival. Although these cursed shackles sealed his spiritual power, at the same time, they also preserved his age and body, making him immortal and ageless. At the same time, Quan No had also made it clear if you can ascend a second time, then all previous matters will be considered erased, and you can also remove it. But currently, having this object worn on his body was no different from a convict having characters carved on his face. It was completely an unforgettable, deeply etched humiliation. Thinking of this, Xie Lian reached out to find Rui, intending to wrap it around his head. As he picked up Rui, he suddenly recalled the slow, suffocating feeling in his dream. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end still wrapped it on, carefully covering his neck and half of his face. Then he went outside. Fong Tin and Mu Tin stood waiting outside the door. Fong Tin returned carrying steaming hot steamed buns, while Mu Tin stood beside him, leisurely nibbling. Fong Tin offered him two, but Xie Lian, seeing the crude things made from flour, immediately did not want to eat them, shaking his head in refusal. Fong Tin said, "Your Highness, in any case you must eat a little in the early morning. Afterwards we still have to go out to work. Sitting still now won't solve anything." Mu Tin did not even bother to lift his eyes to look. "That's right, if you don't eat this there won't be anything else to eat. Eat it or you'll faint again now." Fong Tin glared at him. "What kind of way are you speaking?" Xie Lian had ascended many years ago, and had long forgotten what the taste of food was. A few days prior he had almost fainted, only then recalling that he had not swallowed a single grain of rice for 3 or 4 days. Mu Tin's words were not wrong. Xie Lian did not want the two of them to start a verbal quarrel so early in the morning, so he changed the subject. "Let's go. I wonder if we can find any work today." Xie Lian in the past was a crown prince of noble birth, his body still that of an immortal, untouched by even a speck of dust. Naturally he had no need to worry about his livelihood and such. But now to say he was a crown prince, then the Xianla kingdom no longer existed. To say he was a god, he had long since been stripped of his position. Fundamentally he was no different from a mortal, and for mortals sustenance was an essential matter. A cultivator naturally could earn a living by catching ghosts, but it wasn't every day that there were demons, monsters and ghosts to catch or spiritual rituals to perform. For that reason most of the time they still had to find odd jobs such as helping people unload goods, putting out some effort. Even if it was just a few small tasks, it was not certain they could secure a spot. Because now, the poor drifting everywhere were many. They saw a way to live, did not need to receive wages given a steamed bun or half a bowl of rice. They immediately agreed to work, surging forward with enthusiasm. How could these people here compete with them? Even if they could seize it, Xie Lian would consider and deliberate thoroughly, then always yield it to others. Sure enough, wavering for half a day, still nothing was gained. Mu Qing said, "Can't we find any better, more stable job?" Feng Xie, nonsense. If we could find one, we would have found it long ago. Looking at faces like this, what job do you think we can find? Who wouldn't recognize His Highness' countenance? If people knew who he was, do you think we could be safe and sound? Mu Qing said no more. Xie Lian raised a hand to tighten the silk arrow. Yuendi his face even more firmly. Indeed, if by any chance people recognized who he was, if they didn't run quickly, they would surely be beaten black and blue. For example, a caravan guard who would feel at ease letting someone of unclear origin, unwilling to reveal their face, be a caravan guard? They also could not do vile, harmful acts of violence, so their choices were truly very limited. A god could not be troubled by not eating enough to be full, or not wearing enough to be warm. But mortals were different, they needed food and clothes. Xie Lian, from a young age, had never needed to worry about such matters. This was considered the first problem in decades that caused him distress. And if a god had never experienced the taste of hunger and cold, then how could a god understand the taste of their devotees' poverty? How could he do jobs like ordinary people? Things having come to this, he could only grudgingly regard it as a process of tempering. Suddenly, not far away, a flurry of gongs and drums sounded, with a crowd gathered around. The three also followed to see, and found several dancers and clowns in the midst of the crowd enthusiastically shouting, while other dancers performed acrobatics. Mu Qing then suggested, "How about we go perform for money?" Xie Lian was considering this matter, but before he could answer, Feng Xie cast a glare. "Nonsense words. Your Highness' precious body, how could you do such a thing?" Mu Qing glared back. "We've already carried bricks, what's double on with performing acrobatics?" Feng Xie, carrying and lifting is earning a living by one's own strength, while performing acrobatics is providing joy for others, being treated as a joke by people. Naturally, they are not the same. Having said that, a clown hopped and jumped, then fell and rolled a somersault. Everyone laughed heartily, and he crawled and bowed to pick up each clinking coin reward scattered on the ground. Seeing this, Xie Lian felt resistance arise in his heart. He vigorously shook his head, casting away this path of performing acrobatics. Mu Qing saw this and could only say, "All right. Then let's do another profession." Feng Xie then said, "We've already done many professions, otherwise we wouldn't have survived until now, and for the remaining professions it's better not to do them." Suddenly, the crowd behind them panicked. Someone shouted loudly, "The pursuing soldiers are here! The pursuing soldiers are here!" As soon as they heard the pursuing soldiers had arrived, the spectators immediately dispersed. Not long after, a group of soldiers, weapons in hand, their golden armor shining brightly, majestic and imposing, swaggered along the road, apprehending anyone suspicious to question them. The three hid themselves in the crowd, listening to the murmuring discussions of those around them. "Who are they arresting?" "Don't worry, they're not arresting us. I heard before that they're after the fugitive royal family of Xianlu. Someone reported seeing suspicious individuals around here, which is why inspections in the city have been terrifyingly strict lately." "Is that true?" "No way, why would they flee to this place?" Hearing this, the three looked at each other. Xie Lian said in a low voice, "Let's go take a look quickly." The other two nodded. They quietly separated, left the crowd, went to a place where no one would notice, and only then reunited, running as if flying. Rushing to the edge of a desolate patch of forest, Xie Lian, from a distance, saw a column of thick smoke rising from within the forest. His heart quickly filled with panic. Could it be that the Yangon soldiers had found them, and were setting fires and committing violence? Hurriedly running closer, hidden among the trees was an old, dilapidated thatched hut. It was unclear if it was left behind by hunters entering the forest. The column of smoke originated from within this hut. Xie Lian cried out in alarm, "Mother Queen! What happened? Where are you?" With a cry, a joyful woman ran out to greet him. "Imperial child, you've returned?" This person was indeed the queen. She wore plain clothes and a plum blossom hairpin, having grown quite thin. her appearance somewhat different from ordinary women. Seeing that his mother was fine, her face still filled with joy, Xie Lian only then felt at ease, and hastily asked again what happened that there's such smoke? The queen replied awkwardly. Nothing big happened. It's just that I wanted to cook myself. Xie Lian was torn between laugh. Turn tears no. What cooking? The two of you just eat the food Mu Qing brought, that's enough. This column of smoke attracts too much attention from others. Where there's smoke, there are people. Yangon soldiers will definitely find their way here. Just now, we almost ran into them in the city, and now this city is strictly guarded. We should move. Feng Xian and Mu Qing entered the house to extinguish the smoke. The queen also dared not be careless, and went behind the house to discuss with the king. Feng Xian finished extinguishing the smoke, then came out and said, Your Highness, aren't you going to visit His Majesty the King? Xie Lian shook his head no. The two father and son, one was the king of a fallen kingdom, one was an immortal banished to the mortal realm. It was impossible to compare who was more of a failure than whom. Sitting down at the same table, they would certainly only glare and then glare again. Where would there be stories to confide in? Therefore, if they could avoid meeting, they should not meet. Xie Lian raised his voice and said, Empress Mother, you two pack up for a moment. We must leave within today. In the evening I will come to pick you two up. We now have matters, so we will go first. The queen busy had to come out. Imperial son, must you go? After so many days without meeting, why have you just arrived and already left? Xie Lian replied, I want to go cultivate. In reality it was to go find work, otherwise where would the food come from for so ma? New York mouths? The queen asked with concern, have you eaten anything this morning? Xie Lian shook his head. The three people's stomachs were all rumbling with hunger now. The queen sighed, fasting is not good for the body. Fortunately, I just managed to cook a little quickly. Come in and eat. Xie Lian secretly thought, what did she cook that produced such huge smoke? It looks like she's burning down the house. The queen turned to speak to Feng Xian and Mu Qing. You two children, come here and eat with us too. Feng Xian and Mu Qing both did not expect to receive such grand treatment, continuously shaking their heads to decline. Yet the queen was extremely persistent. The two, timidly and hesitantly, sat down at the table, also feeling a bit favored yet alarmed. Although this Jing was not the Jing in fright, but rather the Jing in pleasant surprise. But after the queen brought up the pot, they transformed from pleasant surprise back into fright. After a while of eating, Mu Qing was incessantly nauseous, staggering and stumbling. I thought, this porridge, the smell was like cooking pig feed. I didn't expect that. Eating it, it was also like that. Feng Xian gritted his teeth and said, shut up. Don't mention it again. The queen, after all, is a body of 10,000 gold. Never before gone down to the kitchen. Like this, it's already very rich. Mu Qing grumbled, did I say something wrong? If you feel it's not like cooking pig feed, you go ask the Chu Yin to bestow another bowl. Retch. The two retched and vomited for a while. Xie Lian held them, continuously patting their backs. Don't vomit anymore. Look ahead. It seems there's work now. Sure enough, the three people stumbled forward and saw a foreman, quite neat and clean, shouting, looking for people. The remuneration was considered not bad. Moreover, the number of people was not limited. However many came, they would take them all. The three hurriedly accepted the work, mingling among a crowd of impoverished commoners in ragged clothes, skinny to the bone, forming groups and gangs as they walked to the muddy open ground. This place seemed to be where someone wanted to build a new house, therefore they wanted to begin repairs, first by leveling this place. The three people worked hard, their whole bodies covered in mud and water. Feng Xian with hands moving earth with a pale face, clutching his stomach and cursing. Damn it. I feel like this pot of pig feed seems to be turning into a demon, causing trouble in my stomach. Xie Lian, carrying a basket of earth, turned his head back and softly said, can you still persevere? Or should you first go to the side and rest a bit? Mu Qing said to Xie Lian, how about you go sit over there? Xie Lian shook his head, no need. I can still persevere. Mu Qing glared, don't persevere anymore. If your clothes get dirty, you'll have to wash them again. I'd rather do this instead. Not far away, someone shouted, work diligently. No talking. No laziness. Do you want to receive your wages? Feng Xian was extremely tough, still continuing to persevere, and also carrying a basket double as full as the other two. It's not much money, acting as if it's very valuable, calling forth wind and rain. Striving from when the sun was overhead until the sunset was truly not easy finally. It was considered a great work accomplished. Comparatively, the three people were not considered completely exhausted, only slightly tired, but because the wages were not enough to feed their mouths, their mood was even more tired than their bodies. They did not easily give up, lying down to rest for a while in a relatively clean spot of earth. At this moment, a noisy group of people approached from afar. There were several sturdy men carrying a stone statue, slowly walking forward. Xie Lian slightly raised his head. What is that? Mu Qing also glanced. It's probably the new god enshrined here. Xie Lian was silent and did not speak. If in the past, surely the foremost earth-guarding deity statue chosen would be the crown prince, now one does not know which additional deity would be here. Most likely it would be Junwu, or it could be a newly promoted divine official. Pausing for a moment, Xie Lian still could not resist wanting to take a look at who the person replacing himself would be. So he reluctantly stood up and advanced towards the crowd in front to see. This stone statue had its back facing him. Its face unclear, however, seemed to be kneeling. He became even more curious, wanting to see which deity's statue after all would kneel like that. Xie Lian walked a wide circle, turning a corner to see. As soon as he saw it, his entire mind became empty. That deity statue's face was in fact his own. This statue knelt on the ground on one side. Someone rudely patted its head. Finally, fortune has arrived. This grandson, it is also very heavy. You know. Why make a statue like this? No wonder it is ugly. It must be. Would taking a statue of the great martial god not be acceptable? Isn't this the person? That person, right? Now wouldn't worshipping him bring bad luck? Do you still dare to worship him? And specifically transport it here? You all understand nothing at all. Worshipping the plague god will indeed bring bad luck, but this stone statue is not for worship, but for trampling. To bring the plague god and step on him beneath one's feet, would that not be able to protect oneself with luck arriving in droves? Everyone suddenly became enlightened. Truly profound meaning. A wonderfully profound meaning. Feng Xian and Mu Qing also felt something was wrong as soon as they arrived and saw. They were speechless. Feng Xian was furious, wanting to explode. Mu Qing tugged at him, his eyes warning, then said the crown prince did not cry out. What are you crying out about? Xie Lian indeed did not speak up. Feng Xian did not know what he was contemplating, nor was it convenient to act rashly, so he reluctantly swallowed it down, but his eyes wanted to spit fire. Finally, someone whispered this matter. Is it not a bit inappropriate? After all, he is a god, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Hey, Xianlu has perished as a nation. What His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is there left here? Again, someone said those words are wrong. We, by trampling the plague god, not only is there nothing inappropriate, he, on the contrary, should be grateful to us. Xie Lian suddenly asked, oh? Why should he be grateful to you all? That person spoke passionately. Do you know about temple thresholds? Thousands of people step, tens of thousands of people trample. Yet, this old man has not seen any wealthy family wanting to buy the temple threshold to bear their sins? Because with each step on the door, that door would redeem a part of their sin for them, repay a part of their debt, and accumulate a part of their hidden virtue. This meaning is the same as kneeling on the ground. Every time we step on his head, or spit a gob of saliva, are we not accumulating merit for that crown prince? For that reason he should be grateful to you. Xie Lian could no longer bear to listen. As soon as that person spoke the two words grateful, he immediately raised his fist and lunged forward. Among the crowd, an uproar immediately surged. What are you doing? Someone is hitting people. Who is causing trouble here? Feng Xian had long wanted to hit people and also let out a loud shout, join in. Gee, the battle. Mu Qing, one did not know since when, was also dragged into it. In short, all three were fighting. In the chaotic fight, Xie Lian many times almost had the white silk on his face pulled down. Luckily it did not happen. The three had good combat skills, but the other side had many people and great power. Additionally, Mu Qing pulled the other two back, reminding them that killing mortals would be adding crime upon crime. The chaotic fight went nowhere finally. Although they had fought with satisfaction, the three had been chased out. The three, tattered and disheveled, walked along the riverbank. After walking for a while, their footsteps gradually slowed. Mu Qing's face was covered in bruises, and he was fuming with rage, suffering hardship all day long. Yet to fight a battle, in the end nothing was gained. Xie Lian wiped a streak of blood from the corner of his mouth. At a time like this, you are still mentioning matters of money? Mu Qing said, precisely because it is this moment, that is why I must mention money matters. What kind of time is this, huh? A time when stomachs are not full, and bodies are cold without clothes. Even if one does not admit it, it is useless without money, it won't do. Would you too die if you endured a little? Xie Lian said nothing. Xie Lian raged, how can one endure, huh? His own statue was made to kneel on the ground for people to trample on its face. If it were you instead, would you easily let it go? Mu Qing said, from the time of death. Eat until now, it is not the first time such things have been encountered, and certainly in the future even more will be encountered. If he does not learn to get used to it, he simply will not survive. Feng Xin's eyes pricked with irritation. Get used to it eventually? Get used to what exactly? Enduring others' insults? Or letting others continuously trample on one's face? Why should one get used to such things, huh? Ta Lin, vexed in his heart, said, all right. Don't make a fuss anymore. Such a trivial matter is not worth making such a commotion over. Those two people tactfully fell silent. After a slight pause, Ta Lin let out a long drawn-out sigh. Let's go. Find a carriage to fetch the Empress and Emperor. Tonight we must depart from this city. Fong Tin replied, understood. The two walked shoulder to shoulder for a stretch, when they suddenly realized Mu Tin had not followed. Ta Lin turned his head, calling out questioningly, Mu Tin? After a moment of profound silence, Mu Tin finally spoke. Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I believe there is something I must tell you. Ta Lin looked at him. What is it? Fong Tin interjected, irascibly. What's wrong with you again? I already told you not to cause a commotion. What more do you want? Mu Tin said, I wish to take my leave. Although even before he opened his mouth, Ta Lin had vaguely harbored an ominous premonition. When Mu Tin truly spoke those words, Ta Lin still found himself holding his breath. Fong Tin Almas. T believed he had misheard. What? What did you say? Mu Tin stood ramrod straight, his dark eyes revealing a tranquil calm. His expression serene as he said, I beg your permission to depart. Fong Tin, depart? If you depart, what will become of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? What of the King and Queen? Mu Tin gaped, but in the end still said, I apologize, I cannot continue any longer. Fong Tin, surely not, explain yourself clearly, why can you not continue? Mu Tin replied, the King and Queen are the royal parents of His Royal Highness, but I too have a mother at home and she requires my care. To tend to the parents of others while neglecting my own mother is something I cannot do. Therefore I apologize to you. I can no longer continue to stay by your side. Ta Lin felt as though he might swoon, and wearily leaned against a wall. Fong Tin uttered coldly, is this truly the reason? Why have I never heard you speak of it before? Mu Tin sighed, this is merely one of many reasons. There is also another reason, which is, I feel that every time we fall into a predicament, what should be done to escape the hardship? On this point our thoughts differ. Forgive me for speaking frankly, if we continue like this, even 10,000 years would not be enough to escape this situation. Therefore, we whose aspirations do not align cannot journey together. Fong Tin, so furious he could only laugh, nodded his head repeatedly in agreement, then turned to Ta Lin and said, Your Highness, did you hear that? Do you recall what I said from the very beginning? It was this: if you were ever deposed from your position, he would undeniably be the first to flee. Was I not proven correct? Mu Tin seemed to have been thoroughly provoked by him, and spoke in a cold voice, cease your vexations towards others, I am merely speaking the unvarnished truth. Every person possesses their own convictions, no one is born a paragon of human virtue, or the very center of the world. Perhaps you delight in orbiting around others, but others do not necessarily share that sentiment towards you. Fong Tin said, from where do you conjure such a torrent of sophistry? I have no desire to hear it. Can you not simply admit, in a single forthright sentence, that I am an ungrateful and disloyal wretch? Enough. Upon hearing Ta Lin's voice, the two men simultaneously fell silent. Ta Lin lowered his hand from his forehead, then turned to gaze at Mu Tin for a long, lingering moment. I do not like to compel others. Mu Tin's lips pressed into a faint line, but he remained standing rigidly straight. Ta Lin softly uttered a sentence, you may go. Mu Tin glanced at him, said not a word, merely offered a bow. then turned and truly departed. Staring blankly as his figure gradually vanished into the night, Fong Tin still could not believe it. Your Highness, you merely let him go just like that? Ta Lin sighed. Not release? I have already said I do not like to compel. Fong Tin cursed. What do you mean not release? This brat. What did Hugh Hat did he do? Said he'd go and just left. He just left? Damn it, what the hell? Ta Lin squatted by the riverbank, rubbing his temples. All right. If his heart no longer wishes to stay, what more can keeping him accomplish? Am I to tie him up with ropes to make him do my laundry? Fong Tin, not knowing what to say, squatted down beside Ta Lin. A moment later he took a deep breath. Damn it. This brat can share in prosperity, but does not wish to share in adversity. The moment trouble arose he fled. He doesn't remember even half an iota of your kindness towards him. Ta Lin said, it was I who told him not to remember it clearly. As for you, stop dwelling on this matter. Forget it all. Fong Tin said, even so he couldn't just forget everything, could he? I'm truly enraged. However, your Highness, please rest assured, I will certainly not leave. Ta Lin gave a strained laugh, unable to speak. Fong Tin then sprang to his feet again. We must go fetch the National Lord and the Queen as well, mustn't we? Let me go find a carriage. You just wait here. Ta Lin nodded. I'm troubling you. Remember to be careful. Fong Tin nodded in response, then took his leave. Ta Lin also stood up, strolling along the riverbank. His entire being felt as if it were flying with the wind, devoid of any sensation. Mu Tin's departure truly left him in a state of alarm. Never before had Ta Lin imagined that any of his attendants would depart. Moreover, he believed in what was called forever. For instance, a friend would always be a friend, never betraying, never deceiving, never parting ways. Perhaps they might grow distant, but certainly not for such a ludicrous reason as I cannot endure these difficult days. For example, in an old tale, a hero and a beauty matched by heaven would forever remain inseparable. If they were to part, it would only be when they severed ties with the mortal realm. Never could their relationship end because the hero preferred meat while the beauty favored fish, or because the hero loathed the bowtie spending habits while the beauty disdained the hero's rough hands. One false step, and in the blink of an eye, one could fall 10,000 zhang to the earth. The taste of the mortal world truly was not good at all. Wandering aimlessly for a while, suddenly a few sparkling gleams of light appeared before his eyes. Only then did Ta Lin regain his composure. Steadying his gaze, he saw it was a single lotus lantern floating gently on the river's surface, drifting towards him with the current. There were also several small children, giggling and playing boisterously by the riverbank. Ta Lin suddenly remembered, today is the Trungguan festival. Previously at Hong Siusi Temple, every Trungguan festival would see a grand and prosperous ceremony, eagerly anticipated from early on, bringing unforgettable joy. But it had been so long that he could barely remember it clearly anymore. He shook his head, continuing forward. At this moment, a voice echoed from ahead. Little children, will you buy one or not? The voice was aged and withered, carrying a distinct wisp of ghostly aura. Ta Lin instinctively sensed something was amiss. He looked up to see two small children standing by the roadside, each clutching a lantern, both curious and timid as they gazed at something. Facing the two small children was a seated figure. It resembled an old man cloaked in a tattered black robe, so filthy that he seemed to melt into the shadows of the night. In his hand, the old man held up a lotus lantern, stating with utter sincerity, "This is a children's lantern, different perhaps from the ones you two hold to your chests, but it is truly a treasure. Light this lantern, make a wish, and it is guaranteed to be efficacious." The two children were half believing, half doubting. Really? Is that truly so? The old man said, "Of course it's true. See for yourselves." The lantern in the old man's hand, though clearly unlit, emitted a faint reddish-pink glow, and the several dozen lotus lanterns laid out beneath it flickered with a deep dark blue light, appearing and disappearing, profoundly eerie. The two children exclaimed in wonder, but Ta Lin understood perfectly. What precious treasure could that be? It was clearly the phosphorescence of the dead. Inside the lantern, surely imprisoned, were the souls of little ghosts, which was why it emitted a faint, ghostly light. And that old man was surely some fake Taoist priest, who knew not where he had caught a bunch of unlucky lonely spirits and wild ghosts, bringing them to weave into lanterns. Those two children, for reasons unclear, clapped their hands in joy and still wished to buy. Xie Lian quickly stepped forward. Do not buy. The old man is deceiving you. The old man glared, saying, This young fellow, what are you speaking of? Xie Lian directly exposed him. This lantern is not a treasure, but a vessel of evil energy. It contains ghosts. If you were to take it home to play, you would surely become entangled by these spirits. The two children, as soon as they heard of ghosts, dared not remain. With a loud wah, they shrieked and fled. The old man leaped 3 feet into the air, so furious he wished to vomit blood. How dare you ruin my livelihood? Xie Lian said again, How can you peddle such rubbish? Let alone innocent children. Even if adults were to buy these and become entangled by the evil energy within, they would meet with misfortune. Perhaps they would even be haunted by wronged spirits. Is this not creating ill karma? If you are truly determined to sell such things, then take them to a specialized locale. The old man retorted, You speak as if it's so simple. Where in the world is there a specialized place to buy and sell such things? Don't people just randomly seek out roadside stalls? Having said this, he embraced the pile of unsightly lanterns, panting, and made to leave. Xie Lian quickly interjected, Wait a moment. The old man asked, What? What is it you wish to do? Or do you intend to buy them? Xie Lian said, No, it is not that. You are still planning to take them elsewhere to sell, are you not? I ask you, where did you capture these ghost souls? The old man replied, I caught them on deserted battlefields. They are everywhere. Could these perhaps be the wandering souls of soldiers? Hearing this, Xie Lian could no longer stand by idly, and spoke with solemn gravity, You must not sell these. Today is Zhongyuan festival. If by any chance something were to befall, would that not be profoundly sorrowful? Furthermore, these are all the sacred souls of soldiers. How can you sell them as if they were mere toys for profit? The old man spoke again. The dead are naught but wisps of smoke. What does it matter if they are sacred or not? Of course, my own old bones are more important. Everyone seeks to make a living. If you forbid me from selling, shall I then feed on air? Seeing you so earnest, why do you not buy them yourself with money? You. Finally, Xie Lian still conceded defeat. Very well, I shall buy them. He reached into his pouch, rummaged through every corner, and pulled out a few small coins. Is this sufficient? The old man cast a glance. Not enough. This is a mere pittance. How could it be sufficient? Xie Lian also had no notion of how much money it would cost to purchase these lanterns, for never before had he concerned himself with prices when acquiring goods. Thus he reluctantly drew upon his meager understanding to haggle. These lanterns are not beautiful, and moreover, they are very inauspicious. Pray make them a little cheaper. The old man said, This price and you still call it a bargain for me? I have never seen anyone as impoverished as you. Truly it is too shameful. Xie Lian, thus spoken to by the old man, immediately bristled with anger. I am the crown prince, you know. Never in this life has anyone dared to call me poor. No sooner had he finished speaking than he felt a touch of regret. Yet the old man fundamentally did not take it seriously, and mockingly retorted, If you are the crown prince, then I am the emperor's father. Xie Lian felt a touch of amusement, yet also a hint of awkwardness, and thus, ignoring the old man, he spoke plainly, Are you selling or not? I have no more money. After a painstaking round of haggling, the two finally concluded their transaction. Xie Lian used this meager sum to purchase over a dozen ghost lanterns, cradling them as he made his way to the riverside. The old man, having received his payment, fled like a wisp of smoke. Xie Lian sat by the river's edge, untying each knot wrapped around the lanterns, releasing the little ghosts that had been sealed by talismans, and conveniently performing a small spiritual rite for them. Specks of deep blue ghostly fire, one by one, drifted forth. These souls had all passed not long ago, dazed and bewildered, lacking their own consciousness, and still very weak, which was why they had been easily captured by that old man. After being released from the constricted lanterns, they all circled Xie Lian, intimately flying around him, occasionally even nuzzling him. Xie Lian stood up, speaking softly, Go on. Gently released by his hand, the ghost souls soared ever higher, drifting towards the horizon before gradually dispersing. This also signified one truth: the souls had returned to heaven and earth. Xie Lian stood still in the dark night. After a long while, he suddenly heard a small sound emanating from behind him. That sound softly called, Crown Prince, Your Highness. Xie Lian was startled, and immediately looked towards the source of the sound. Only then did he discover that a tiny ghostly fire still remained. It had neither ascended to heaven nor dispersed into small sparks. It seemed this little ghost was stronger than other little ghosts. Not only did it have its own consciousness, but it could also speak. He walked over, feeling truly strange just now. Was it you calling me here? You recognize me? That ghost flame, noticed by him, seemed to joyfully dance and skip, flying up from the ground. Hearing its voice, it seemed to be a young boy. It said, I of course recognize your highness. Xie Lian only now noticed his entire body was covered in mud. Truly strange and bizarre, becoming more and more awkward. He clasped his hands over his mouth, genuinely wanting to deny it, to say, you've mistaken me, quickly forget it. A moment, Attire, he said with a serious face, why are you still here? Didn't I just perform salvation for you all? Could it be I missed a step? Otherwise, after the ritual was done, why was one still left? The nameless ghost soul flew back and forth in front of him. Neither far nor near. No. Your Highness did nothing wrong. It's just that I myself don't want to leave. Xie Lian thought for a moment, then asked, do you still have a wish and an obsession that are unfulfilled? The nameless ghost soul replied, that's right. Xie Lian said, in that case tell me so I may hear. What is it? If it's not a very difficult matter, I will try my best to help you fulfill it. Behind the nameless ghost soul, 3,000 sky lanterns were slowly floating up. Said, the one I love is still in this world. Silent for a moment, Xie Lian said, so that's how it is. Your wife? No, your highness. We haven't gotten married yet. The ghost soul continued, actually, he probably doesn't remember me. We haven't even talked. Xie Lian thought to himself, never talked more than a few times? If that's the case, how can he be called beloved? What kind of unparalleled beauty is he, after all? Pondering for a moment, he continued to ask, so, what is your wish? The ghost soul replied, I want to protect him. Usually the wishes of ghosts of this type would be, I want her to know I like her, I want to reminisce about old times with her, or, more terrifyingly, I want her to come down with me. As for protect, it was truly not of tin scene. Xie Lian was stunned, saying, but you no longer belong to this world. The ghost soul said, so what? Xie Lian said, if you persist, you will not rest in peace. But the ghost soul was indifferent, as if nothing mattered. I am willing never to rest in peace. This lonely spirit was extremely stubborn. Logically, a ghost soul so stubborn would most likely be extremely dangerous, but for some reason, Xie Lian could not feel any murderous aura from it, and therefore did not worry much. If your beloved knew about this matter, I'm afraid he would feel guilty and troubled. The nameless ghost soul hesitated for a moment, then said, then I won't let him know, that'll be fine. Xie Lian said, if he can see it, he will also know. The ghost soul said, then not letting him discover that I am protecting him is good enough. Hearing this, Xie Lian's heart also couldn't help but stir slightly. He thought to himself, this person's love is not just empty words. The ghost souls in the old man's lantern were all captured from battlefields, so this ghost soul before my eyes must also be a young soldier. He slowly said, the chaotic war made you have to leave the one you loved. I am sorry. I failed to win. The nameless ghost soul then said, to die in battle for your highness is my supreme, unparalleled glory. Xie Lian was instantly stunned. To die in battle for the crown prince is the supreme, unparalleled glory of Xianlu soldiers. These words were the slogan of a general used to educate soldiers, using it to stimulate the soldiers' morale, declaring that even if they died, they would die meaningfully, and after death, they must ascend to the immortal realm. That was of course a lie. Unexpectedly, this young soldier died, his soul lingering in the human world, but still steadily remembering this saying as before. Furthermore, he replied with such reverence and solemnity. Suddenly, at that moment, Xie Lian's eye sockets grew warm, and his vision gradually blurred. He said, I am sorry, but forget it. The nameless ghost soul moved, making the flame grow brighter. I will certainly not forget. Crown Prince, your highness, I will forever be your most loyal devotee. Xie Lian suppressed his tears, saying, I no longer have devotees. Believing in me will bring no good, and might even bring disaster. Do you know? Even my friends have forsaken me. The nameless ghost soul swore, but I will not. Xie Lian said, you will. The ghost soul firmly believed me, your highness. Xie Lian, I don't believe you. Not believing others nor believing himself. Book 4 Chapter 182. In the capital city under strict guard, Xie Lian traveled through the long drawn-out night, reaching another city. He still arranged for the king and queen to stay in a secluded place, while he himself and Feng Xian went out to earn money. But previously in one city they hadn't earned much money, so it was impossible to suddenly strike it rich in another city. The two often toiled diligently and after a day still only received meager wages moreover because in the past the trio was inseparable, but now suddenly missing one person, the two of them were not quite adapting. For example, previously Mu Qing was responsible for carefully keeping the money, checking the amount at any time, but now that Mu Qing was gone, Feng Xian frankly said he wasn't sure if he would lose the money if he kept it, so Xie Lian had no choice but to keep the money on himself. Each time he counted that pitifully small sum of money, he truly could not believe that this was the remuneration he received for a day's labor. One must know, previously, even when he gave alms to beggars, he would not use this amount of money. Without Mu Qing, and having lost the person who delivered food to the king and queen, Xie Lian also had no choice but to bring Feng Xian with him every day, and then personally deliver the necessary items to where the king and queen were hiding. Being able to frequently see her son, the queen must have been extremely overjoyed, and because of her extreme joy, she rolled up her sleeves and went into the kitchen. Today, she again had Xie Lian and Feng Xian taste the dish she cooked, pulling them to sit at the table, saying both of you must carefully nourish yourselves, why are you both so thin? Cold sweat streamed down Feng Xin's face, his bottom jumped up as soon as it touched the seat, and he crossed his arms saying no, your majesty the queen, Feng Xian dares not, absolutely dares not. The Q. Yun with a gentle smile on her face said you child, what is there to dare not? Come here sit down. How could Feng Xian possibly utter those words? He truly dared not. After sitting down, he closed his eyes to calm his state of mind. The queen presented the fruits of her labor. Feng Xian took a deep breath, then reached out to open the pot lid. Xie Lian sat on the chair, and when the two saw the food inside the pot, both looked utterly pathetic. Xie Lian only dared to whisper softly, this chicken died a truly tragic death. Feng Xian slightly parted his lips, your highness, you've mistaken it, there's no chicken inside. Xie Lian, if that floating thing isn't a chicken, then what is it? Feng Xian, I think it must be dessert soup. The shape is a bit off. The two studied it for half a day, yet still couldn't guess what was actually cooked in the pot. The queen scooped a bowl for Xie Lian, and Feng Xian snatched the ladle to scoop a bowl for himself. Waiting for the queen to go into the back room to find the king, they immediately poured out the bowls of dessert soup, then pretended to drink it all in one gulp, still looking unsatisfied as they wiped their mouths, saying we're full, we're full. Seeing that, the queen was quite pleased. Is it good? Xie Lian thought one thing but answered another. It's good. It's very good. The queen joyfully said if it's good, then you two drink a little more. Xie Lian almost threw this empty cup away, raising his handkerchief to pretend to wipe the corner of his mouth. At this moment the queen seemed to hesitate for a moment, then said, my imperial child, let me ask you a question, don't blame your mother for being too talkative. In his heart Xie Lian was worried. Putting down his perfumed handkerchief, what is it? Please just ask. The queen sat down beside him, saying, where is that child Mu Qing? Why hasn't he come these past few days? As expected. Hearing her mention Mu Qing, Xie Lian's heart gave a start, saying, I gave him some tasks so he went to another place. The queen breathed a sigh of relief, nodded a few times, then immediately said, so when will he return? Xie Lian opened his mouth. It's possible that, for a very long time, he can only be outside. He won't be able to return. Hearing this, the queen looked a little dispirited. Xie Lian sensed it, and gently asked, what's wrong? The queen immediately denied, it's nothing. But Feng Xian was sharp-eyed, suddenly saying, your majesty, what's wrong with your hands? Hands? As Xie Lian lowered his head to look, he was immediately astonished. His mother's hands, which were previously well-maintained, graceful and luxurious at this very moment, instilled a little fear in those who saw them. Her knuckles were torn everywhere, and faintly there were still some traces of blood. Xie Lian stood up abruptly, pulling her hand and asking, what is this? The queen hurriedly asked, it's nothing. I just washed a few sets of clothes and bedding and there was no way around having to thoroughly clean them. Xie Lian blurted out, why must you wash them yourself? You could. Before he finished speaking he choked. What could be done? Could he order palace maids and servants to wash them? Could he order Mu Qing to come help? He couldn't anymore. On the road of exile until now, Mu Qing was the closest attendant, handling all sorts of daily life tasks for the three of them. Once he left, all those trivial chores, there was no one to do them. There was no one to cook, no one to wash clothes, no one to fold blankets anymore. Those extremely simple days suddenly became inconvenient everywhere. Xie Lian forced himself to endure, because there were many things he needed to worry about, but his mother, who was accustomed to pleasure, had she ever done such heavy tasks? But if the queen did not do it herself, who would come to help? After a moment of silence, Xie Lian said, "Please just rest, let me do it." The queen smiled, "No need. It's best if you still do your own things. What about me washing clothes, cooking and boiling water? Every day I am also idle with nothing to do, doing it myself. It's quite interesting. Seeing you children like it so much, I also feel a sense of gratification." This pot of sweet soup was made by his mother using such hands. Yet they didn't drink a single sip, secretly pouring it away. Xie Lian and Feng Xian glanced at each other, both feeling uncomfortable. This moment the queen then said, "That's right, there's also one more thing. Can you two get a few doses of medicine back tomorrow?" Xie Lian's eyes widened slightly. "Medicine? What kind of medicine?" The queen's face was etched with profound sorrow, and she said, "Oh dear, I don't know either. Why don't you go to the pharmacy and inquire what medicine should be used for the illness of coughing blood?" Coughing blood? Xie Lian was taken aback. Who is coughing blood? Is it a person? Father King, why did you two not say earlier? His voice was a little loud, and the queen immediately intervened. "Speak softly." However, it was too late. From the back of the house came a furious voice, "You need not meddle so much." It was the king. Realizing he had already overheard, the queen no longer concealed it, hurrying into the room to say, "But your majesty, simply letting things be like this is not a good solution." Xie Lian walked straight into the back house, where he saw the king buried beneath a tattered blanket. In the past days he hadn't looked closely, but now, seeing him, the king's face bore the unmistakable signs of illness, both cheeks sunken. In the dim and gloomy room, he appeared utterly haggard. Who was this arrogant monarch? Clearly, he was just an ashen-faced old drunkard. Xie Lian didn't need to take his pulse to know that he had certainly been ill for a very long time, and moreover, the illness was far from mild. In fact, the entire room was permeated with a miasma of sickness, making it difficult to breathe. Remembering the Queen's words, the illness of coughing blood, he grew even more frantic, his voice rising still further. "What is going on?" The king's face turned livid as he snapped, "What kind of talk is that?" The queen and Feng Xian both drew closer. Xie Lian said, "You need not concern yourself with how I speak. If you are ill, then why did you not say so earlier?" The king angrily retorted, "Are you presuming to lecture this solitary king? No matter what, this solitary king does not require your instruction on what he should or should not say." Seeing him erupt in such a fit of rage, Xie Lian was incredulous, saying, "Is it truly impossible to reason with your majesty? At this very moment you are still emphasizing your status and authority." The king furiously roared, "Get out! Get out at once!" The queen and Feng Xian hastily pulled Xie Lian outside, saying, "Imperial son, you mustn't act like this. He is your father king, and he is moreover ill. You must show him some deference." Fleeing disaster and burdened with illness, it was truly a case of when it rains it pours. Xie Lian buried his face in his palms, saying, "Imperial mother, why did you both refuse to tell me sooner? Had you spoken a little earlier, it might not have escalated into coughing blood. Do you know how terribly difficult this illness is to treat?" He added, "Frankly, given their current economic circumstances, it is utterly incurable." The queen was somewhat startled, yet also deeply saddened. We truly did not know it would be come so serious." Feng Xian also added, "That's right. Moreover, we were previously forced to flee from the Yong and pursuers. How could we possibly afford any delay?" Xie Lian slowly raised his face, then spoke, "Now I will take Father King to find a physician within the city." From inside the room the king, still lying down, shouted, "Unnecessary." Xie Lian turned his head back, about to declare that he would make the decisions now, but then he heard Feng Xian say, "Your Royal Highness, if you bring His Majesty the King to a medical clinic in the city, he will inevitably attract attention." Hearing that, Xie Lian's movements immediately froze. The queen then explained, "This is precisely what we feared, which is why we haven't dared to speak these past few days. Imperial son, perhaps you should first find a way to bring some medicine back." In the back house, the king coughed violently once more, and the queen went in to tend to him. Xie Lian stood dazed for a moment, then turned and headed outside. Feng Exine called out, "Your Royal Highness, what do you intend to do?" Xie Lian did not answer, but began rummaging frantically through the room. Feng Exine asked, "What are you looking for?" He still did not reply. Moments later, he himself retrieved something from the bottom of a chest. It was a treasured sword, imbued with an ancient charm. The moment Feng Exine saw it, he exclaimed, "Why are you taking out Hong Jing?" After a brief silence, Xie Lian stated, "I want to sell it." Feng Exine was horrified and immediately interjected, "Absolutely not." Ta Lian carefully closed the chest. "Many other swords have all been sold, and this one is no different." Along the way, for travel expenses, gate fees, carriage, and money for preparations when necessary, Ta Lian had sold more than half of his favorite treasured swords from before. Moreover, because they could not go to large pawn shops with many people and many mouths, where sometimes their whereabouts might even be discovered by merchants with dark hearts, they had to painfully convert them into a meager sum of money. Feng Exine said, "It's not like that. Don't you really like this sword? Otherwise, why did you keep it at the bottom of the chest before? Moreover, this is a sword given to you by the emperor. Wouldn't selling it bring bad luck?" Ta Lian's voice was weary. "However much I like it, it's not as important as life itself. Let's go, let's go." The two, holding the sword, walked straight through the city, both utterly dejected. Arriving at the pawn shop, Ta Lian stopped, gazing intently at Hong Jing in his hand. Feng Exine looked at him, saying, "Otherwise, let's not do this anymore. Shall we try to consider if there's another way?" Ta Lian shook his head, saying, "It's too late now. Besides, I don't even know if there's another way, but we absolutely must get enough money. If they were to steal, to rob, to swindle money, no mortal could stop them, and the money would come even faster. However, because they wanted to abide by human ID's rules of good and evil, thinking of ways to earn money honestly and properly, they found themselves in such difficult straits." Having made up his mind, Ta Lian said, "What's said must be done. Let's do it, then go buy medicine." So he said, yet his feet wouldn't budge an inch. Feng Exine knew he couldn't bear it. This was the last treasured sword in his hand, so he said, "Perhaps let's re-examine the situation a bit." Just then, on the other side of the street, a commotion erupted, a bustling uproar, and someone shouted, "Which fellow is causing trouble again? What audacity! Catch him! Catch him!" Both were startled. Ta Lian cautiously stepped aside. Who? Feng Exine was also very vigilant. He went to check for a long while, then relieved returned and said, "It's nothing. Don't worry. It's not related to us. They're not looking for us, nor are they Yong'an soldiers." Only then did Ta Lian's tense mood slightly relax, and he said, "So what happened?" Feng Exine opened his mouth. "I don't know. It seems like just a few servants fighting. Shall we go see?" Ta Lian nodded. "Let's go see which tyrant it is." The two proceeded together, only to see a few people grappling in the middle of the crowd, while onlookers clapped and cheered. Feng Exine patted the back of a person standing by the roadside, who was joyfully applauding, and asked, "My brother, what happened?" The passerby laughed heartily. "You don't know? It's too spectacular. A servant beating his master. So it was such a matter." Ta Lian was speechless. Dearing, what's the reason? Why are they cheering?" The passerby then said, "Of course they must cheer. This master, he's really not human. This servant has followed him since childhood. Absolutely loyal, but how is he? He just exploits his subordinates, gives very little pay, and makes that person work like an ox and a horse for him. This servant truly couldn't endure it anymore. Look you all. They're fighting." Indeed, the one fighting was striking and cursing at the same time, saying things like, "This old man has put up with you for too long. Look at yourself. What have you given this old man? Your family is so poor they're starving to death. Yet you still ride on this old man's head and do as you please. From today onwards, this old man is no longer your watchdog," etc. The beaten master wailed, clutching his head, while everyone clapped and shouted how wonderful it was. Hearing this, Ta Lian felt even more tense inside, his hair inexplicably standing on end, and he unconsciously glanced at Feng Exine. Feng Exine, however, completely failed to notice his unusual state. Hearing the outsider speak of the master's wicked temperament, he casually remarked, "So that's how it is. Well, this master is truly too strange, no wonder this servant betrayed him." His words were unintentional, but Talian's heart was in turmoil, and he gripped Hongjing tightly in his hand. With a headache after selling Hongjing, the two finally had some money. They went to a medical hall to find a doctor and Di bought several dozen doses of medicine to take back. The medicinal herbs for treating hemoptysis were very expensive, and a very large quantity was needed. It wasn't a matter of 1 or 2 doses, or 1 or 2 days. Therefore, what to do next also required careful consideration. In the evening, Feng Xian tore open several bags and decocted medicine outside the room, using a broken rush fan as a stand. Talian meanwhile rummaged through everything in the room. After a long search, he finally retrieved a dazzling soft golden belt from the bottom of the chest. Previously, Talian had many such belts, but their fate was similar to those treasured swords. They were all sold. Only this last one remained, which he had originally intended to keep as a memento, but for now, he decided to use it for something. Just then, Feng Xian raised his eyes to look at him and asked, "Your Highness, what are you doing with this belt? You're not thinking of selling even this one, are you?" Talian, surprisingly, approached and handed the belt to him. Seeing this, Feng Xian immediately widened his eyes, not understanding what was happening. "Why are you giving this to me?" "Your Highness, just now when you closed the chest you didn't lock your brain inside too, did you?" "Oh." Only then did Talian remember that, in the heavenly court, giving a golden belt had another special meaning. His face immediately darkened, and he said, "You're thinking too much. I absolutely don't mean that. Just consider it ordinary gold, take it." Having said that, he tossed it over. Feng Xian, with the golden belt around his neck, stared wide-eyed and asked, "No. You should also tell me, why are you suddenly giving me gold?" Talian said, "You can consider this as salary to compensate for the time I owed you." Feng Tin gloomily said, "That's not what I meant. What's wrong with you today? At this time, what salary are you giving me? Rather than giving it to me, you might as well go buy a few more doses of medicine for His Majesty the National Lord. If you don't buy it, that's fine too, you just keep it. This is an item that only a divine official can possess." The author has words to say. Originally wanted to write more about Hua Cheng's appearance, but time was insufficient. 555,555 wanted to gather it into one truly long chapter, but alas, typing speed is too slow. 5,555. If I have time, I'll be daring again. Book 4 Chapter 183. The author has words to say. Sorry for being late. Tonight went out. Only got off the car at 9 p.m. Returned to the hotel at 10 p.m. These past few days I won't be home, so posting is relatively slow. Moreover, there's no Wi-Fi, can only use a network computer. Although I've said it before, I still want to reiterate a little. Book 4 is a prequel. Currently it's the second book recounting the past. Book 5 will return to the present as well as the ending. All matters will be resolved. I really want to write longer and longer. However, typing speed and energy are limited. I can only try my best. If everyone can't wait, you can skip it. If you decide to continue accompanying me, I am extremely grateful. Hoping we will continue to live together very happily. Good night. Hearing him mention medicine, Talian turned his head to look into the room. The National Lord and the Queen were still resting. A moment later he said, "As for the medicine, I can slowly think of a way, but this, you just accept it." He insisted on giving it. Feng Tin didn't know why he felt like laughing, shrugged his shoulders, bent down to pick up the tattered rush fan from the ground, and continued to fan the fire to decoct medicine. "All right then, I'll temporarily hold on to it for you. Whenever you want it back, just find me." Talian shook his head. "I don't need it, you can use it however you want." Selling Ban Hong Kin with a little spare in their hands, they finally got to taste some sweet fruit. Seeing the Queen Mother's astonishing craftsmanship, Talian's words were gentle and subtle, advising his mother to go take care of his father, absolutely not to go into the kitchen again, to let him personally handle the ingredients. Although he also didn't have much experience, but even if he hadn't eaten pork hock, he had seen pigs walk by, making a little food was still barely swallowable. Only then did he save everyone from the misery of eating and drinking. After that day of dispute with the National Lord, in his heart, Talian was actually very reg. Dreadful, not knowing how to face his father, he could only try his best to quietly care for him. The symptom of coughing blood could not encounter cold, so he bought his father a few more blankets, a heater, and a charcoal stove. The Vin and pursuers were very tense towards the exiled Tianlu imperial family. Not long after, this city was also strictly controlled. It was not easy to find peace, so they had no choice but to leave a second time. He didn't know how many cities this was that Xie Lian had taken his parents to flee from. To be honest, the entire path of exile, compared to his imagination, was still much lighter. The most brutal, of course, had to be when they were in the imperial city of Tianlu. But outside the imperial city there were many places and they weren't affected much. After all, the national lord, crown prince, imperial relatives and nobles to the common people were something extremely distant and strange, even more so than the matter of encountering legendary immortals. Changing to another national lord was also not a big deal, especially when the new national lord was also not a tyrant. After ascending the throne, he did not issue any strict new laws. Other than providing another topic for post-meal chatter, there were no other feelings. Whether the national lord is named Ta or Lang, our family's land is still intact. Xie Lian heard someone discussing this. What they said was not wrong. But what was strange was that when they heard rumors about the crown prince who had fallen from 100 victories to 100 defeats, their attitude suddenly became extremely unified, as if just mentioning him transformed them into standard citizens, passionately patriotic. This point made him both puzzled and unwilling. However, he also had no mind to care about these matters. The money obtained after selling Ban Hong Qin couldn't last for a few months. Very soon it would be completely spent. The original symptom of coughing blood was very difficult to treat. In addition to the national lord having accumulated it for so long, it required a large amount of new medicine. Once stopped, it would surely worsen. There were no longer any items in their hands that could be sold. That day, while strolling at the end of the street, thinking it over and over, he finally still said to Fong Tin otherwise, "Shall we give it a try?" Fong Tin looked at him. Then give it a try? This was not the first time the two of them had hesitated to give it a try. It was just that before, they had not yet made up their minds. Moreover, there was a time when they were discussing it, and carelessly let the national lord overhear their intention. He immediately turned purple with rage, his anger flaring up, resolutely forbidding Xie Lian from doing such a humiliating job for money. Rather not take medicine than that, so this matter was considered dropped. But now there was no need to explain, both understood. Xie Lian nodded, carefully covering his face with white silk. Fong Tin said, "Your Highness, you don't need to do it, I alone can do it. That way, if the national lord happens to ask, there will be no problem." After speaking, he took a deep breath, endured for a moment, then suddenly turned towards the passers-by and loudly roared, "Esteemed elders and fellow villagers passing by, do not miss out." The passers-by were startled by him, gathered in groups of 5 and 3, noisily clamoring, "Why are you shouting so loudly? What are you performing? If you have the skill, show us a demonstration. I want to see rocks smashing on the chest." Fong Tin took the bow off his back, closed his eyes and desperately blurted out, My alias is Divine Archer, hitting 100 times out of 100. Now I offer everyone a small display of my humble talent. If you are satisfied, please bestow a few coins as a reward." Divine Archer. Divine Archer, this and offering a meager talent that, these colloquialisms were all learned by them from others. Although some people verbally always said they would absolutely not go perform tricks, perhaps unknowingly, they had long since memorized others' words. Everyone shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Get to it. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Hurry up." Fong Xian lifted his long bow, pointed at a person calmly eating fruit in the crowd, and said, "This venerable uncle, please step back here. Place this apple on your head, and I can shoot it from within 300 paces. This calm man stopped, fearfully reacted into the crowd and said, "I can't do it." Fong Xian said, "I won't shoot you. Rest assured. If I hit you, I will compensate you no matter the amount." This man said, "I'm not a fool either. You can compensate me any amount if you hit me. If you have money, why would you be performing tricks? Shouldn't you be shooting the person standing next to you instead?" Everyone in unison shouted, "Precisely." Xie Lian also said, "I'll do it." Someone in the crowd, he didn't know who, threw a piece of fruit and Xie Lian took it, about to place it on his head. But Fong Xin's original intention was not to involve Xie Lian. How could he possibly allow him to volunteer? He panicked, snatched the fruit, took 2 or 3 bites, then changed the arrowhead, aimed at a colored flag on a tall building and said, "I'll shoot that." Having said that, an arrow flew out. His archery skill was utterly superb and he naturally hit it. The crowd of onlookers loudly laughed heartily, all saying, "Well done, he's got some skill." Amidst their laughter and commotion, some people indeed threw down several coins. Each small coin spun round and round, rolling on the ground. Fong Xian went forward to pick them up, and Xie Lian also silently squatted down to pick them up, but in his heart, he always felt empty, as if he himself had lost something. Fong Xian was formerly a divine attendant to the crown prince, not to mention common folk. Even divine officials had to treat him with utmost courtesy, even devising ways to flatter him. Before, he had carried rocks and moved earth, constantly being ordered and shouted at by petty squad leaders. Now, he had to endure others treating him like a monkey to be played with. This unerring skill, not brought to battle to slay enemies, but rather to provide amusement for others reflecting on it. He wondered what kind of bitter taste it truly was. Right at this moment, a sharp female voice said, "Who is shooting arrows so haphazardly in the street?" As soon as Xie Lian heard, worry immediately arose in his heart. Everyone together pointed at Fong Xian. "It's him." Fong Xian did not speak up. The crowd parted as several women noisily came forward. Holding an arrow, it was the arrow Fong Xian had just shot out. Several women surrounded him, scolding, "You wretched boy. Was it you who shot? You're truly audacious. In broad daylight, you haphazardly shot a dangerous weapon, damaging the screen in our courtyard. Tell me, how will you compensate?" "That's right, you also scared our esteemed guests away." It turned out, after Fong Xin's arrow hit the colored flag, its force did not diminish, and it fell straight into someone's courtyard. Fong Xian originally did not like interacting with women, with these heavily rouged and powdered women. The scent of cosmetics assailing him was suffocating, and fearing their unsavory background, he waved his hands continuously, retreating backward repeatedly. Xie Lian hurriedly advanced to stand in front of him. Sorry. He didn't do it on purpose. See, we will figure out a way to compensate." Those women's anger was very great, and they continued to push and shove. "Who are you?" Who knew? After pushing and shoving for a while, the white silk covering Xie Lian's face accidentally slipped down. As soon as those women saw his face, their eyes shone brightly, and their tone suddenly became several parts more affected. "Oh, what a truly handsome young gentleman. Xie Lian?" One woman clapped her hands, her eyes shining brightly. "Excellent. It's decided. You're with that fellow, right? Then we'll just take you as compensation." "Xie Lian?" Before he could react, he was already pulled away a distance by those women, dragged to stand before a luxurious small building. He raised his head and looked up above. All were women in luxurious clothes, splendidly made up, chattering like orioles and swallows. Xie Lian only now understood he was being dragged away by several madams. He immediately got goosebumps all over his body. "Wait a moment. I have no money. I truly have no money." Several madams laughed heartily. "Of course you don't have money. That's why we brought you here, to earn some." "Xie Lian, excuse me, I am a man?" The madam pouted and said, "Of course we know you're a man. We're not blind." Fong Xian, who was surrounded by the crowd, hurriedly ran over, shouting, "Quick! Release his high! Release him!" The two struggled immensely, fleeing, knowing themselves in the wrong and thus not daring to take action. The group of Amidst, thoroughly angered, called forth 20 henchmen, who chased after them, causing them to run wildly throughout the city. Truly, they had never seen a battle quite like this. In short, they no longer dared to come to this area. However, the two of them determined that performing acrobatics could earn money, so they went to another place to set up their show. As they were new arrivals, the local people all had a sense of novelty. Moreover, Fong Tin's appearance was also masculine and proper, his face also handsome, so in the first few days, they truly relied on performing acrobatics to earn a bit of small change, which covered their food and medicine expenses. But good times fade quickly. In less than half a month, someone came looking for them. Today, after Ta Lian and Fong Tin closed their stall, 7 or 8 burly big men came looking for them. Ta Lian was extremely vigilant, only worrying that those who came were Yong'an soldiers, and his hand was already prepared in his sleeve, as he asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" The leading big man coldly snorted, "You all have been causing a commotion on our territory for several days. And still don't know who we are? Tao Yan and Fong Tin did not understand what was happening. Another man also said, having taken so much of our business, is there no explanation left, nothing more to say? The two of them now finally understood. So this was the performing territory of others. Every group in the Jianghu forms factions and gangs. And all have a definite territory. They had just arrived, lured away other people's customers, and those people did not earn profits, so of course they would go look for those who caused them trouble. They also were not Jianghu people. How could they understand this rule? Tao Lian thought to himself, if it weren't that there was no other way, do you think anyone would care to contend for this business with you all? On his face, he calmly said, there's nothing called robbing someone's business. People want to watch whatever they want, so they come to watch that. We certainly didn't force others to come watch us perform art, did we? How would the other party be willing to listen to him? Loudly shouted, is this still not robbing? For the past few days we haven't earned a single coin. It's all been taken by the two of you. Bang! Everyone was startled, turned their heads to look, only to see Fong Tin lowering his fist from the wall, and on that wall a deep fist-sized hole was clearly imprinted, and from that hole countless tiny cracks spread out. He coldly uttered, you all acting like this are simply asking for trouble. These big men were truly looking for trouble, wanting to talk with fists, but seeing Fong Tin like this, there was no longer any doubt. Clearly, his fists were harder than theirs. In an instant their arrogant gaze dropped even further, but unwilling to just leave like that, the leading man cleared his throat for a moment, changed his words, then let's just fall. Lo, the rules, we will compete several rounds, the winner stays, the loser leaves, not allowed to stay here and earn a living anymore. As soon as he heard of a competition, Fong Tin was extremely happy. Happy was certain. How could ordinary people possibly compare to a martial god? Victory was a certainty. Tao Lian also breathed a sigh of relief, just as I wished. So what do you all want to compete in? That man loudly said, compete in acrobatics. While speaking, two men lifted two long square stone slabs. One patted the stone slab and said, of course it's no problem for us, but is it also no problem for you? This stone slab was, of course, not fake, very hard. That man laughed, haha, looking at your body, you should still take care of yourself more. Fong Tin squatted beside him, whispered, Your Highness, or should I do it? Tao Lian shook his head and said no. These past few days I have already troubled junior brother enough, this time let me go. He also had to exert some effort anyway. Having said that, Tao Lian and that man both lay on the ground, stone slabs placed on their chests. Fong Tin then received a large hammer, paused for a moment, intending to smash it down. Tao Lian suddenly said, wait. The people watching happily said, what's wrong, do you want to admit defeat? Admitting defeat now also wouldn't matter, we just need to let you go. Tao Lian said, no. I want to add one more stone slab. Hearing this, everyone was astonished. Are you crazy? Tao Lian calmly and lay. Surely said, didn't you all say? This is a competition, and if both sides only use one stone block, there is no difference. How can we compete then? The street performers were half believing, half doubting. Some felt he was dazed. Some felt he was putting on a false display of strength. After discussing for a moment, they indeed pressed another block onto him. Who knew? Tao Lian again requested one more block. This time everyone determined that he was crazy resolutely placed one more block. Immediately on Tao Lian's chest lay three thick heavy stone blocks, which seemed very frightening. Under everyone's piercing gaze, Fong Tin lifted the hammer, not even bothering to blink, smashed it down forcefully, and the three intact stone slabs immediately broke into 10 pieces. And amidst every sound of praise, Tao Lian did not lose a single strand of hair. Calm and composed, he stood up from the ground, leisurely brushed off the dust from his clothes, looking at the group of people who were wide-eyed and open-mouthed. That leading man's face was ashen gray and greenish. Tao Lian thought to himself, this time, it's still best to retreat when seeing difficulty. He thought that his opponent had admitted defeat, and that from then on, no one would seek trouble again. Unexpectedly, the strong man's expression changed continuously, and gritting his teeth, he declared, give me 2 more blocks. No, give me 3 more blocks. Everyone was stunned. Big brother, this won't do. This person must have you. Said some kind of sorcery, you needn't imitate him. That's right, he surely used a trick. Feng Xian said angrily, damn it. You yourselves lack skill, yet you accuse others of using sorcery? The leading strong man spoke loudly again. The stone slabs and the hammer are both our property, So whether there's sorcery or not, isn't it all clear as day? This young lad indeed has some skill, but if he can smash 3 blocks, then so can I, perhaps even 4. As long as we win, they must leave. Feng Xian said. Impossible, give it up. Don't gamble with your life. Yet, that strong man still stubbornly insisted on competing. He had people bring 4 exceedingly heavy stone blocks and place them upon him, then loudly declared, "Watch closely." Xie Lian saw that something was amiss. He quietly asked Feng Xian, should we stop him? A mortal surely cannot endure 4 stone blocks. Feng Xian whispered, for now let's lie low. They're not so desperate as to not want to live. A few strikes will make them realize the severity. Xie Lian slightly furrowed his brow and nodded, first quietly observing the progress. As expected, that younger brother nervously gripped the hammer and struck once, and the strong man's face immediately changed. The one holding the hammer instantly dared not move, but the strong man cursed again, "Use more force. Haven't you eaten yet? How can you smash it like that?" That younger brother dared not be careless. The second time he brought the hammer down with enormous force. With a boom, the strong man's face turned violently red, as if he were holding back a mouthful of fresh blood. Xie Lian and Feng Xian saw this and quickly interjected, "Wait a moment, you shouldn't force yourself." That strong man cursed, "Who's forcing themselves? This is my ultimate skill. Watch closely so you lose." Completely convinced and submit, continue. The younger brother, with a pained expression, brought down another strike. This time the strong man made a fox sound, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the ground. The younger brother was so frightened he dropped the hammer, and everyone gathered around to persuade him. "Think it over, big brother. If these 2 want it, just let them have it. Your life is more important." The strong man's forehead veins bulged, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. "No way. Forget it. These past few days, everyone in my family has been starving. If we continue like this, won't your lives also be lost? Continue. I refuse to believe I cannot compare to this pale-faced, tender-skinned fellow. This is my ultimate skill." Xie Lian could no longer bear to watch. He proactively said, "Give it up. Since this is the case, I concede defeat. Starting from tomorrow, we shall not return. Feng Xian, let's go." Having spoken, he quickly departed. Everyone standing behind them was joyfully elated. Feng Xian also stepped forward and asked, "Your Highness, are we simply abandoning this place like this?" With great difficulty they had just found a lucrative profession, yet, before earning much, they were abandoning it. Xie Lian sighed, "There is no other way. After those few strikes just now, he has sustained extremely severe internal injuries. I fear he will be half crippled, and if he continues to strike, he will surely die. By then it will be too late and we wouldn't be able to save him." Feng Xian scratched his head and muttered a curse. This person truly has no regard for his own life. Xie Lian said despondently, "It is all for livelihood." He felt a twinge of regret, thinking that if he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have smashed 3 blocks just now, but conceded defeat quickly from the start. That way, the other person also wouldn't have attempted 4 blocks. Although quite displeased, there was also something admirable in it. He said, "Besides, not being able to perform acrobatics here isn't the end of the world." But in the evening, upon their return to their hiding place, the queen, her face full of sorrow, informed him that the king's hemoptysis was becoming increasingly serious. She feared he could not endure the arduous fatigue of a long journey, and would need to rest and recuperate for a period of time. In other words, they were temporarily unable to leave this city. Xie Lian again rummaged through everything, yet could find nothing to do. He sat down by the chest, his face blank. Feng Xian sat brewing medicine, singing as he did so, letting out a string of off-key tunes that grew increasingly unbearable. Xie Lian originally did. NT want to pay him any mind, but found it impossible. "What are you singing?" he asked. "Are you in a very good mood?" Feng Xian raised his head. "Ah, no." Xie Lian didn't believe him. "Really not?" he asked. He had noticed that ever since the day of the acrobatics, Feng Xian had been somewhat peculiar. Sometimes he would suddenly break into giggles, while other times he would begin to fall into a melancholy. When Mu Qing was still around, the 2 of them were mostly inseparable, but after Mu Qing's departure, Feng Xian sometimes had to return to deliver meals to the king and queen and handle other miscellaneous tasks. They didn't meet much in a day, and Xie Lian always firmly believed there was nothing amiss, so he didn't press the matter. Watching Feng Exine brew the pot of medicine before him, Xie Lian remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. Is this the last dose of medicine? Feng Exine turned the packet of medicine on the ground over and over. Yes, but tomorrow we won't go. He remembered the king was still in the room, so he lowered his voice and asked, if we don't go perform acrobatics, what should we do now? Oh. For a long moment, Xie Lian suddenly stood up. You stay here and keep watch. I'll go out and think of a solution. Feng Exine questioned, where are you going? What other solution have you thought of? Xie Lian did not turn his head. Walking out, he merely said, do not interfere. Also, do not follow me. Book 4 Chapter 184. He urged and instructed countless times, telling Feng Exine to first stay here and protect the king and queen, while he himself departed from the dilapidated thatched hut. After walking a short distance, he would turn his head back, his heart pounding thud thud thud, as if it wanted to leap out of his chest. After walking a long way, turning his head to confirm Feng Exine had not clung to him, only then did he dare to feel at ease. Calming his spirit, walking and resting, he finally covered more than 10 li. Xie Lian at last found a suitable spot, a vacant plot of land along a desolate and wild mountain road. Glancing around, seeing not a single soul, Xie Lian then drew out his white silk, wrapping it tightly in layers around his face. Having finished, he flew onto a tree branch, concealing his form, holding his breath and concentrating his spirit. Next was to slowly wait for passers-by to arrive. That's right, his solution was to rob the rich to help the poor. Matters of this sort Xie Lian had only ever heard tell of in storybooks, tales of heroes stealing from the rich to share with the needy. He himself had never done it, nor had he ever wanted to, because in the past he himself had always stubbornly believed no matter how prettily it was embellished, no matter how reasonable the purpose, robbery was still robbery, theft was still theft. Otherwise, with Xie Lian's skill, let alone scaling roofs and vaulting walls to stealthily steal a few things, even if he were discovered, he could still seize an entire treasure. Why an escape? But having reached this point, there truly were no other solutions. There was one thing to be said, robbery compared to theft sounded a little better, roughly still counted as righteous and honorable. Struggling and deliberating for a while, Xie Lian suddenly slapped himself, his heart having already decided on the plan to rob the rich and relieve his own poverty. This was the fastest solution. Xie Lian squatted on the tree, dark moon, high winds, everywhere was silent, not a single soul to be seen. Yet his heart still pounded in alarm. Even when hunting the fiercest demonic beasts, he had never been this nervous, his hands trembling. He reached into his robes, pulling out a rock-hard, ice-cold mantu. If when it came to eating you could still pick and choose, it simply meant you were not at all hungry. Xie Lian himself fully understood this matter, and the familiar taste of mantu spread in his mouth. The sun in the east was about to rise. The night temperature was extremely cold. Xie Lian sat on the tree, gnawing piece by piece at the cold mantu, occasionally exhaling warm breaths. Because he did not want to be discovered, Xie Lian immediately abandoned the idea of staking out a busy place, specifically choosing a secluded and wild spot waiting for about 2 Kinjio. A faint shadow finally appeared at the end of the road. Xie Lian felt quite invigorated, quickly stuffing the half-eaten bun back, staring intently down at the shadow slowly approaching on. Later to discover, it was an old man. This old man, although his clothes were neat and tidy, looking quite wealthy, nevertheless did not fall within Xie Lian's target scope. He was not overly disappointed, merely letting out a quiet sigh, then no longer paid him mind, resolutely letting the person pass, continuing to wait for the next turn. Another Kinjio passed. Xie Lian, having squatted for so long, his legs were completely numb. His lower body felt as though it would freeze into stone. Fortunately, at this moment, another person appeared. He saw that the person also walked very slowly, secretly pondering, could it be another old man? Waiting until that person slowly drew near, he then discovered, it was not an old man but a youth. That youth had a simple and honest appearance, a smiling face. The reason he walked so slowly was because he carried a heavily laden sack of rice on his shoulder. Xie Lian's palms sweated, secretly negotiating with himself in his heart. Should I act? Hesitating for a moment, he decided to give up. The reason was because this youth's clothes were tattered. The straw sandals on his feet were worn out, revealing dirt-covered toes, appearing quite impoverished. Seeing him so joyful, it must have been because he had obtained food. Perhaps his family had been hungry for many days already. Or perhaps that sack of rice was what he exchanged for the only ox in his home if by any chance it were stolen. Wouldn't he be utterly despairing? Xie Lian pondered aimlessly for a long time, only then thinking perhaps just stealing half would be acceptable. But by this time that youth had already gone very far. So be it then, Xie Lian no longer bothered to consider, continuing to sit and wait for the next person. And so, he had crouched on this tree for several hours, from dark until dawn. During that time a dozen figures appeared on the road, and each time Xie Lian wanted to make his move, he would let them go because of various considerations. Many times he had thought perhaps he should just forget it. It would be better to just return. Fundamentally, there was no robber like him at all, scorning money even when it was offered right to his mouth. But as soon as he thought about returning, the medicine would be gone and there would be no food left either. So he had no choice but to sit back down and continue waiting. More than half a day later, at last, from far away a person finally came walking. That was a middle-aged man wearing luxurious clothes. One could guess if not wealthy then noble. His fierce and menacing appearance caused onlookers to feel revulsion. Truly easy to guess he was definitely not someone of good sort. However, as the saying goes, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Xie Lian couldn't help but ponder again, what if this person on the outside is a terrifying fiend but in reality is a good person? Even if he has money, does that mean he deserves to be robbed? Just as he was in fierce internal struggle, a gurgling sound suddenly appeared in his stomach, rousing him. Xie Lian sighed inwardly. Oh well, I can't bother with so many considerations. Let's just do it. Having made his decision, he immediately jumped down from the tree, shouting a familiar phrase. Stop. A masked person suddenly jumped out onto the road, and that man jumped in surprise, vigilantly asking, "Who are you? Sneaking around, covering your face, hiding here, what do you want to do?" Xie Lian closed his eyes and blurted out, "Hand over. Hand over." In his heart there was still an obstacle. He thought it over and over before finally shouting out a sentence, "Hand over the money on you." That man's mouth fell open, suddenly jumping up 3 feet high. "Help! Help! A robber!" After shouting, he quickly took to his heels and fled. Rather than him fleeing, Xie Lian was actually worried that he would shout loudly and attract more people. Although in reality this place was an untamed wilderness that couldn't possibly have been opened up. And even if someone came, he could also immediately flee. But after all, one easily gets startled, so he immediately chased after him, shouting, "Stop! Don't shout!" How would that man listen? He ran into the forest, weaving and hiding. "Oh!" he screamed tragically. Xie Lian worried that there might be fierce beasts in the forest attacking that man, and hurriedly said, "Wait a moment. Be careful." But who knew, when he chased to the spot and looked closely, he was instantal. Why, stunned. His complexion suddenly turned ghastly pale. In the forest, several people were already standing there, all staring intently at him. Xie Lian steadied himself and looked again. Discovering something was wrong, these were fundamentally not people. Because that man seemed not to see them. His face was still confused and panicked. Moreover, among them, several people looked extremely familiar to Xie Lian. Of course they looked familiar. He had seen all these people in the heavenly capital before. There were those from the upper heavens and also those from the lower heavens. All of them were heavenly officials. The man's tragic cry was because he had tumbled to the ground. In his hand, he held a large stack of protective talismans. Trembling, he pleaded, great immortal, hurry and save me. Quickly save me." And as soon as he called great immortal, it was truly wish granted. They all came rushing over. At this very moment, those heavenly officials were meticulously scrutinizing Xie Lian, looking so closely that he dared not move further. Witnessing the masked strange visitor who had tried to rob him standing foolishly in place, that man quickly scrambled up and fled like a streak of smoke. Xie Lian also did not give chase, because now his whole body had stiffened. A cold sweat poured from him like a shower. His heart was filled with terror. Yes, it was precisely terror. He only yearned that the white silk covering his face was perfectly thorough and tight, only wishing that those heavenly officials from the past who he had interacted with would have forgotten Xie Lian's appearance. But truly, it was not as he wished. Suddenly, a heavenly official, after pondering for a moment, exclaimed in surprise. Isn't this His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Oh. Another heavenly official was no less shocked. Ah, it's really true. Why is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince here? Why is he still wearing that outfit? Xie Lian's heart sank even further. He almost wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. Just now, that person shouted, "Help, robbery, robber!" Was there a robber chasing him? The robber is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Heavens above! His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. How could he do such a thing? After hearing those few sentences, Xie Lian almost fainted on the spot. Who knew how much time had passed? He finally said hoarsely, Xie Lian wholeheartedly wanted to explain, but it was truly difficult to open his mouth. Every word and phrase stuck in his throat. And the expressions of those few heavenly officials were also extremely subtle. After a moment, a heavenly official stepped forward and patted his shoulder. It's all right. It's all right, Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, we understand. Xie Lian was patted several times by him. His knees didn't give way, but he nearly lost his footing and said again, This heavenly official laughed a few ha-has, then said, You also only did this because you were in such great difficulty. It's understandable. Rest assured, we won't tell anyone else. Xie Lian found it difficult to open his mouth to utter this very sentence. The other party had already spoken, preempting him, and he then utterly lost all sense of what to say next. Afterwards he could only murmur, All right, thank you. Well, I am returning. Returning. Ultimately, he did not even know how he had managed to depart. All he knew was that he was standing on a solitary mountain path, blown awake by the cold night wind and the eastern sun. Only now in this place did Xie Lian finally react, realizing the terrifying nature of what had just transpired. He, Xie Lian, Crown Prince of Xianli, a robber. Why had it become like this? At this very moment, Xie Lian was utterly filled with regret. He must surely have been insane before, to have even conceived the idea of ambushing and robbing. What had already occurred was utterly irreversible. Why such an unfortunate coincidence, when he himself had done nothing, yet was so perfectly misunderstood? Never in Xie Lian's life had he encountered such a matter. He fundamentally knew not what to do. His entire being from head to toe burned with fever, his mind a chaotic jumble, burying his face deep within his hands. If time could be reversed, he would even willingly offer several years of his lifespan and cultivation in exchange. While vexed beyond all measure, the corner of his eye suddenly caught a hazy white figure ahead. His heart instantly seized, and he hastily raised his head and called out, Who? The instant he lifted his head, that figure instantly vanished without a single trace, and Xie Lian was already broken out in a cold sweat. Though he could not discern the face of that person, he always felt that upon that face, it was as though a mask were worn. His gaze swept around in a circle, yet perceived not a single trace of any person. Xie Lian suspected that perhaps his heart was in turmoil and his mind in chaos, giving rise to mere illusions. Regardless of whether it was so, he dared not linger in this place any longer, and so he hastily descended the mountain. Upon his return, Feng Xian had already been waiting for him for over half a day. The moment he saw the familiar figure, he rushed over. Your Highness, where have you been? What method, in the end, did you devise? How could Xie Lian possibly dare to inform him? To any soul, he could not speak of it with Feng Xian. It was even more utterly impossible. Xie Lian truly could not begin to imagine what a Feng Xian, who always believed in his unparalleled virtue, would think if he were to know of that method. This matter he only wished to forever bury it deep in his heart, letting it rot away within his very being. After pondering for a moment, Xie Lian vaguely replied, There was none. Feng Xian was utterly taken aback. Then what did your Highness do being out for so long? Xie Lian's words and spirit were both tinged with a slight discomfiture. Do not ask any more. I did absolutely nothing. Feng Xian found it exceedingly peculiar, but no matter how he inquired, Xie Lian refused to speak, and as a mere attendant it was not appropriate for him to press further. He could only say in a low voice, Then tomorrow shall we still go to perform our stunts? Xie Lian, however, said, I will not go again. He was now utterly in disarray. Within his mind, he could not help but worry. What should he do if he were to happen upon that man? What if a citywide bounty hunt had already commenced? Feng Xian also found his demeanor unusual, so he said, "Are you weary, Your Highness? Or perhaps it would be better thus if Your Highness does not wish to go out. I shall go alone. Your Highness should endeavor to focus solely on your cultivation." But what he did not know was that Xie Lian fundamentally no longer possessed the heart for cultivation. In the past, Xie Lian had wholeheartedly dedicated himself to cultivation, for only through that path could he hope to return to the heavenly court. But now, he had even developed a dread towards the prospect of returning to the heavenly court. Although those few minor heavenly officials had sworn to keep it secret, who knew if they truly would? What if, by now, the heavenly court had already widely spread word of today's events? The mere thought of such a possibility, Xie Lian truly found himself unable to breathe. He absolutely could not bear such a stay. And upon his name to be reviled and gossiped about by all, from the highest echelons of the heavenly court to the depths of the mortal realm. His heart distressed and weary, Xie Lian in his confusion drifted into sleep. His sleep, however, was far from peaceful. He tossed and turned, unaware of what nightmare had suddenly awoken him. The moment he glanced out the window, the sky had already deepened into night. Feng Xian was not there. He had indeed gone out alone to perform his stunts and had not yet returned. Even now, from the room next door came the king's coughs and the queen's hushed voices. Xie Lian lay on the ground, and the moment he awoke, he immediately began to uncontrollably imagine what if this matter truly spread, and his parents were to learn of it? They would not be able to believe it. The king would likely be so enraged as to fly into a thunderous rage, and while coughing up blood, would denounce him as the disgrace of Xianlu. And the queen would certainly not scold him, but she would undoubtedly be heartbroken almost to death, for she understood clearly that her child had brought them nothing but shame. At this thought, Xie Lian again found it hard to breathe. He swiftly sought out a somewhat quieter place, leapt down from the mat of an ox cart, burst outside, and ran wildly for over 10 miles, meeting the biting cold wind. Anywhere there were people, he dared not pause, for he always felt the gaze of others upon him. He searched endlessly for a suitable refuge, yet found none until at last, he arrived at a desolate grave mound. Devoid of any human presence, it was only then that he finally halted his steps. Tonight was even colder than the night before. Upon arriving here, Ta Lian only then discovered that his cheeks and hands were both frozen stiff, his body trembling slightly. It was not only the cold, but who knew if there was something even more terrifying. Ta Lian subconsciously hugged his arms, breathing out warm breaths, his eyes darting about, finally stopping on a grave mound, beside which were 2 jars of sacrificial wine. It seemed that the owner of this grave when alive was a lover of wine, so after death, those who came to sweep the grave also brought wine. Ta Lian squatted down beside it. He had never once drunk wine, but he had heard people say that wine warmed the body, and could even make one forget all troubles. He paused for a moment, then suddenly picked up a jar of wine and opened its lid. This wine was not fine wine, which was why such a large jar had been left behind. Its potent aroma stung his nose. Ta Lian took a large gulp and choked on the fumes, coughing a few times, but conversely, it felt quite warm. After one mouthful, Ta Lian wiped his cheeks, sat up straight holding the jar and poured it into his mouth gulp by gulp. In a daze, he vaguely saw a small wisp of fire flying around him, seeming very anxious and impatient. Ta Lian was only concerned with drinking wine, fundamentally not othering to pay attention. That ghost fire seemed to rush desperately towards him, but because it was an ethereal flame, each time it flew over, it could only barely pass through, forever unable to touch the person. After one jar was emptied, Ta Lian was already deeply drunk. His eyes were hazy and half-closed. Watching it fly back and forth, it looked truly pitiful but also truly amusing. He couldn't help but let out a puff of air, propping his elbow against the wine jar, and tilting his chin said, "What are you doing here?" That ghost fire immediately froze in midair. Ta Lian asked, "Is this your grave? Or am I drinking your wine?" He had drunk so much that he was dull and muddled, unable to clearly hear what the ghost fire replied. Thinking that the owner of the grave was chasing him away, he mumbled a few words, then said, "I know, I'll scram now." Ta Lian, hugging the wine jar, stood up, staggering as he took his steps. Who would have thought? He hadn't gone far before he suddenly missed a step, with a thud. His entire body tumbled downwards. It turned out that in this grave there was a large pit. It was probably already dug, intending to bury the deceased, but unexpectedly, before the deceased could be buried, Xie Lian had already laid down first. Xie Lian's forehead hit the edge of the pit. His head struck hard once, causing extreme pain, and he became increasingly dizzy and lightheaded. He was unconscious for a moment before struggling to stand up. Blood and mud mixed on his arms, not knowing where he had fallen. He dazedly, flustered and bewildered, stared for a moment, then only then tried to climb out of the pit. But he had just drunk a jar of wine. His limbs were already limp, unable to do anything. He tried to climb several times but kept sliding down. Xie Lian crouched down in the pit, staring fixedly at the moonlight in the night sky, obscured by dark clouds, filled with extreme anger. This pit wasn't very deep at all, so why couldn't he climb out? The more he thought, the angrier he became. Xie Lian couldn't help but mutter, "Fuck." Xie Lian was not like others, he had never uttered a single curse word. This was the first time he had let such words escape his lips. Miraculously, after swearing, the accumulated frustration in his chest vanished instantly. Immediately, just like a child who had eaten sweet candy, Xie Lian vigorously clawed at the edge of the pit, and opened his mouth to swear again. Goddamn it all. He pounded the ground and shouted, "Is anyone there? Is anyone there to pull me up?" Of course there was no one. Only a forlorn wisp of ghost fire, endlessly flitting about. After Xie Lian fell, that ghost fire rushed over, seemingly wanting to pull him up, but powerless to do so. Xie Lian paid no heed to it, and angrily yelled, "Fine. Then just bury me completely." Swear he might, but climb he still did. After a long struggle, Xie Lian, not without difficulty, managed to crawl out by himself, his body now tattered, panting heavily and the ground. A moment later, he turned over and hugged himself. Xie Lian softly lamented, "So cold." He spoke very softly, as if afraid others would hear. Yet that ghost fire heard it, flying to press against his body, its light suddenly flaring brightly, as if trying to burn itself away. However, ghost fire is cold. Even if it clung truly close, burning until almost nothing remained, it would not bring a shred of warmth to a living person. In panic, Xie Lian felt as if he heard a sound. That sound seemed truly far from him, both illusory and real, desperately pleading, "O deity, please wait for me, please wait for me. I beg you to grant me a little time, so that I, oh." Xie Lian thought to himself, "Deity? Is it calling me?" But, even if one used up their entire life begging him, it would merely be useless. Because, when he was still a deity, he was not capable enough. Now, he was no longer a deity, so he was even more incapable of doing anything. "Your Highness? Your Highness? Your Highness?" Xie Lian was woken by Xie. He reluctantly opened his eyes, discovering he was lying in a small alley. Xie's face was right before his eyes. As soon as he saw him wake up, he breathed a sigh of relief, then his expression suddenly turned several shades angry, saying, "Your Highness, what on earth has happened to you? Not a word. Why, without even saying a word, did you leave home for 2 days? If you hadn't returned, what would I have told His Majesty?" Xie Lian slowly sat up, opening his mouth. 2 days? As soon as these 2 words left his mouth, he then realized his throat was parched, his voice hoarse, his eyebrows also twitched ceaselessly, and his head throbbed as if split by a hammer, as if remembering something, yet also as if remembering nothing at all. Xie squatted beside him, saying, "That's right. 2 days already. Where on earth did you really go? Why were you acting so crazy just now? Could it be that he had been drunk for 2 days? Wasn't he in a deserted grave mound? Why had his dwelling place changed in a flash?" Moreover, according to Xie's words, Xie Lian had a premonition of something ominous. Asking what happened to me? Xie angrily blurted out, "You must have been possessed by evil. Going everywhere smashing things, going everywhere hitting people, and even blocking the path of Yong'an soldiers who were patrolling. Not to mention what you did before that, I don't even know." Hearing that he had gone to block the path of Yong'an soldiers, Xie Lian was alarmed, saying, "I blocked the path of soldiers? Then where are those soldiers?" Xie said, "Luckily I arrived and pulled you back in time with that appearance of yours. They thought you were completely drunk to the point of madness, And after cursing a few sentences they also didn't bother to care, otherwise would surely be dead. What's wrong with you? I see you seem to have been drinking? Xie Lian lowered his head to look at himself. His entire body was currently covered in filthy mud and dirt. Raising a hand to scratch his hair, it was also tangled to the extent of a criminal being dragged to execution. Indeed, he was exactly like those drunk and crazy men who spent all day sleeping outdoors. A minute of silence, he was lost in thought, vaguely saying drank a little. Feng Exine was momentarily caught off guard, pressing with questions. What? You're not allowed to drink alcohol? How much did you actually drink to be drunk for 2 whole days? Seeing Feng Xin's disbelieving expression, Xie Lian suddenly felt a little annoyed, walking forward saying, I already said I didn't drink much, just a little bit. It's fine. Why am I not allowed to drink alcohol? Feng Exine didn't expect him to answer like that. Slightly startled, chasing after him, it's fine, what does that mean? Why, you ask? Your Highness, perhaps you have forgotten, because drinking alcohol is breaking a precept. You cannot break a precept. If you break it, what will become of your cultivation? You want to ascend after all. Oh. As soon as he heard the 2 words cultivation and ascension, Xie Lian immediately stopped listening, his steps becoming even faster. Feng Exine shouted loudly, Your Highness. He again gave chase, hesitated for a brief moment, and said, What has happened? Do tell me? Seeing Feng Exine inquire so carefully, Xie Lian opened his mouth, wanting to speak yet held back. If he could not find someone to share this matter with, he might truly go mad. Yet he could not ascertain what Feng Xin's reaction would be once it was spoken aloud. He dared not stake it. Seeing him in a daze, Feng Exine spoke again. Say now, it's not as though you've committed murder, arson, or robbery. Your Royal Highness, what could possibly be so unspeakable that you cannot tell me? At the words, it's not as though you've committed murder, arson, or robbery, Xie Lian was immediately choked. If it could be said that he had initially harbored a flicker of hesitation, then mercifully at this very moment, it was utterly crushed. Xie Lian bowed his head, resumed his steps, and muttered vaguely, It's nothing. I am merely truly exhausted. He was about to conjure a convenient excuse when he suddenly noticed something on Feng Xin's cheek, stopping him in his tracks, and he asked, What is wrong with your face? Feng Exine raised a hand to brush his cheek, as though he had found a tender spot, his facial muscles twitching. Upon his face there was a bruise. Moreover, one arm was meticulously bandaged layer upon layer. This bandage, surely, was not applied by Feng Exine himself. However, Xie Lian's gaze lingered more on the wound beneath the wraps, and he inquired, Why were you wounded? Considering Feng Xin's martial prowess, how could mere mortals so easily wound him, and furthermore wound him in the arm? Feng Exine shrugged it off, saying, It's nothing much. Those scoundrels merely came to smash up the place again. Xie Lian's brow furrowed in dew. And he asked, Are they those acrobats? Feng Exine replied, Indeed, it is them. Xie Lian asked, Why did they hurl objects at the establishment? But then he immediately comprehended, because that day we conceded defeat, yet afterwards you still went to perform acrobatics, and so they came to drive you off? More than likely that was the case. Having understood the reason, a sudden surge of fury ignited within Xie Lian's heart. He spoke, stiff with cold anger, You must never go there again. Feng Exine spoke, a hint of displeasure in his voice, What do I care about them? I will go all the more. You were the one who conceded defeat, not I. I, on the contrary, never admitted defeat, and it doesn't count as going back on my word. I wish to perform acrobatics there, so what else can they do besides sneaking around and flinging things? This time I was caught off guard, but next time I shall not be. I am not even afraid to fight them. Upon hearing these words, the flame of anger in Xie Lian's heart was immediately quenched, replaced instead by a surge of remorse. Feng Exine was enduring such hardship, yet he was still sitting here, burdened by sorrow and despondency. How could he possibly be worthy of this loyal attendant, who still followed him even having fallen to such a desolate state? Thus thinking, Xie Lian sighed and said, My apologies, Feng Exine. Feng Exine was startled, waving his hand. He said, Your Royal Highness, for what do you apologize to me? Is this not merely idle talk? Xie Lian said, These past few days it has been only you alone earning money. You have suffered much hardship. Feng Exine said, As long as your Highness cultivates diligently, and ascends soon, you will be stronger than anyone. Hearing the 2 words ascend once more, Xie Lian gave a solemn nod. The lord of the nation and the queen, kept in the dark by Xie, merely believed that Xie Lian had been cultivating outside these past few days. Upon seeing his return, the queen was again gladdened at mealtime. Xie Lian, unable to bear it, took Xie's bowl and finished its contents on his behalf. He spent a sleepless night. The following day, Xie had already risen from bed and departed early. Xie Lian, however, remained to cultivate. But regrettably, despite pouring in every ounce of his power, he still could not concentrate. This truth was known to all. The sole way to distinguish oneself from the myriad beings of the world was diligent cultivation through hardship. Yet, amongst 10,000, how many could truly and wholeheartedly live by the 4 words diligent cultivation through hardship? Thus, even if he reminded himself myriad times to clear his mind of distractions, yet how could it be achieved merely by speaking of it? For over 10 consecutive days, his cultivation progress remained stagnant, showing no improvement, nor any fruits of his labor, and Xie Lian could not help but feel anxious. Especially when late every night, Xie would drag his weary body home, and with the queen would ask him if his cultivation had made any progress that day. Xie Lian would always feel an unspeakable, terrifying pressure. But he dared not speak the plain truth, and could only hesitantly claim progress. Immediately, Xie and the queen would be overjoyed. In the long run, this was not a good solution. After 2 saints, Xie Lian finally could no longer let this situation continue. One day, late into the night, Xie returned. The two sat down at the table to eat yesterday's leftovers. As they ate, Xie Lian suddenly spoke to him. "I fear I must leave this place for a while." Xie, mid-scoop of rice, was startled. "Huh? Leave? Where do you wish to go?" Xie Lian slowly said, "I wish to seek a place abundant in spiritual energy, suitable for secluded cultivation." A place of cultivation, if it were abundant in spiritual energy, would undoubtedly hold many benefits for one's practice. Previously, Xie Lian had not dared to voice this wish, unwilling to part from his parents and 2 attendants. Now, however, he had changed his mind. Xie, without much thought, rejoiced. "That is excellent. Your Highness, you ought to have done so much sooner. Only then can secluded cultivation be most effective." Xie Lian nodded, paused for a moment, and then spoke again. "While I am away, I trouble you, my friend, to look after Father Emperor and Mother Queen." Xie was about to reply, when he suddenly hesitated for an instant, though it was but a fleeting flicker. Xie Lian knew him so well, how could he fail to perceive that brief moment of hesitation? Just then, the king spoke from within the room. "You may go. This king does not require others to watch over him." Xie and Xie Lian set down their bowls and chopsticks, looking towards the room. The king had not yet slept. Upon hearing their conversation, he had interjected. Xie Lian shook his head, murmuring softly, "He's acting strong again." Xie, however, smiled and said, "Your Highness, rest assured. I certainly will." His reply now was indeed very reassuring. However, Xie Lian also had not forgotten that just a moment ago, before replying, Xie had a moment of slight hesitation, as if harboring another worry. But upon reflection, he felt that perhaps he had truly misjudged. Aside from them, Xie knew no one else, nor harbored other concerns. What other worries could he possibly have? Dismissing the thought, he instead pondered his journey for the morrow. The following day, Xie Lian, with a simple travel pack slung over his shoulder, temporarily bade farewell to his parents and Xie. He walked for countless miles, enduring the elements for not many days, and finally found a tranquil mountainous region, suitable for secluded cultivation. After exploring for a bit, Xie Lian was first stunned, then, his heart rejoiced madly. How fortunate! This place possesses exceptionally good feng shui. It is a rare grotto heaven and blessed land. Having been unlucky until now, suddenly his luck had returned. Xie Lian somewhat dared not believe his own fortune, confirming it multiple times, and only then was he certain beyond doubt. This was truly a blessed land with abundant spiritual energy. If he could devote himself to cultivation here for a few months, he would surely achieve much with little effort, and his power would surge forth like the wind. Xie Lian felt as if he had caught a glimpse of hope. His gloomy mood of the past few days instantly brightened, his heart leaping with joy. "Father Emperor, Mother Queen, Xie, wait for me. I will return soon." following the rugged, towering mountain path for 3 or 4 watches. Finally, Xie Lian, before the sun set, had ventured deep into the spiritual mountain. Traversing through layers of forests, he felt the source of spiritual energy drawing clearer and closer. Xie Lian's footsteps quickened accordingly. Who would have thought, just as he was selecting a suitable spot for secluded cultivation, from behind, a series of chaotic footsteps suddenly echoed. In such a desolate, wild mountain region, how could there be so many footsteps? Xie Lian instinctively turned his head to look. He did not expect that with one turn of his head, the smile on his lips would freeze. Behind him, more and more people appeared, some 30-odd individuals, differing in height, build, and weight. Their appearances and attire also varied, but without exception, they were all divine officials. A few were low-ranking divine officials from the upper heaven court, while the majority were divine officials from the lower heaven court. Among them, there were even a few individuals, those few minor divine officials he had encountered previously, who had been blocking the road to commit robbery. They saw Xie Lian, their countenances subtly shifted, tugged at one person's sleeve, nudged another, speaking in low voices about something unknown. But when he saw them, Xie Lian's hand immediately trembled slightly. Both sides met each other's gaze. A moment later, a heavenly official from that side cleared his throat, saying, "What a coincidence, to encounter His Royal Highness the Crown Prince here once more." "Indeed, Your Royal Highness, why have you come to this place?" "Oh." Xie Lian subtly nodded, striving to project an air of unhurried composure, and politely replied, "I have come here to cultivate." Although the Xie Lian of today was vastly different from the Xie Lian of the past, he still strenuously adopted a speaking tone identical to his former self before his demotion, refusing to allow himself to speak timidly, nor permitting himself to be flustered or to lose his breath. The opposing heavenly official smiled once more, even more opportune, "For we have also come to cultivate." Indeed, we had not anticipated encountering each other in this very spot. Ha ha ha. It turned out this blessed grotto heaven was not one he alone had discovered. These dozen or so heavenly officials had also set their sights upon it. Confronted with such a situation, Xie Lian's heart wavered slightly. Was he truly expected to cultivate alongside so many heavenly officials? To speak candidly, deep down, he profoundly resisted the notion of cultivating simultaneously with other heavenly officials. Firstly, he had come to seclude himself for pure cultivation. If he could not be alone in a solitary spot, but instead had to cultivate with such a multitude, it would be difficult to avoid disturbance. Some preferred to form groups for cultivation, believing cultivating together allows us to look after one another. But Xie Lian was different. He had always preferred pure cultivation in solitude. Secondly, after the robbery incident that day, whenever he now saw those heavenly officials who had borne witness, his heart was perpetually filled with anxiety and unease. He always felt their gazes were like needles piercing his very being. For instance, at this very moment, he harbored the illusion that everyone was regarding him with a peculiar, subtle look, rendering him utterly incapable of focusing on his cultivation. Though it was true that the occupation of such blessed lands adhered to the first come, first served rule, and if one were sufficiently powerful and unyielding, Xie Lian could simply declare, "I arrived first, I ask that you find another place to cultivate." Yet those very heavenly officials who had caught him in the act of robbery were still standing opposite him. Ida. Red not be overly forceful. Moreover, for him alone to occupy this blessed land and drive away so many heavenly officials would also be excessively tyrannical and selfish. Even if, deep down, Xie Lian had no desire to cultivate alongside other heavenly officials, he was nonetheless without a choice. In such a short span, he could not hope to find another place for pure cultivation with spiritual energy as abundant. He could do nothing else but nod his head, saying, "Indeed, what a coincidence. Then I shall enter first, please. All of you make yourselves at home." Having said that, he immediately wished to depart in haste, to seek out the most tranquil mountain cave for pure cultivation. To his surprise, no sooner had he turned than a heavenly official called from behind, "Hold on." Xie Lian paused, turning his head back to inquire with a hint of suspicion, "What is it?" These 30-odd heavenly officials exchanged glances, then conversed in hushed tones. A moment later, one individual stepped forward, smiling as he spoke, "Your Royal Highness, You have, in the past, claimed no small number of blessed grotto heavens. This particular one, why not yield it to us? Xie Lian stood stunned for a moment before he managed to react. What they meant was they wished for him to depart alone. Unbeknownst why, this was utterly overbearing. A surge of anger flared to his head. Xie Lian thought to himself, I arrived first. And I did not drive you away. Why then do you presume to drive me away? Why? But he could not give vent to it. After a spell of silence, gripping his travel bag tightly in his hand, Xie Lian struggled to open his mouth. What precisely do you all mean by this? One heavenly official said this matter. Wasn't it just stated a moment ago? You have, in the past, claimed quite a few blessed grotto heavens. Xie Lian immediately cut him off. What has that to do with anything? Just because I have, in the past, claimed a number of blessed grotto heavens, does that mean I can no longer cultivate in any blessed grotto heaven hereafter? That heavenly official, cut off by his words, became embarrassed and fell silent. Xie Lian, striving to maintain a gentle and polite demeanor, spoke moreover. I have already made it quite clear it is not as if my cultivation here would prevent all of you from cultivating here as well. Is it not a perfectly normal occurrence to cultivate together within a shared spiritual land? Cultivating in concert, what objection could there possibly be? Why must you insist on driving me away? At this moment, someone could only be heard muttering. Don't feign ignorance. There are already 30-odd individuals here with you cultivating in this spot. What else could anyone else possibly cultivate? Although that person's voice was suppressed by the others, Xie Lian still understood in an instant. So that was it. A spiritual energy-blessed land is limited. When cultivating, if one person occupies half, those who come after can onl. Why occupy the other half? And if one person among them occupies 8 parts, the others can only occupy 2 parts. The stronger the spiritual energy absorbed and transformed into one's own power, the more spiritual energy is obtained. These heavenly officials were worried that if he also cultivated here, he would take up more than half of the spiritual energy, and the remaining spiritual energy, divided equally among 33 people, meant each person wouldn't get much at all. Realizing this, the rage in Xie Lian's head burned even fiercer. He clenched his fist and said coldly, I want to cultivate here. A heavenly official from the opposite side said, Crown Prince, we respect you, which is why we are willing to call you Crown Prince. You are now immortal, why do you need to contend for resources with us? Xie Lian said, if I am truly immortal, and you are all heavenly officials, then if I cultivate here, what do you fear? If I refuse to leave, could you possibly drive me away? Of course that was not allowed. If a mortal had no great fault, and a heavenly official relied on their power to oppress them, they would be punished. They surely could do nothing to him. However, Xie Lian had forgotten one thing. Just as he was stubbornly confronting these 30-odd heavenly officials, suddenly a voice rang out, the Crown Prince, having been demoted to the mortal realm. His bones truly are getting harder and harder. Not only does he know how to rob mortals, he even robs heavenly officials, you see, ha ha ha. As soon as he heard this sentence, Xie Lian immediately felt as if he had been thrown into an ice cellar. He suddenly raised his head, only to see that the speaker was merely an ordinary low-ranking heavenly official, but it was not the heavenly officials who witnessed that incident that day. As expected, they had already spoken of it long ago. This time it was not Xie Lian's illusion. Everyone was truly looking at him with that subtle kind of gaze. All of them knew already, these heavenly officials, they all knew. In an instant Xie Lian felt as if his bones had been shattered, all his pride vanished without a trace, his eyes bloodshot. He stiffly turned his head, looking towards those junior heavenly officials, and said in a hoarse voice, You promised that you wouldn't tell others. Book 4 Chapter 186. Perhaps due to his overly agitated emotions, his gaze became sharp and cold. Several heavenly officials, stared at by him, hastily waved their hands. We didn't tell any outsiders. Xie Lian's eyes were fiery red. Then how did they know? After hearing this sentence, the expressions of those 30-plus heavenly officials were basically not very surprised. If so many heavenly officials knew, then how many more heavenly officials on the heavenly court would know? Being sharply questioned by him, several guilty-conscienced heavenly officials immediately explained, They aren't outsiders, everyone here is a familiar friend. A few secrets shared among ourselves won't hurt anything. Besides, it's only among heavenly officials, outsiders wouldn't know. Not waiting for him to finish speaking, Xie Lian coldly cut him off. Lies. All lies. I don't believe it. Seeing him coldly interrupt, those few junior heavenly officials also dared not raise their heads. Ashamed, they retreated into the crowd. At this moment suddenly a heavenly official spoke loudly, "Who cares if you believe it or not? Crown Prince, you yourself caused this good deed while being demoted. It's already good enough that people didn't expose you on the spot. Do you still want to beg others to keep a secret for you? Do we have an obligation to help you keep a secret? How ridiculous." Xie Lian had just been doused with a basin of icy cold water, and now he suffered another heart-piercing blow. He hurriedly cried out, "It's not true. I." Then another person said, "If one doesn't do things against their conscience during the day, they want fear ghosts knocking at their door at night. You yourself didn't keep yourself pure, so how can you blame outsiders for not keeping it for you? If someone were to hide such immoral conduct for you, that would truly be an irresponsible scoundrel." Xie Lian panicked. "It's not true. I." He very much wanted to say that he had a reason and he didn't want to do it. But in his heart, he knew more clearly than anyone else that no matter the reason, it wasn't important. What was important was that he had Indi Die committed robbery. Such a great blemish, like a scar of humiliation fallen upon Xie Lian's face, made him feel incredibly small in front of everyone, so even when trying to defend himself, he dared not raise his voice. Seeing that person's morale decline, a martial god seized the opportunity. "Crown Prince, now do you understand why we don't want you to cultivate together with us?" Xie Lian lowered his head, his hand clutched into a fist. That martial god continued, "We are not on the same road. Those whose ways are different cannot make plans together. You still ought to depart on your own." Observing his grand manner as he uttered the phrase "different paths," no shared schemes, Ta Lin suddenly understood. All said and done, in the end, wasn't it just that they wanted him to yield that spiritual land? His hands clenched into fists, the sound of his joints clearly creaking. His throat felt choked for a moment. Then, in a deep voice, he said, "I'm not leaving. I want to cultivate here." At this moment, the anger towards those 30-odd heavenly officials had completely overwhelmed the shame in his heart. In any case, it had already come to this. He might as well straightforwardly break the stalemate. Compared to leaving in vexation and despondency, Ta Lin preferred to brazenly remain here, determined to ensure they would have no way to achieve their desire. Ta Lin suddenly raised his head, repeating once more, "I want to cultivate here. This mountain is not your territory. You do not have the right to force me to leave." Seeing his resolute attitude, all the heavenly officials present darkened their faces. Ta Lin heard someone say in a low voice, "Is he truly disregarding everything? I have truly never seen anyone so brazen." However, no matter how they prodded and provoked him, Ta Lin still stood firmly in place. Even if his heart had been pierced and cut by those sharp, knife-like tongues until it bled, he still stubbornly, desperately, did not move. That martial god continued, "It seems His Royal Highness the Crown Prince still stubbornly clings to his own way, insisting on making everyone displeased, isn't that so?" Ta Lin said coldly, "If you're capable, then come chase me away yourselves. Apparently you also don't dare." As soon as this sentence was uttered, the more than 10 heavenly officials standing opposite instantly changed expression, simultaneously drawing their weapons. This was obvious. To a martial god, that sentence just now carried an extreme provocation. Not a few people here were martial god officials. How could they possibly pretend not to have heard clearly? Surrounded, Ta Lin also showed not the slightest fear. In his hand there was no saber, no sword. He only tightly gripped a branch he had broken off while climbing the mountain. A martial god official gravely said, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, if you immediately apologize, we can consider it as if you had not offended us just now." Ta Lin paid no heed. "If there's anything I did that makes you displeased, I will certainly not apologize." He tightly gripped that branch, pointed forward, and continued, "Because you fundamentally are not worthy to be gods." The opposing party fell into complete chaos. Someone hissed, "We are not worthy? The kind who robs mortals like you? Then you are worthy." Ta Lin could no longer bear it. He also did not want to tolerate it anymore. He seized the branch, attacked forward, and shouted, "You're going too far." More than 10 martial god officials also took up their weapons to meet the fight. In the back row, a heavenly official said, "It's not as if we forced you to go rob. What logic is there for you to resent us?" This was also because they had celebrated too early. They had originally thought that Ta Lin no longer had divine power or weapons, and thus would certainly be extremely easy to deal with. Who would have known that the reality was not at all like their imagination? Although Ta Lin only held a branch in his hand, when he attacked it was like a sharp sword, fierce and intimidating, extremely powerful. Not long after the two sides clashed, some martial god officials were almost struck by him and had their swords fly off. They even dared not approach the force of his blows, and terrified, they quickly retreated backwards. Being heavenly officials, yet unable to defeat a martial god demoted to a mortal, this was truly a great loss of face. Suddenly, a heavenly official standing outside the battle let out a miserable scream, shouting loudly, "What is it?" Hearing this shout, the other heavenly officials were also bewildered. What happened? That heavenly official looked as if in severe pain. Covering his face and hunching his back, he said, just now a speck of ghost fire hit me in the eye. Or is it that he's playing tricks?" Xie Lian suddenly remembered that this was precisely the martial god who had just called him a robber, and burst out laughing in anger. "What ghost fire? If you want to seize this spiritual land, just say it directly. No need to fabricate lies to slander me." He was seething with rage, his strikes becoming increasingly vicious, and a series of surrounding martial gods were struck by the branch in his hand, bearing marks from blades and swords. Suddenly someone shouted, "Caught it! Caught it! All of you quickly look!" Xie Lian's body paused slightly, shifting his gaze to the commotion opposite him, and then saw a martial god holding a speck of fire in his hand. There really is this ghost fire. He must be playing tricks. Erase the evidence, I've caught it. Xie Lian focused his gaze again, and it was indeed a profound ghost fire. He said in a fit of rage, "I fundamentally don't know what's happening. You rely on one ghost fire to say I'm playing tricks? Ghost fires are not rare or hard to find objects. Do your eyes see my name inscribed upon it?" The martial god who had just screamed pitifully covered his eyes. "Then why would an ordinary ghost fire rush towards my eyes? If not commanded by you, then by whom?" Xie Lian rebuked. "I dare say it's a wandering spirit drifting on the mountain, accidentally frightened by you. It just happened to crash into that spot. What on earth kind of evidence is this?" That martial god raised his hand and lifted the ghost fire. "No matter who commanded it. This type harms people, it must be shattered." Having said that, his hand immediately exerted force, as if to shatter the soul of that ghost fire. Seeing this, Xie Lian blurted out, "Release it." Ultimately, because of that wandering spirit, they continued their uproar, and he rushed forward to grapple with those people. Because they were seizing a soul, their strikes had to be slightly restrained. While the two sides were fiercely struggling, several martial gods behind suddenly shouted, "You've arrived. Come here quickly. Come and take a look. What is this about?" It sounded as if someone was rushing over. All the martial gods turned their heads. "You've arrived. We've waited for you for so long. Quickly come here to assist." Hearing this, Xie Lian's first reaction was one of shock, and he thought to himself, could it be that some formidable martial god has arrived? He then thought once more, no matter who he is, if he dares to come and cause me trouble, I'll keep fighting. I'm not afraid of anyone. He was currently full of resentment, having already prepared himself for a great battle. Who would have thought after those people root seeing that martial god approach? Xie Lian was completely stunned. It was utterly unexpected. The person who arrived was actually Mu Qing. Mu Qing clearly also dared not believe he would encounter Xie Lian at such a moment. The two looked at each other, their faces filled with surprise. Xie Lian widened his eyes, throwing that battle aside, and awkwardly said, "Why are you here? You're not." After speaking a few words, he noticed something understanding in his heart. He immediately shut his mouth. The attire Mu Qing was wearing was not black robes like before, but that of a martial god of the lower heavenly court. Before, when Feng Xian and Mu Qing served as Xie Lian's attendants, the abilities of the two were greatly praised, attracting attention from others. After Xie Lian was demoted, not a few martial gods regretted on behalf of Feng Xian and Mu Qing, and secretly suggested to them if they wanted to move to another palace to serve. If a martial god appreciated and promoted Mu Qing to his own retinue, it was not impossible for it to happen. It must be so. Furthermore, looking at the present, if it were not so, there would be no reason for him to be teaming up with other martial gods to search for blessed lands of cultivation. Xie Lian was still a mortal, While Mu Qing had returned to the lower heavenly court, this situation was indeed somewhat ironic. On the other side, Mu Qing only managed to calm down with difficulty. What is going on? The martial gods eagerly vied to tell him the entire story. Xie Lian stood from afar, his body gradually stiffening. He discovered that not even a single word did they mention the matter of robbing. What did this prove? It was that Mu Qing had already heard about this matter. He also knew he went robbing. A drop of cold sweat slowly rolled down, and he involuntarily retreated 2 steps. The martial god who had just been antagonistic towards him panted and shouted, "He wants to monopolize the spiritual land. So he drove us away." Mu Qing quickly come to assist. Assist with what? Xie Lian was so angry his scalp tingled, and he was immensely terrified. He finally reacted with difficulty, so furious he stammered, You truly are twisting facts, utterly shameless. It's fundamentally not like that. I clearly did not. Mu Qing stood right beside, watching, agitated with fury in his heart. Holding the branch, he continued to strike. This martial god could not withstand it, continuously retreating and shouting, "Mu Qing, what are you still standing there doing nothing?" The other heavenly officials also called out, but Mu Qing still hesitated, unwilling to move, as if he was considering whether to intervene. Xie Lian heard them continuously urge Mu Qing while still besieging him, and indignation surged within him. "Mu Qing is not like you all, he is my friend. He will not help you all." A surge of anger flared, and his hand again exerted a little force, sending a volley of weapons flying. He remaining heavenly officials saw him fight with increasing vigor, and secretly thinking this won't do, they quickly said, "Mu Qing, you'll just stand there and watch him act recklessly." The expression on Mu Qing's face changed erratically. He took a step forward, his fingers twitching faintly. The heavenly official standing beside him urged, "Don't just stand there, go assist." At this moment, someone else provoked. It's understandable that Mu Qing doesn't want to move after all. He was once the Crown Prince's retainer. Even if His Royal Highness the Crown Prince did raid the spiritual grounds, he still has to remember their master-servant bond. For him not to go help His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is already showing great consideration. How can we still hope he helps us now? These words sounded as if they were defending him, but in reality they were utterly sinister. In an instant, several prominent veins bulged on Mu Qing's forehead and neck. The atmosphere became awkward. Xie Lian sensed something was amiss. Mu Qing. He only managed to call out the name. An instant later, his hand suddenly felt weightless, and a snapping sound interrupted him. Xie Lian was frozen in shock, lowering his head to look at the thing that had just broken, which was precisely the branch, his only weapon. Then he raised his head to look at Mu Qing opposite him. In his hand, a long saber had manifested. At this moment, that saber was directed at Xie Lian, and the person holding the saber in high S hand coldly uttered, "Elder brother, I ask that you depart." Oh. Xie Lian held the half-broken branch in his hand, looking at Mu Qing for a long while before he spoke. "I truly did not intend to raid, nor did I seize the spiritual grounds. I was here first." Oh. Mu Qing, his expression unchanged, repeated, "Elder brother, I ask that you depart." Xie Lian looked at him, hesitating for a moment before saying, "You know I'm not lying, don't you?" When he asked this question, he was somewhat expectant, yet a little apprehensive. An unseen voice whispered to him, "Don't ask, just return." But he still couldn't resist speaking it aloud. Mu Qing had not yet replied when Xie Lian's body abruptly stumbled, and his entire being tumbled to the ground. The ground was streaked with mud, strewn with fallen stones and crushed leaves. Xie Lian fell to the ground, immediately widening his eyes, still somewhat in disbelief. He didn't know which heavenly official it was, but taking advantage of his distraction, someone had sneaked behind his back and given him a push, causing him to fall in such an unsightly manner before so many people. It truly was too unsightly. From all directions there was murmuring and discussion, some speaking loudly, some softly, every word reaching Xie Lian's ears. He opened his eyes wide, looking at the pitch-black ground before him, then slowly raised his head, looking at Mu Qing, who stood not far ahead. Mu Qing stood there with the other heavenly officials, his head turned to the side, not looking at him, just like all of them, with no intention of pulling him up. Very well, Xie Lian understood. No one would pull him up. After lying on the ground for a while, he slowly got up by himself. The heavenly officials thought he still wanted to raise a fuss, so they were extremely wary. However, Xie Lian did not make a move against anyone. He merely lowered his head to search on the ground, found the small pouch the queen had given him, and very quietly picked it up. He slung it over his back once more, then turned and slowly walked down the mountain. The further he went, his footsteps became faster. Not long after, Xie Lian suddenly ran madly. He held himself back as he rushed quickly down the mountain, not stopping for a single moment. Not knowing how far he had run, suddenly he lost his footing and tumbled, spitting out a stream of fishy blood from his mouth. His heart panicked, his mind in disarray. He also did not intend to crawl up, just sat on the ground gasping for breath. Waiting until his breathing gradually stabilized, Xie Lian also did not want to stand up, just sat foolishly dazed on the ground. Suddenly an arm reached out. Xie Lian blinked a little slowly. Following this arm, he raised his head to look up. It was Mu Qing. He stood in front of Xie Lian, his complexion slightly turned green, extending one hand stiffly asking, "Are you all right?" Xie Lian stared at him blankly, not speaking either. Perhaps it was being looked at by those spine-chilling eyes. Mu Qing hurriedly turned his face away, avoiding them, but he still extended his hand. "Get up." However, the hand extended was already too late. Xie Lian did not take his hand, nor did he stand up, only stared intently at him. The two men stood in a stalemate for a long time. Mu Qing's complexion became increasingly ugly. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, Xie Lian suddenly grabbed a handful of mud, and with a splat sound threw it onto Mu Qing. Mu Qing did not expect him to do such a thing, truly not knowing whether to call it rude or childish. His chest was stained with a streak of dirty mud. His face was also splashed, his surprise unending. For a moment, anger surged up, but he forcibly suppressed it, saying in a low voice, "I also have no other choice." He truly had no other choice. Because currently, his relationship with those other heavenly officials was not bad. If he just stood by watching his colleague being assaulted by Xie Lian and he did not intervene, or if it was understood that he stood with Xie Lian, he feared that later on things would not be easy for him. Xie Lian seemed not to want to bring up what had just happened. He could only continuously throw mud at him. Mu Qing tried to block several times without success, angrily scolding, "Are you crazy? I already said I had no other way. Wasn't it also out of necessity that you went to rob? Get out! Get out! Get out!" In Xie Lian's mind only his one word appeared, but he did not speak a single word aloud, instead grabbing whatever objects he could find and throwing them with even greater frenzy. He also did not care who was hit. In the end, Mu Qing was hit until he could no longer stand it, his face green. He flicked his sleeves and left. Xie Lian panted a few times, his whole body slumped down, sitting again slightly dazed. He just sat like that until evening. After dark, from all four directions, many will-o'-the-wisps flew in from nowhere, floating hauntingly. Xie Lian seemed not to see them, not reacting in the slightest. Those will-o'-the-wisps seemed unwilling to be ignored by him, gathering more and more densely around him. But Xie Lian still paid no attention. It was not until within the cluster of will-o'-the-wisps that a figure appeared. Each time that person took a step, it brought a bad premonition. Xie Lian could feel it slowly raising his head. About 10 steps away, a white-clad figure stood amidst countless flickering will-o'-the-wisps. A frightening half-mask of a smiling face revealed itself. He spoke in a gentle voice, "Are you well? His Royal Highness the Crown Prince?" Author's note: the 4th volume's Fafa is of course not always a ghost fire. It's about to transform. Volume 4 Chapter 187. In the dark night, Xie Lian's pupils constricted to the extreme, and he said in a trembling voice, "It's you, Bai Wuxiang." Xie Lian's hair stood on end. He sprang up, hand wanting to draw his sword, but when he reached out, he only clutched at empty air. Only then did he recall that all his swords had been lost. Even that branch had also broken. In other words, he currently no longer possessed divine power, no longer possessed weapons, and had to contend with this person barehanded. After Xian's downfall, Bai Wuxiang unexpectedly disappeared from the world. Xie Lian fundamentally did not go search for him, nor did he want to search. He only wished he would simply disappear quietly, then all would be well. No one knew that today he would once again appear before Xie Lian. That white-clothed person slowly walked towards him. From the bottom of his heart, Xie Lian felt a surge of fear. He could not help but retreat 2 steps, then immediately stopped. Fleeing was also not a solution. He coldly asked, "What do you want to do?" Bai Wuxiang did not reply, only continued to draw near with hands clasped. Xie Lian's limbs trembled, even the warm breath he exhaled also trembled with it. He forced himself to recall those cold, mocking faces from just now, and also the image of Mu Qing's cheek turned away suddenly at that moment. He forgot his fright, let out a cry, and quickly launched a palm strike. However, before this one palm strike had landed, the throbbing pain had arrived first. The opponent could anticipate Xie Lian's move, got ahead by 1 step, surged backward, and directly kicked his knee. Too fast. Xie Lian's knees, with a thud, collapsed onto the ground. A terrifying thought arose in his mind. This person's movements, their speed was even faster than he had estimated. A moment later, Xie Lian felt another terrifying thing. A cold hand opened its 5 fingers, resting on the top of his head. Xie Lian yelled. That hand used a little force, lifting his head and entire body. Xie Lian had no doubt whatsoever that with this person's strength, if those 5 fingers were to clench, they could directly crush his skull, transforming his head in an instant into a pulpy mass of blood and flesh. He was also certain that the next step after Bai Wuxiang seized his prey would surely be just that. Xie Lian's breath was erratic, certain to die, so he tightly shut his eyes with all his might. Unexpectedly, the person behind him seemed to have no intention to proceed. Instead, he retracted his murderous aura, and let out a soft sigh. The soft sigh resounded for a moment. The other party also made no other movements. In the stillness, Xie Lian slowly opened his eyes. All the ghost fires everywhere were wildly bustling, each speck of fire like an excited onlooker, smugly cackling, but they seemed to be deterred by something, not daring to approach the 2 of them. Only a single exceptionally bright flame hung above their heads, frantically using its own flame to surge into the body of the person standing behind Xie Lian. It was unknown what it was doing, but no matter how hard it tried, it was only like a gnat trying to move a tree. Suddenly, Xie Lian's body fiend. Bai Wuxiang surprisingly embraced him. Xie Lian knelt on the ground, embraced into a chest by a pair of cold, powerful hands, the movement carrying not even half a hint of anger. Bai Wuxiang, no one knew when, had already sat down, and mumbled, "How pitiful, how pitiful. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, look at your current state." He murmured gently, his hand caressed Xie Lian's head, the action gentle and pitiful, as if caressing the head of a wounded puppy, or like one's own child gravely ill and near death. Under the moonlight, the smiling half of the mask vanished into the darkness, only revealing the half that wept in sorrow, truly as if from sincere heart, shedding tears of pity for Xie Lian. Xie Lian stiffened, motionless. The white-robed figure behind him raised a finger, gently wiping away the filthy mud upon his face. As he performed the action, Xie Lian perceived a strange tenderness. It was as if his best friend, his dearest person, had embraced him in their chest, and his frozen body returned a trace of warmth. He had never imagined such a moment, that he would actually feel a warm tenderness from that bizarre entity. Waves of choked sounds erupted from Xie Lian's throat, and he trembled even more violently. That ghost fire flew into his chest, seemingly wishing to warm him, yet it dared not be sure if it could bring warmth to the other person, and thus dared not approach. Bai Wuxiang helped him wipe dry the slushy mud from his body, then open at his mouth, saying, "Come to my side." "Oh." Xie Lian's voice trembled. I. He had not yet finished speaking a sentence when he suddenly launched a palm strike, striking out at Bai Wuxiang. The sneak attack succeeded. The mask was sent flying high by his palm strike. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Lian lunged and leaped back several zhang. The fearful expression from just moments ago completely swept away. He said angrily in a low voice, "Who would care to come to your side? You, this kind of monster." The pale white mask fell to the ground. The ghost fires, as if startled, froze dumbfounded, then suddenly flew and leaped incessantly in chaos, without even a single shriek. Bai Wuxiang, however, covered his face and let out a low, deep laugh. That laugh made Xie Lian's hair stand on end. Forcing himself to remain calm, he asked, "What are you laughing at?" Bai Wuxiang let out a soft hum. You will come to my side. Hearing his confident tone, Xie Lian did not understand his meaning, and said disbelievingly, which side is yours? You destroyed Xianlu and still wish for me to come to your side? Have you gone mad? Are you sick? He would not scold people even when indignant to the extreme. He would only utter a few words such as those people. Otherwise, he would have unleashed the most venomous words in the world to curse this one. Bai Wuxiang laughed heartily, and covering his face with his hand, he raised his head and said, you will come indeed. In this world, besides me, there will be no one who truly understands you, nor will anyone remain by your side forever. Fear gnawed at Xie Lian's heart, yet he still spoke defiantly. Scram. Spouting nonsense and self-righteous. Just because you say there's no one, does that mean there truly will be no one? A ghost fire flew to his side, fluttering up and down, as if nodding in agreement. But with these demonic entities on all sides, Xie Lian did not notice it. On the other side, Bai Wuxiang said gently, oh? So is there anyone? Before, there truly was someone, but do you suppose there can still be someone later? Oh. Xie Lian asked suspiciously, what do you mean? What do you want to imply? Bai Wuxiang did not answer, only coldly turned around, intending to glide away. He softly uttered a single sentence, I will wait here, Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Xie Lian naturally could not let him simply depart like that, and said hastily, wait a moment. Don't go. What have you done to them? Have you touched Father King, Mother Queen, or Feng Xian? He pursued, stretching out a hand to grab the form of the white-robed figure. Unexpectedly, the other flicked his sleeve gently and with a backhand, caught a ghost fire. He did not specifically attack Xie Lian, yet Xie Lian felt a terrifying surge of immense power seize him, lifting his entire body high into the air, and violently flinging him against a tree trunk. A thunderous crash echoed that great tree, wide enough for two people to EMB. Race was shattered and felled by the impact of his body. Had it been before, Xie Lian could have felled 10 such trees without even a single frown. But now he possessed a mortal body with such a violent impact. The bones throughout his body felt as if entirely shattered. His body fell to the ground, utterly unconscious. In the last moment before his eyes closed, he seemed to see the white-robed figure stretch out a hand, in his palm cradling a blazing ghost fire, and say with a laugh, Ghost soul, quickly tell me, what is your name? This is truly too interesting. After waking up, he couldn't see anything anymore. Ta Lin was upside down. His chest and mouth were full of the strong metallic taste of blood. His head swam for a long while, then he suddenly scrambled to his feet, muttering, Fu Hong, Mao Hao, Fong Tin. He recalled the events that happened before he lost consciousness, and dared not delay. Rushing dozens of miles, he had been away for over 20 days already, running all night, finally arriving back at their hiding place. Along the way, Ta Lin's heart was aflame in utter panic, worried that Bok Vo Tuong had already struck cruelly upon his loved ones. Upon reaching the place, he hastily pushed the door open, and without even a single breath, quickly called out Fu Hong, Mao Hao, Fong Tin. Seemed all was well. Inside the room, there did not appear the tragic scene he had feared. Even the belongings were still neatly arranged, untouched as W. Hen he left. Ta Lin, bearing a body covered in wounds from running dozens of miles, his throat parched to the point of smoking, only then felt a faint sense of relief, swallowing a gulp of air into his throat, murmuring Fong Tin. Everyone is. As soon as he pushed the door open, his throat caught. Fong Tin was standing inside the room, and upon seeing Ta Lin return, was greatly astonished. Your Highness, why have you returned already? However, Ta Lin did not look at Fong Tin, only stared intently at the person standing opposite him. The person standing there was a figure in black. Emotin. Emotin turned around to look at him, slightly pursed his lips. His expression could not be described as pleasant. Fong Tin circled around him and rushed forward to welcome him. Weren't you going to cultivate? How did it go? I thought you would be gone for several months, returning so early. Does it mean you made some progress? Ta Lin still stared intently at Emotin, asking where are Fu Hong and Mao Hao? Fong Tin replied, in the bedroom. They are already resting. And your clothes, why are they so filthy? And your face is injured too. What happened? Did you go and fight? Ta Lin did not reply. After hearing that his parents were still safe and sound, Only then was he completely relieved. He then turned to ask Emotin, "Why are you here?" Emotin said nothing. Fong Tin replied on his behalf, "He came to deliver things." Ta Lin said, "What things?" Emotin slightly raised his H and pointed towards one direction. Over there were several clean bags, likely clothes and rice. Seeing Ta Lin silent, Emotin said in a low voice, "I heard you all were lacking medicine, so I found a way to come back and help." Fong Tin said, "All right, then I thank you. These things are truly necessary right now. However, divine officials cannot arbitrarily bestow gifts upon mortals. You yourself must be careful." He then moved closer to Ta Lin and said in a low voice, "I was also very startled. Seeing him return to help, I thought I was mistaken. Anyway." Ta Lin suddenly replied, "No need." Emotin's face darkened for a moment, and he clenched his fists. Fong Tin found it truly strange. "No need for what?" Ta Lin bit out each word. "I don't need your help. I also don't need your things. Please leave." Hearing the 4 words, "Please leave," Emotin's expression grew darker and darker. Fong Tin also realized that something was amiss. "What exactly is going on?" Emotin lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry." Knowing Emotin for so many years, this was the first time he had heard him utter these 2 words, and also the first time he had seen him apologize with such certainty. But Ta Lin was in no mood to be surprised. "Please leave." He could not suppress the turmoil within him, grabbed those bags and threw them onto Emotin. His body was covered in stark white rice grains, and Emotin was left in great disarray by his throw, but he merely raised his hand to shield himself, still remaining patient as before. Fong Tin pulled Ta Lin, crying out in alarm, "Your Highness! What in the world is wrong? What has he done? Didn't you go to cultivate? What on earth happened?" Ta Lin was pulled back by him, both eyes bloodshot, and said, "Go ask him. I was originally going to cultivate. Why did I come back? Go ask him." Outside, the clamor grew fierce, waking the sleeping queen inside. She quickly donned her clothes and came out. "My royal child, is it you who has returned? What happened to you?" Feng Xian quickly replied, "There's nothing wrong. Your Majesty the Queen, please go inside quickly." He kept pushing her back, closed the door, and demanded, "What did you do? Mu Qing, what exactly did you do? Your Highness, were the injuries on your face inflicted by him?" Ta Lin's breathing grew increasingly hurried and chaotic, leaving him fundamentally unable to utter a word. Mu Qing denied, "It wasn't me. I didn't hit His Highness, I only told him to leave. Besides that, I didn't utter a single harsh word, nor did I lay a hand on him. They insisted on having that spiritual land, and in that situation, there was no other solution but to leave. You." In just a few sentences, Feng Xian finally understood what had happened. His eyes wide, he pointed directly at Mu Qing, unable to utter a single word. A moment later he bent down, picked up the cloth bag from the ground, threw it straight at his face and roared, "Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out!" Mu Qing was struck in the face by the very rice bag he had brought, hastily retreating 2 steps. Inside the room, all 3 people were panting. Feng Xian said, "I thought you had changed your nature? Damn it, you mother! Don't let me see you again." Mu Qing said in a hoarse voice, "Yes. I was wrong, I admit it, I'm truly sorry. But I only wanted to solve the difficult problem first, and then come back to discuss other matters. If I don't return to the lower heavenly court, everyone will be finished. My father, my mother, and I, the 3 of us, who knows how long we would struggle in the swamp. If I go back there, there's still a chance." Feng Xian cursed, "Damn it, what a waste of words, stop talking nonsense. Nobody wants to hear your excuses, get out, get out, get out quickly." Mu Qing said, "If you were in my situation." Feng Xian cut him off, "I told you to stop talking nonsense. I won't listen. Even if I were in your situation, I would not do such a thing. And I don't need to be in the same plight, you will always be nothing but an ingrate and a betrayer." Mu Qing's face turned green with fury. He stepped forward and said, "Did not His Highness have to go rob during difficult times? Why did I come to this place? Don't you infer another's intentions from your own stomach, will you?" Feng Xian spat out, "Huh? Robbery? Who robbed? His Highness robbed? Damn it, what nonsense are you talking about?" Ta Lin choked. Seeing the expression on Feng Xin's face change from anger to astonishment, Mu Qing only realized something was wrong. He hesitantly turned towards Ta Lin and asked, "Your Highness, you didn't He had not expected that Ta Lin had not yet told Feng Xian about this matter. Ta Lin was truly mad, randomly grabbing something to hit and drive Mu Qing out. Mu Qing also realized he had just touched a dragon's inverse scale, and even after being hit several times, he did not dare to utter a sound. But after fleeing outside and looking back, the thing Ta Lin was using to hit him was none other than the broom he usually used. His face immediately turned ashen. "You don't need to humiliate me like this, do you?" Ta Lin growled, "Get out." He swung the broom and it shot towards Mu Qing. Mu Qing was swept by it, barely dodging, but a streak of blood remained on his face. He raised a hand to touch it, looked at the red blood staining his hand, his expression darkening and becoming unreadable. Only after a moment did he say, "Fine. I'll go." Ta Lin's whole body trembled, and he bowed his head deeply. Mu Qing walked a few steps, but still placed the rice bag on the ground, saying, "I'm really going now." Ta Lin forcefully raised his head. Mu Qing saw his eyes, his throat twitched, and without lingering, he flicked his sleeves and left. Inside the room, Feng Xian, who had been stunned a moment ago, now rushed out, "Your Highness. What was he just rambling about? What was all that about robbery?" Ta Lin pressed a hand to his forehead. "Don't ask anymore. Feng Xian, please don't ask anymore." Feng Xian said, "No way, I definitely won't believe it." "Perhaps I understand." Ta Lin let out a loud cry, covered his ears, and fled into the room, imprisoning himself. Feng Xian truly believed he absolutely would not do such things. But it was precisely because of this state of affairs that the current situation was completely ruined. Xie Lian wanted to directly flee, to run away to a place no one knew, but after recalling the words from the white-clothed calamity, he dared not go too far, and could only lock himself in his room. No matter how Feng Xian and the queen called, he still wouldn't come out. It wasn't until 2 days later that Xie Lian felt a bit calmer. The second time Feng Xian knocked on the door, he finally came out. Feng Xian held a plate and a bowl, stood at the door and said, "This is given to you by Her Majesty the Queen, who instructed me to personally deliver it to you." Inside that bowl floated something green and purple, causing anyone who saw it to be horrified. Feng Xian then said, "Your Highness, if you fear danger to your life, then I can help you resolve it." "I won't tell Her Majesty the Queen, haha." It could be seen that Feng Xian inwardly still always wanted to thoroughly inquire what the robbery was all about, but was afraid Xie Lian would lock himself up again, so he forcefully suppressed it, acted as if he wasn't probing, and feigned ease. But he was not skilled at joking. His attempts at humor were truly which truly made one feel awkward. To be honest, the taste of the meals his mother made was terribly horrifying, but because she cooked increasingly frequently, and she also applied herself, she gradually improved. Xie Lian had also never cooked, but the food he made tasted not much different apparently. It could only be explained as an extraordinary innate talent. Despite this, Xie Lian still took the plate and the bowl, sat down at the table and honestly ate. While eating, he also didn't feel any taste at all. It was truly a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Although that night he thought he was finished, that his royal father would definitely know, but based on the situation of these past few days, it seemed his royal father and mother apparently did not yet know what had happened. Otherwise, with the king's temper, he would have long since been severely scolded. Feng Xian probably also hadn't told them, so he could temporarily rest a little easier. As he thought this, Feng Xian suddenly stood up. Xie Lian was startled awake and asked, "What are you doing?" Feng Xian held his bow and said, "It's time to go out and perform tricks." Xie Lian also stood up. "I'll go too." Hesitating for a moment, Feng Xian said, "Forget it, you should still rest more." Although Feng Xian did not press with questions, Xie Lian still felt uneasy all over. He himself always felt that after Feng Xian knew what happened, an invisible wall separated the two of them. Something could not go back to how it used to be. Every word Feng Xian spoke, every glance he gave, carried a different meaning. It was judgment and scrutiny. Xie Lian shook his head and sighed, "To tell you the truth, I currently have no mind to cultivate." Feng Xian had also anticipated this. He merely lowered his head, not knowing what to say. Xie Lian then said, "Since that's the case, sitting motionless in the room is not as good as going out to perform tricks. At least we can still earn a little money, not to the extent of being like a cripple." He didn't know why he couldn't speak these last two words. probably because he truly felt in his heart that he was already a useless person, which was why he dared not express it. Feng Xian was still not at ease. I can do it by myself too. Your Highness, you've only had one meal in these past 2 days, you should still rest more. Hearing him say that, Xie Lian quickly wanted to prove that he was fine, turned around, looked into the mirror and said, "It's fine. I'll just tidy myself up a bit," and he originally wanted to tidy up his face and hair, at least not become a ragged and insane beggar. Unexpectedly, looking into the mirror, he saw another terrifying image. In the mirror, his face was not there at all because reflecting in that face, suddenly appeared the half-crying, half-smiling mask. Book 4 Chapter 188. Xie Lian let out a scream, and Feng Xian was startled out of his wits by him. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Xie Lian, his face pal. He pointed into the mirror. I. Feng Xian looked in the direction of his hand. A long while later he then turned his head back, puzzled. "What's wrong with you?" Xie Lian, terrified, clutched his hand tightly. With immense effort he could only utter a few words. My face. Don't you see? On my face there is." Feng Xian looked at his face and sighed. Xie Lian was still perplexed why he had no reaction. When he heard Feng Xian say, "Your Highness, have you only just now discovered the injury on your face?" Xie Lian seemed to fall into an ice cellar. Why was it like this? Why did Feng Xian say it like that? Could it be that Feng Xian at this moment could not see that mask in the mirror? Xie Lian blurted out, "You don't see it? On my face there is clearly something." Feng Xian doubtfully asked back, "What thing? You speak specifically now?" "I don't see anything at all." Xie Lian again looked in the mirror one more time. "No way." But the second time looking into the mirror, that mask had disappeared without a trace, only reflecting his astonished and flustered face. On his face intertwined were bruised wounds, his appearance soul scattered and spirit lost, struggling to the extreme, just like the wealthy master assaulted by slaves earlier. Xie Lian could not help but be stunned, tried to touch his cheek, thinking to himself, "This is me." At this moment he heard Feng Xian speak up, "Your Highness, are you too tired? Still scared by that stinky brat? Listen to me, soon you shouldn't go outside, just rest a lot." Xie Lian, having only with difficulty recovered his spirit, saw Feng Xian carrying his bow, and having finished speaking immediately went outside, hastily blurted out, "It's not that." Feng Xian's hand just pushed the door. Immediately turned his head back, wondering, is there anything else? Words not yet out of his mouth, he hastily grudgingly swallowed them down. Because at that time in his mind suddenly popped out a strange thought. The current days were already very difficult. If he told Feng Xian that Bai Wuxiang would likely return to entangle them, how would Feng Xian react? Feng Xian did not trust the shadow of Bai Wuxiang. What would he think? Could he or could he not begin to think of retreating, leaving just like Mu Qing? When he was lost in scattered thoughts, Feng Xian had already gone out the door. Xie Lian was woken by the sound of the door closing, could do nothing else but retreat to the bed, lay sadly on the blanket, intending to close his eyes and sleep further. Suddenly he smelled a strange odor. Xie Lian crawled up. At first he still thought it was due to the queen cooking or a dead rat in the corner, stood up and began to grope, searching back and forth, finally discovered that this strange odor actually originated from himself. Xie Lian at this moment just remembered. He had not changed clothes nor bathed for several dozen days. Of course he would reek. Xie Lian held his breath. In his heart immediately rose a wave of self-loathing. Thinking that Feng Xin's parents certainly sensed it, but dared not tell him, he felt even more ashamed, secretly and furtively opened the door to look a little. Outside no one. At this moment only then did he go himself to find new clothes, preparing to boil water for a bath. After a struggle, finally he could soak himself in the bathtub. He submerged his entire body into the bottom of the water, endured until breathless, almost near fainting before he would surface, vigorously scooped water to scrub his face. After scrubbing his whole body from top to bottom once, Xie Lian then reached out to find clothes, distractedly pulled out an outfit intending to put it on, suddenly discovered something was not right. This fundamentally was not his clothes. Clearly it was the loose, baggy morning attire of Bai Wuxiang. Xie Lian had the feeling the hot water he was soaking in instantly turned into a barrel of ice. chilling to the bone and making his hair stand on end, crying out in alarm, Who did this? Who took advantage of his inattention to secretly switch his clothes? Xie Lian, soaked all over, jumped out, unfortunately bumped into the bathtub, fell with a loud crash. The entire room instantly became flooded with water. The king and queen in the room next door were both greatly startled. The queen hastily helped the king to the side to see the situation, then saw Xie Lian's naked body falling on the ground. The entire room was full of water. She panicked and rushed over to embrace him tightly. My son, what happened to you? Xie Lian, drenched, shook his head, immediately lifted his face, and turning his hand, tightly embraced his mother. Mother, ghosts, there are ghosts. Ghosts are clinging to me. It always follows me. That appearance of his, looking no different from a madman. The queen could no longer bear it, and with a heavy heart, embraced her son and wept. The king also looked at Xie Lian, stunned, only 40 years old, yet looking at him now, it was as if he had long passed his 60s. The cold air at dawn startled Xie Lian, and he quickly said, Clothes. Quickly look at that set of clothes. But when he looked again, where were the white mourning clothes? Was that not still the ordinary white robe he usually wore? Xie Lian suddenly became furious, slammed a fist into the wooden tub, and roared, What do you ultimately want? Are you here playing games with me? The queen tried to hold back her tears and, embracing him, said, My imperial son, do not be angry. You should first put on your clothes, wear them so you don't catch a cold. That day, Feng Xian also returned very late. On his face bore a look of fatigue, deeper than ever before. Xie Lian had already waited for him for a very long time, and could wait no longer. Feng Xian, I have something very important I want to tell you. Although Bai Wuxiang was too bizarrely powerful, even if he told Feng Xian an ear-ly warning would probably also be of no use, but he thought it over and over, still believing that this matter should not be hidden from Feng Xian, and thus decided to tell him the situation. Unexpectedly, Feng Xian did not immediately ask him what it was, but only said coincidentally, I also have something I want to tell you, brother. Xie Lian secretly affirmed that the matter of Bai Wuxiang was relatively important, so he hastily leaned forward and spoke a torrent, then sat down by the table and asked, Then you speak first, what is it? Feng Xian hesitated for a moment, then still yielded, Your Highness should speak first. Xie Lian also did not refuse, and said in a low voice, Feng Xian, you must be careful 1,000, 10,000 times, Bai Wuxiang has returned. Oh! Feng Xin's expression suddenly changed. Bai Wuxiang has returned? Why do you say that? Did you see him? Xie Lian nodded, Yes. I saw him. Feng Xin's face turned pale. Could it not be so? Then what? And how did you see him? Why, after being discovered, are you still safe and sound? Xie Lian buried his face in his hands and said, I do not know either. I only know that he not only did not kill me, but furthermore, he was like a loving elder who embraced him and patted his head, and also said, Come by my side. Hearing him say that he had been encountering ghosts these past few days, Feng Xin's frightened expression on his face gradually receded, replaced by bewilderment. What does he ultimately want to do? Xie Lian said conversely, he certainly has no good intentions. Furthermore, he seems to always cling to me in general. You be a little careful. Help me remind Imperial Father and Imperial Mother to also be a little careful, but do not frighten them. Feng Xian agreed. Very well. These next few days I will not go out. If that fellow comes, I can certainly hold him off for a while. To speak of it was truly very awkward. When Mu Qing left, he still brought his belongings and left them. Although at that time Xie Lian could not restrain his feelings, he threw him out and said he did not need his help, but when he sobered up, he ultimately still picked those things back up. Xie Lian sighed, nodded, and then said, Ah yes, what was it you wanted to tell me? Speaking of this matter, Feng Xian hesitated again. After a pause he finally opened his mouth, and it was rare to see him stuttering while fiddling with his hair. He said, Actually, Your Highness, at your place is there still money? Or is there anything that can be pawned? Xie Lian did not expect that at this moment he would ask such a foolish question, and asked back in surprise, Ah? Why do you ask this? Feng Xian closed his eyes and replied, It's nothing. It's just that if there is, would it be possible to lend me a little? Xie Lian gave a bitter laugh. Do you think there could still be any? Feng Xian breathed a sigh. I also think so. Xie Lian pondered a moment, then said, But previous Honestly, didn't I give that golden belt to you? Feng Xian mumbled that one is not enough, still lacking very much. Xie Lian was startled. Feng Xian? What in the end have you done? How is one golden belt still not enough? Could it be that you fought with someone and had to compensate? Tell me a little to hear? Feng Xian recovered his senses, hastily denied no. Brother, calm down first. Listen to me speak a little. After questioning for a while, Feng Xian all answered, assuring nothing had happened. Xie Lian still could not be at ease. If there is anything, you must tell me. We can simultaneously think of a solution. Feng Xian said, you do not need to interfere for this matter. Even if one wanted to, one could not think of a solution. Your Highness had better first resolve your own matter. He mentioned this again. Xie Lian's heart sank down. As he had expected, a few days later, that name still clung to him stubbornly like a leech. Xie Lian could anywhere see the mask of joy and sorrow, or the white figure like existent and non-existent. Sometimes in the dead of night by the bed, sometimes it was an image reflected in water, sometimes he would suddenly open the door and see it, sometimes even right behind Feng Xian. Bai Wuxiang seemed to take pleasure in threatening him, moreover, intentionally only letting him alone see. Each time Xie Lian could not bear to shout and point towards him, the others would just rush out, or just turn their heads, and he would have already vanished. Such a life. Xie Lian experienced continuous shock, in his heart hating that he could not grab that one and chop him into 8 pieces, but fundamentally even his shadow he could not step on. Inevitably day and night were turned upside down. His whole body was weary. One day, he woke up in the middle of the night, feeling truly thirsty, only then remembered he had not touched a drop of water all day. So he crawled up preparing to go out to quench his thirst, then heard human voices outside and faint candlelight penetrating through. Xie Lian was startled, immediately hid behind the door, in his heart thundering with alarm. Who is it? If it is Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, Feng Xian, why must they be so sneaky? Who would have thought the sneaky people were indeed Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, and Feng Xian? Feng Xin's voice was pressed extremely low. Your Highness, have you rested yet? Imperial Mother also softly replied, asleep. Kwok Chu then said it was with such difficulty that he finally slept. Tomorrow you all should not call him too early, just let him sleep a bit longer. This sentence made Xie Lian's heart ache. Immediately after, he again heard Imperial Mother say, oh, if it keeps going like this, when will the Imperial son finally be well? Xie Lian was feeling something was not right with these words, when he suddenly heard Feng Xian whisper, he is also like this because he is too tired. Too many things have happened. I trouble the 2 majesties to pay attention. If His Highness has anything anywhere not right, then immediately tell me. Also do not let him feel it, and also do not stimulate his words. Xie Lian hid behind the door listening. In his head it was empty, as if waves of blood were rushing straight to his head. What meaning? This is what meaning. In his heart he roared, I am not mad. I am not lying. What I said are all truths. Xie Lian waved his hand. With a bang he shattered the door. In the room all 3 people were startled. Feng Xian stood up abruptly. Your Highness? Weren't you sleeping? Xie Lian plunged down. You do not believe me? Feng Xian was stunned. I naturally believe you, brother. Xie Lian cut him off. Then what is the meaning of those words of yours? Saying that what I see are all illusions, that I myself am imagining things? Kwok Chu and Imperial Mother both wanted to interject. Xie Lian immediately said, do not speak anymore. Everyone does not understand. Feng Xian said, no. I believe you, Your Highness, but that you are too tired recently is the truth. Xie Lian looked at him, said nothing. A cold wind swept through his heart. He had once been certain that Feng Xian had always trusted him. At least 80%. Not complete trust after all. The recent days Xie Lian had lived through were truly too deranged. Any outsider looking on would judge him a madman. What right did he have to expect people's complete trust? Yet it wasn't like that. If it were the Feng Xian of before, he would surely not hesitate to trust him completely. Even a mere 20% of doubt was already unbearable. Xie Lian's heart was overflowing with fury and resentment. Unsure if it was aimed at anyone specific by Wuxiang, Feng Xian, everyone, or even himself. He uttered not a word, turning his head to rush out. Feng Xian chased after him, calling, Your Highness, where are you going? Xie Lian tried to calmly reply, You needn't worry and don't follow me. Go back quickly. Feng Xian said, "No, but where do you intend to go?" "I will come with you." Xie Lian made up his mind, suddenly surging forward. Feng Xin's speed couldn't match his in just a moment. He was left far behind, only able to stand calling after him. The king and queen also came out, calling his name, but Xie Lian, with a singular focus, deaf and blind to their cries, ran faster and faster. He absolutely had to strike first. If Bai Wuxiang truly wished to kill Xie Lian, or Feng Xian or his parents, wouldn't it be as easy as turning his hand over? Yet he consistently refused to kill, only regarding him as a mere toy, wanting him to become a laughingstock for others. Xie Lian, while running, turned his face into the night and roared, "Get out here! That monster in the darkness! Get out here!" Bai Wuxiang solely targeted him therefore. He was certain Bai Wuxiang would appear. But a torrent of desperate words tumbled out, yet he heard no sudden, mocking laughter from the shadows, saw no figure appear in the distance, no hand abruptly seize his head. After dashing for several miles, Xie Lian finally ran out of strength. His body bent deeply, hands propped on his knees, panting heavily, his chest and throat filled with the taste of rust. After a long moment he suddenly stood, continuing forward, and spoke in a deep voice. "Do you truly wish for me to be further depleted? Very well. Then let me be slowly depleted." He was alone in a desolate, wild wilderness, walking within deep forests and profound mountains for an unknown time, the fog gradually growing dense. On all sides ancient obsidian trees bared their fangs and brandished their claws, all leaning forward, incredibly oppressive, as if beckoning him into some forbidden realm. In his heart, Xie Lian knew the path ahead was alien, yet unavoidable. Furthermore, sooner or later it had to end. What was coming would come. He then silently continued to advance. Step after painstaking step, within the white mist ahead, a glittering object vaguely appeared, like a luminous wall. Xie Lian had never seen such a thing. He frowned slightly, steadying his steps, and that wall was slowly pressing closer towards him. Xie Lian's heart filled with vigilance. He snapped off a branch, gripping it in his hand, ready for any approaching enemy. Not until the wall pressed to within less than 2 zhang of him did he realize, with surprise, that it was not a wall at all, but countless underworld ghost fires. Because there were so many, from afar it had resembled a blazing city wall or a vast net. Those ghost fires, though eerie, held no murderous intent. They merely hovered silently before Xie Lian, preventing him from advancing further. Xie Lian tried to circle around them, but the ghost fires immediately changed direction, pressing themselves before him. Simultaneously, he heard many voices rise. "Do not approach. Do not pass this way. There is something ill ahead. Go back, do not advance any further." These voices, dazed and dense, crashed like waves of a tide, sending a chill down the listener's spine. Xie Lian found himself encircled in their midst, noticing that among these ghost fires, there was one flame particularly bright, and particularly silent. Although ghost fires possessed no eyes, when he saw that particular ghost fire, he vaguely felt a scorching gaze upon him. It seemed this ghost fire was the mightiest among the throng of ghosts. Apart from it, all the others merely followed. Book 4 Chapter 189. Xie Lian coldly uttered, "Move aside." That ghost fire remained still. Xie Lian said, "Why must you all obstruct me?" The ghost fire did not reply. Yet, apart from it, the host of small ghost fires continued to chant repeatedly, "Do not pass." Xie Lian fundamentally had no desire to be entangled with them for too long. He swept a palm strike, dispersing them. It was not a strike to scatter their souls and disperse their spirits. This single palm strike merely scattered the obstructive formation that the ghost fires had woven together, much like dispersing a swarm of fireflies or a school of tiny fish. Xie Lian swiftly passed, treading upon the dry, withered branches and leaves on the ground, which gave forth a faint rustle. Yet, turning his head to look back, the ghost fires also rapidly pursued him, appearing as though they wished to reform their ranks. Xie Lian warned them, "Do not obstruct me." The intensely bright, fiercely hot cluster of ghost fires flew at the forefront, feigning ignorance. Xie Lian pretended to raise his hand as if to strike, then declared in a fit of temper, "Still trailing me? Be wary, lest I strike you all until your souls scatter and your spirits disperse." Such a threat caused many of the ghost fires to cower in fear, flickering and timidly retreating. The leading ghost fire, however, paused for a moment in the air, still trailing him not even 5 steps away, making Xie Lian sense that it was almost saying, "So what if my soul scatters and spirit disperses?" Or perhaps it knew Xie Lian would not truly strike it. An inexplicable surge of rage suddenly welled within Xie Lian. In times past, when he spoke but a single word, what petty ghost would dare to linger and cause trouble? They would have long since tucked their tails and fled in every direction, vanished without a trace. Now not only did others dare to wantonly trample upon him, but this small cluster of ghost fires also refused to heed him, paying no mind to his intimidation, until the rims of his eyes reddened with fury. He murmured, "Even a petty ghost like you is like this. All are like this. Not a single one is not like this." To be angered by such a trivial matter was indeed somewhat laughable, yet Xie Lian at this very moment was truly consumed by indignation. Unforeseen was that, after he murmured these words, that ghost fire seemed to comprehend his anger, and in truth it appeared distressed. It hovered motionless in the air, daring not to advance further, and accompanied by several hundred tiny, round ghost fires slowly retreated. In but a moment it vanished into the night. Xie Lian let out a breath, turned and continued to advance. After 700 or 800 steps, in the mist ahead, several curved eaves vaguely materialized, resembling an ancient temple nestled deep within the mountains. Xie Lian approached, then focusing his gaze, his eyes could not help but widen. This, unexpectedly, was a Crown Prince temple. Evidently, the Crown Prince temple had fallen into a pitiable state of dilapidation. It had long since been thoroughly looted by ruffians. The stone beam lay upon the ground, shattered into 2 halves. Xie Lian paused briefly at the temple entrance, then stepped over the broken stone beam, entering the temple. Within the main hall, the divine statue had long since vanished without a trace, its fate unknown, whether it was smashed or burned, or perhaps cast into the sea. Upon the empty divine pedestal, only a charred base remained. On both sides, the inscription "Body in the Abyss, Heart in Paradise" had been hacked 27 or 28 times, like a beautiful woman whose face had been savagely scarred by a dagger, no longer capable of beauty, appearing truly grim and grotesque. Xie Lian composed himself, entered the hall and chose a spot to sit, awaiting Bai Wuxiang's appearance. After the time it takes for 1 stick of incense to burn, a figure indeed materialized in the mist outside the temple. However, that figure was dissimilar. It lacked Bai Wuxiang's leisurely and self-satisfied bearing. The sound of footsteps was also incorrect, relatively hurried, utterly unlike Bai Wuxiang's silent, noiseless tread. For that reason, the one who arrived was absolutely not Bai Wuxiang, nor was it anyone he knew. So who could it be? Xie Lian was utterly vigilant, waiting until the person tapped quickly to the front of the Crown Prince temple. Only then did he clearly discern the other party's appearance. However, regrettably, the newcomer did not align with any of his surmises. No matter how he perceived them, they were entirely an ordinary passerby, revealing no discernible clues. But Xie Lian still did not relax his vigilance. Who knew if it was Bai Wuxiang in disguise? In a realm of desolate mountains and wild fields, within a dilapidated Taoist temple, upon a sudden encounter with a person, Xie Lian regarded the other with wariness, and the other also regarded Xie Lian with wariness. After a moment he finally inquired, "Esteemed Taoist priest, do you know what place this is?" Xie Lian subtly furrowed his brow, then lifted his head and said, "You do not know where this place is? Then how did you come to be here?" That person said, "I am lost. I have been circling for a long time, yet I cannot find my way out." In his heart, Xie Lian knew that he was absolutely not lost. If this person was not Bai Wuxiang in disguise, then it was more than likely that he had been lured in by something. He said, "Don't walk around, you cannot get out." "What? What did you say?" Xie Lian also did not answer anymore, continuing to sit in meditation. If it was Bai Wuxiang who lured him here, being anxious was also useless. If he did not release that person, then he should not think of leaving. It was better to quietly wait and see what he ultimately wanted to do. That person was also already tired from running, and sat on one side to rest his feet. The two remained peaceful without incident. After a moment, a figure again appeared in the fog, walking to the front of the temple. He was also a bewildered traveler. Seeing people inside the temple, He hurriedly greeted them and said, "Two elder brothers. Allow me to ask, what place is this?" The two travelers began to talk. Xie Lian had a premonition. It was not over yet. There might still be people coming. As expected, in less than an hour, the Crown Prince Temple continuously welcomed dozens of people. Men and women, old and young, all present either alone, or in small groups, or bringing family members. The vast majority were lost, but the method of getting lost was extremely peculiar. Some people were even walking on the main road and were instead led to this place, which was extremely hard to believe. Inside, Xie Lian also saw the acrobat who previously demanded to compete in stone-breaking on the chest. His complexion was not good. It seemed the previous competition had truly caused him not light injuries. The two faced each other, did not speak, and lightly nodded in greeting. Clearly, all these were ordinary people, and furthermore, all shared the same fate of being intentionally brought by Wu Xiang to the deep forests and remote mountains. The alarm bell in Xie Lian's heart rang louder and louder, but he did not change his expression in the slightest. From inside his sleeve, he took out a cold, hard steamed bun, vigorously bit into it, chewed very thoroughly, and then swallowed it with effort. He wanted to do his best to preserve his physical strength, to cope with the great battle that might occur. After 2 hours, the Crown Prince Temple was already crowded with a group of lost people. Xie Lian secretly counted them approximately 100 people. No one had walked out of this forest. As people became more numerous, the situation immediately grew noisy. Everyone spoke at once. "You also came here without understanding how? This is truly too demonic." Someone suggested, "Otherwise, shall we search a bit?" Someone immediately agreed, "Let's go search." I also don't believe that with so many people, not a single one can get out. Xie Lian, sitting in the corner, unexpectedly looked up and said, "No matter how you walk, you will not be able to get out." Everyone looked at him. "Why?" Xie Lian said coldly, "Because you were all led here by a monster. You are all his playthings. Will he casually let you go?" Oh! Everyone felt that he was threatening them, feigning supernatural airs, yet they also felt this person could not be underestimated. One person stood up and said, "Who are you? What makes you say that? He seems to be the earliest arrival. When I arrived, he was already sitting here. Strange." "Indeed, and he's covering his face. Do you have any proof?" Xie Lian replied blandly, "No proof. Whether you believe it or not, it does not matter. That monster brought you here certainly not to invite you to eat. Without further ado, you should still be a bit careful." As soon as the words were finished, and before anyone could reply, from afar came the sound of rapid footsteps rushing over. Everyone's spirits immediately trembled because of it. They said, "Someone else has come." At this moment, someone wanted to run out to see. Just as he stepped out of the temple door, he quickly ran back in, because accompanying the sound of hurried running that came, there was also a crazed, frantic roar. This shriek truly did not sound like a human shriek. Everyone's complexions changed dramatically, and in unison they retreated into the temple. Heavens, what is this? Don't tell me it's a wild beast. Yet the figure in the fog ran closer and closer. Xie Lian narrowed his eyes and said, "No, this truly is a person." However, that person, while charging forward, was loudly shrieking, and moreover, both hands were still covering his face. Seeing him about to run into the Prince Temple, Xie Lian parted the dense crowd, standing outside the layer of people, wanting to see what the situation truly was. That person seemed to be blind, aimed straight for a tree outside the Prince Temple and crashed into it. With a bang! He was immediately flung a zhang away, fell to the ground and fainted. Everyone was startled, huddled together in the temple, cowering nervously. What in the world? What happened to this person? A group, including acrobats among them, boldly wanted to go look, but Xie Lian immediately stopped them. "Do not approach." Several people were frightened out of their wits by his stern tone and asked, "Then what now? Just leave him lying there?" Xie Lian said, "I will go and see." Everyone said, "Then you be careful?" Xie Lian nodded, slowly approached the tree and squatted down. Just as he was about to move away the hands covering that person's face, suddenly, the person sprang up, emitting 2 shrieks. That's right, it was 2 shrieks. Moreover, 2 sounds were simultaneously emitted. One was emitted from his mouth, while the other was emitted from his face. On this person's visage, another face had grown. Human face disease. Xie Lian instantly got goosebumps all over. His pupils suddenly constricted, and everyone in the temple was also terrified by this horrifying scene. That person immediately sat up, extending both hands, wanting to lunge towards the crowd. Fortunately, Xie Lian was quick-witted and agile. He struck out with a palm, and the plague-stricken person was immediately sent flying several zhang away by him. Xie Lian swiftly retreated and blocked the temple entrance. Everyone behind him was overcome with various fears. Isn't this disease only found in the imperial city? With so many dead in the imperial city, hasn't this disease already ended? It's a fake, not the real thing, isn't it? On his face, that truly is the human face disease, isn't it? What was even more terrifying was, the next moment from all around more shrieks were heard, and over a dozen figures staggered towards the prince temple. There was no need to look to know. All of them were afflicted with the human face disease. Someone shouted, "Everyone run quickly. Disperse. Do not let them get close." But Xie Lian bellowed, "Do not disperse. Who knows how many more people are in the dense forest? What if there are even more outside? Then it will be over for us. Then what do? We can't just wait for them to catch us like turtles in a net. Isn't this just waiting for death?" The tree branch that was broken earlier on the road was still hanging. From Xie Lian's waist he reached out a hand and drew it out, holding it diagonally like a sword. "Rest assured, they cannot come here. Whether they can get close to this place or not, is naturally for me to decide." This place was his territory, the Prince Temple. "You." Without waiting for everyone to continue speaking, Xie Lian leapt out. The branch went swish, swish, swish a few times, instantly knocking down those afflicted with the plague. This matter for Xie Lian was fundamentally no difficult task. As he said, so he did. These strange people indeed, not even one dared to approach. Inside the temple, everyone gasped incessantly, watching in terror and shock. Seeing his victory, they enthusiastically praised him, loudly thanking heaven and earth. And above the forest, in the night sky at some unknown time, many ghost fires had flown in, dancing erratically in the air. It was unknown whether they were helping to drive away those sick people, but Xie Lian somehow felt that they didn't mind his recent actions. Sweeping his gaze around, he habitually wanted to sheath his sword, but feeling it empty when he tried to put it away, he then realized that what he held in his hand was not a sword but a tree branch. Awkward for a moment, he blinked, and then saw not far away a white figure waving to him. Xie Lian had just fought a battle, and just as the blood in him was still boiling, he immediately gave chase. "Do not think of escaping." Those ghost fires also sizzled and surged after him, as if illuminating the path ahead for him. Bok Vo Tuong obviously did not intend to flee, walking neither fast nor slow, extremely leisurely, but always 7 or 8 steps ahead of him. Xie Lian chased for a few steps, then understood in his heart, and immediately turned back. Seeing that he was no longer pursuing, Bok Vo Tuong in contrast stopped, wondering, "Why are you no longer chasing?" Xie Lian turned his head and said, "Aren't you trying to lead me out and then spread the human face disease again? Why should I chase you and let you achieve your goal?" Bok Vo Tuong in contrast smiled and said, "No, you are mistaken. My purpose is not to lead you out, my purpose is you." Although on his face he wore a half-crying, half-smiling mask, one fundamentally could not discern his expression, but for some unknown reason, Xie Lian could feel that he was smiling. Indeed, this could not be understood as the luring the tiger out of its den stratagem. If Bai Wuxiang wished to spread the human face disease once more, he could spread it anywhere across the land. Xie Lian also could not stop him, so why must it necessarily be spread in the deep mountains? Xie Lian stopped his steps, saying, "Then what exactly do you want to do?" This question he had asked countless times, almost losing all patience. Bai Wuxiang said, "I have said, I want you to come to my side." Xie Lian drew out a tree branch and pointed it at him, although doing so fundamentally had no threatening power whatsoever, and even looked quite amusing, but at this moment this was the only weapon in his hand. Moreover, there was also a particularly bright ghost fire flying in front of the branch, adding several parts of an imposing aura to him. Xie Lian coldly said, "What do you want me to do by your side? Take your life?" Bai Wuxiang let out a few low laughs, his voice gentle. He said, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, you are a beautiful jade. Let me come and polish you." "Oh!" Xie Lian was both amused and enraged. He could not help but snort and say, "Do you truly think you are worthy of teaching me? My master is the immortal Lu Imperial Advisor. What kind of thing are you? Or are you a monster from somewhere? Bai Wuxiang extended a finger and shook his head. You are wrong again. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. It must be said that, in this world, only I am worthy of teaching you. Your master? The immortal Lu Imperial Advisor? His tone suddenly grew arrogant before me. This person fundamentally holds no value. On the contrary, if I teach you, you will learn very well. Xie Lian said furiously. What are you teaching me? What nonsense are you speaking? I completely don't understand. Bai Wuxiang snorted, then laughed. I will teach you the first lesson, which is in this world, there are many things that you cannot do. Hearing this, countless chaotic sounds and images flashed through Xie Lian's mind. Finally, he gritted his teeth and thrust out a sword. Bai Wuxiang calmly dodged it. The second lesson. With one move he seized Xie Lian, pulling Xie Lian into a stumble, almost tumbling head over heels onto the ground, and then felt a hand gently patting his head. Do you want to save all sentient beings? All sentient beings fundamentally do not need you to save them. They are not worthy. Xie Lian's movements paused again for a moment. He forcefully slapped that hand away and backhanded a thrust. With a crack sound, it was Bai Wuxiang who broke the branch in his hand, then leapt behind him, two cold fingers already placed on the fatal point behind his head. Xie Lian's head was restrained by him, feeling that at any moment his head could be pierced through by him. His body suddenly stiffened. From behind, a voice transmitted, if you do not come to my side, you will eternally be unable to defeat me, forever only defeated by me. Xie Lian gasped a few breaths and said in a deep voice, just come at me. Pausing for a moment, he gnashed out each word. Not being able to win is only for now. You can defeat me countless times, but you cannot kill me. And as long as you cannot kill me, eventually there will be a day, I will certainly defeat you. That ghost fire, hearing his words, burned even more fiercely, as if wanting to illuminate the entire night sky. Bai Wuxiang, standing behind him, fell silent for a moment and asked, I cannot kill you? Xie Lian held his breath and did not reply. In fact, Jun Wu had granted him an immortal body, but he also did not know to what extent he could truly endure. What if Bai Wuxiang, in a fit of rage, truly pierced through his head? Would he then still be able to survive? At this moment, Bai Wuxiang indifferently said, I truly cannot kill you. I also will not kill you. However, you should not be too confident now. Later on, do not regret these words. Regret? Why should I regret? Xie Lian had not yet thought it through clearly, when a blade suddenly slashed across his neck, and before his eyes, a swath of absolute darkness instantly appeared. In the darkness, the distant place ahead seemed to have light and warmth transmitted. Ta Lin chased the light and went, step by step, awakening. Slightly opening his eyes, the first thing that struck his eyes was a ghost fire above. Apparently, while he was unconscious, the light and heat he felt were precisely from it. Seeing him awaken, the ghost fire descended and came close, but then seemed to feel the distance was too close, was not right, so it slightly retreated a bit. Ta Lin always felt this ghost fire seemed particularly strange. If he was not mistaken, it seemed just now it had formed a barrier to stop him. He truly wanted to reach out and touch, but his hand completely could not stretch out. Ta Lin was surprised, instantly sobered. Lowering his head to look, he only then discovered the reason he couldn't stretch out his hand was because both his hands and feet were tied up. Ta Lin was tied tightly on the divine altar. Beneath him was the Rue Net pedestal. Many people crowded beneath the divine pedestal, pair after pair of wide-open eyes, staring intently at him. Why must they look at him like that? Ta Lin was bewildered. On one side heard someone whispering, truly similar. Not similar, but exactly alike. Is it really him? Someone directly asked straightforwardly, you are that crown prince? Ta Lin instinctively blurted out, I am not. But before his words finished, he immediately discovered the white silk strip he usually used to cover his appearance. He didn't know when it had been untied. And currently the thing tying him tightly was precisely that silk strip. His true face had been exposed before everyone's eyes, nothing spared. Ta Lin's heart was as if hanging in his throat. He could only close his eyes to face those gazes. He didn't know if it was due to a disturbed psyche or not, but he felt everyone's gaze looking at him had become eerie. However, it was still good in those gazes. There also wasn't the hatred and rage he always imagined. After a moment, outside the temple suddenly erupted a chorus of roars, and those roars were completely not from humans. Xie Lian struggled to turn his head back, discovered the roars originated from those infected with the human face disease. They didn't know when they had crawled up. Moreover, there were several times more, surrounding the outside of the Crown Prince temple, hand in hand forming a defensive circle, encircling the Crown Prince Hall. Continuously shouting and calling, seemed like some horrifying ritual, or faintly like a horde of devils dancing wildly. Inside the hall everyone was so scared they shrank back. There was also a child, terrified, bursting into tears. Its parents hastily hugged it close and covered its ears. On every face was full of fright. What to do now? What to do now? Will these people be able to break in? Even if they don't break in but standing so close, will the disease spread? What if we catch it? Xie Lian struggled with all his strength, but fundamentally could not escape. Presumably the white silk had been tampered with. Perhaps spiritual power had been infused into it. The blue veins on his forehead rose more and more, angrily yelled by Wu Xiang. No one answered. Suddenly a cold hand patted his head. Xie Lian was stunned, his hair stood on end, turned his head to look over. His scalp instantly went numb on one side. No wonder the people below looking towards here were so eerie. Not only because the face was exposed, but also because Bai Wu Xiang was seated in the darkness behind him. In front of an extremely peculiar white-robed person, everyone did not even dare to breathe loudly, let alone act rashly. The result was that Bai Wu Xiang treated them as air. Before their glaring eyes helped Xie Lian up. Xie Lian from lying supine, then transformed into sitting, seated on his own divine altar, just like a divine statue tied up alive. He could only move his pupils and his head. Besides that, he could do nothing. Although this situation was extremely strange, ultimately the screams of those infected with the human face plague were still more terrifying. Everyone's eyes very quickly once again turned towards the outside. Someone muttered, saying, I once heard it said that in the same disease zone it can be transmitted to each other. Moreover, the speed of spread is still very fast. If not this close, such a short distance, we definitely, thinking that they very possibly would be infected by that plague. The hall was completely filled with the scent of desolation and despair. One person proposed otherwise. We find a few people to rush out, beat those monsters to death, and as for the others, quickly flee? But who knew if one could beat so many monsters to death, just by rushing forward and wrestling, one would certainly be infected with the human face plague. This was sacrificing oneself to save everyone. This kind of clearly fatal matter, who would agree to go? Of course no one agreed. Xie Lian indeed had this intention appear, but at present he was controlled by Wu Xiang. Moreover, one move of his could only strike 7 or 8 individuals. Currently there were as many as over 70 or 80 people. It would be hard to avoid some fish slipping through the net, taking the opportunity to rush into the Crown Prince's temple. Thinking further, or perhaps directly killed by Wu Xiang. No need to think anymore. Wishful thinking. At least for now, there must be one person to stand up and calm everyone's spirits. Xie Lian calmed himself down again, and said, everyone, first do not cause chaos. It will not be that fast, we still have time to think of a solution. But the phrase it will not be that fast was also not enough to reassure people's hearts. The one who broke the despair, unexpectedly, turned out to be Bai Wu Xiang. Unexpectedly, he then said the human face plague can be completely stopped and treated. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone all at once raised their heads. Can it be treated? What method? Xie Lian's heart suddenly hung suspended. Bai Wu Xiang then profoundly replied, go ask His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince knows the method. Very quickly, hundreds of eyes once again all at once looked towards Xie Lian. Those eyes, as if wanting to pierce him through, quickly retracted, for they were blocked and pushed back by Wu Xiang. All hearts were full of hope. Your Highness, do you truly know? Xie Lian had not yet answered. Then heard someone excitedly say, I once heard people say, he truly does know. Also someone doubted knows? Then why is the imperial city still? Right? Could it be he knows but does not tell others? His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, quickly tell us, won't you? Quick! Xie Lian hurriedly denied, I do not know. Bai Wu Xiang blocked his throat. You are lying. Xie Lian furiously wanted to retort, but fear. Bai Wu Xiang would say something more. He had a premonition, no matter whether he admitted it or not. Bai Wuxiang would still steadfastly heap it upon his head. Struggled for a long time, Xie Lian only then helplessly replied, a method. There is none. Even if there were, it would be useless. After the surprise passed, the crowd again began to become agitated. What does no use mean? If you do not tell us, then how would we know if it has any use or not? Cold sweat flowed down from his forehead. Xie Lian thought to himself, I truly cannot say. Cannot say. Once it is said, then it will be completely over, everything will definitely be in chaos. Someone could no longer hold back, and stood up harshly. Life and death are already upon us. Why still cannot say? Are you planning to let everyone wait to die together here? Bai Wuxiang then gently said, let me tell you then. Talian furiously rebuked, shut up. No matter how loudly he shouted, not even half the force of his intimidation appeared. As Bok Vo Tuong feigned deafness and ignorance. Do you all know, from outside to inside the imperial city, who is least infected by the human face disease? Everyone trembled with fear, looking at him. Although they dared not approach, they could not help but press with questions. What kind of people? Bok Vo Tuong replied, soldiers. It's over. He continued to speak ambiguously. Why soldiers? Because the vast majority of soldiers all do one thing. And this thing ordinary Kamo and folk have never done, which is why they contracted the human face disease. Everyone's eyes widened more and more, daring not even swallow a breath. That matter, could it be? Talian struck a palm towards him, but it was simply a futile gesture. Bok Vo Tuong smiled and clapped his palm strike back, then said, so what should be done? He continued gravely, kill people. It's over. He had indeed spoken it. Talian slumped onto the divine platform, his heart feeling as if it had fallen into an ice cavern. A moment later, everyone finally exclaimed in shock. Kill people? Only by killing people will one not be infected? Can killing people truly cure it? You're lying to people. What made him despair was the method Bok Vo Tuong spoke of. No, it was not a lie. This was utterly true. Talian himself had personally confirmed it. His hands were stained with too much blood. Having once killed people, he certainly did not know what the human face disease was like. No matter what, everyone had never expected the method of immunity to be this. All were stunned with fear, speaking one after another. Can this be a lie? I've always felt it strange before. Truly never heard of the human face disease rampant in the army. I'm afraid it's true. It's really true. But doesn't this mean that if we don't want to get infected, we first need to go kill people? Kill whom? As soon as this question was asked, he was immediately surrounded and assailed by everyone. Kill whom? What? Do you truly want to kill people? That person immediately dared not speak further. But within those hundreds of eyes, compared to the pure terror and panic from moments ago, now mingled a different, extremely subtle, and utterly eerie meaning. This was precisely the situation Talian least hoped to see. Once the method against the human face disease was revealed to later generations, it would be difficult to avoid the occurrence of mutual slaughter. This was precisely the method Talian had discovered previously, but had always dared not tell outsiders. If simply killing people could avoid disaster, perhaps the vast majority would restrain themselves, but there would still be those driven to desperation, recklessly committing slaughter. And once the first person committed a bloody crime, soon there would be a second, a third. People following suit would become increasingly numerous, and ultimately, great chaos across the land was certain to occur. Thus, it would be better to keep it tightly hidden from the very beginning, unknown to anyone. Talian smiled bitterly and said, you all know now why I said this method is useless, don't you? Everyone said nothing. Talian sighed, rallied his spirits, and gently and amicably said, no matter what, first, don't panic and don't act rashly, otherwise you will fall into the trap. Below there was a rather polite couple. That woman, holding a child, sobbed and cried, why is it like this? Why is it like this? Why must it always? SBS? Clearly we haven't done anything yet. Nearby someone muttered irritably, cry, 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 what are you crying for? All you do is cry. No one here has done anything. Are you the only one who's unlucky? That woman's husband then grew angry. What's wrong? You won't even let others cry? Crying only bothers others. What's the use? Hurry up and shut your mouth for me. Such a small matter could stir up a quarrel, which only went to show that everyone's state of mind was already on the verge of collapse, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. Ta Lin had no choice but to intervene. It's not bothering anyone. Calm down. Only by calming down can we think of a solution. The more he called for calm, the more agitated everyone became. Instead, calm down what? How can one be calm in a situation like this? You are truly calm, then quickly think of a solution, huh? What solution do you have? Oh. Ta Lin was pressed with questions, speechless and unable to answer. What solution was there? There was none. He desperately, and again desperately, thought of a way, thinking until his head wanted to explode, yet still hadn't found a solution to resolve the current situation. Suddenly, he felt his cheekbones grow a little tense. A hand clutched his face, turning it back to face the people below directly. Ta Lin widened his eyes, not knowing what this meant. Suddenly, a voice cold as ice rang out behind him. Kill whom? You all see this face and still don't know who deserves to die. Oh. As soon as the words were spoken, not only those below the divine platform, but even the ghost fire hanging in the air paused. Bok Vo Tuong said gently, have you all forgotten? He is a god, you know. In other words. Before the words were finished, Ta Lin suddenly felt a cool sensation in his chest. In an instant, he lowered his head to look down, just happening to see a pitch-black sword tip piercing through his abdomen and coming out the other side. The sword's body was slender and long, its entire form dark and profound like black jade. In the middle of the blade, a silver light gleamed, its tip like a fleeting light on a cold night. It was absolutely an ancient treasured sword. If in the past, Ta Lin would certainly have thought of 100 ways and 1,000 schemes to acquire that beloved item. Ta Lin gazed at it intently for a long time before that blade slowly pulled back, once again disappearing from his abdomen. Bok Vo Tuong continued. He is an immortal body. Everyone had not yet had time to react when Bok Vo Tuong waved his hand and threw the sword down. With a clang, the sword tip stuck obliquely on the ground, amidst countless gazes of fright, silently emitting waves of heavy chilling energy. Mouthfuls of blood rushed straight up to his throat. That ghost fire hurriedly darted in front of him, as if wanting to examine the wound. Ta Lin saw it rush over and choked, gritting his teeth. He said, You. He felt truly dizzy. That ghost fire suddenly went mad, charging directly towards Bok Vo Tuong. But soon enough it was trapped in his palm and he remarked, good one. Having finished speaking, he used his other hand to lift Ta Lin's face. What do you mean you? Didn't you once say you wanted to save all sentient beings? Ta Lin stammered, but I. He had never thought he would encounter a situation like this, or wanted to use that method to save them. Under the divine pedestal, some witnessed the profusely flowing blood and burst into tears, yet others still daringly continued to watch. He truly won't die. Truly. You see, not much blood flowed. He's still alive, moreover still living well. Ta Lien suddenly coughed violently. Again he heard others say, if that's the case, then even if one kills him he also won't die. That's wonderful. The person who had just blurted it out immediately received a scolding. What's so good about it? Is there anything good about it? The scolded person hesitated. If he is killed and also won't die, then this is the only method. But to suddenly stab someone with a sword, this is also too much. He's a god, isn't he? Even if stabbed he cannot die, can he? We are just ordinary people. If we contract the human face plague, then we will surely die. Seeing the fierce dispute below, Bok Vo Tuong then said, all living beings are right here, waiting for you to save them. Do proceed. Both eyes of Ta Lien spewed out wrath, and he replied to, save all living beings. And the only method is precisely to destroy a monster like you. Bok Vo Tuong let out two sneering laughs. What's wrong? Crown Prince, weren't you very confident that you wouldn't die? What kind of scared state are you in now? You also cannot die, can you? Why not endure a little suffering on behalf of others? Would you really refuse? Ta Lien snorted, saying, is this the notion you're trying to push? You think everyone in this world is as wicked as you? Indeed, below many people did not display radiant faces. Instead, they were hesitant, indistinctly divided into several factions, their opinions unable to reach a consensus. Moreover, no one dared to walk forward to pick up that sword. As if understanding his thoughts, Bok Vo Tuong burst into laughter, shaking his head and sighing, foolish child, foolish child. Ta Lien turned his head away, not letting him touch him. Begone. Bok Vo Tuong then said again, do you think that's because they don't want to act? You are wrong, it's not that they are unwilling to act, they just don't want to be the first one to act, that's all. Ah! Suddenly, under the divine pedestal, a cry of fright rang out. The woman who had just been weeping exclaimed, "Child, my child!" The infant in her arms cried loudly without ceasing on its plump arm. Several black things vaguely emerged. People from all four sides immediately spread out a great distance. Oh no! This child is infected. The couple exchanged a glance, both immediate. Ly stood up, walked to before the divine pedestal, pulled up the hilt of the black sword, placed it into the child's hand, and gritting their teeth stabbed towards Ta Lian. This black sword was truly exceedingly sharp. The sensation of pain spreading throughout Ta Lian's entire body had not yet ceased when the couple already pulled the sword out from his abdomen and threw it clanging onto the ground. "Forgive us. Our child is still small, truly. There is no other way. Forgive us, forgive us, forgive us." While apologizing, they pale-faced Ta Lian and bowed low several times, then embraced their child and returned into the crowd. The blood in Ta Lian's throat grew thicker. He was about to vomit it out when he suddenly heard the mocking laughter from Bok Vo Tuong. He struggled to swallow that mouthful of blood, then asked, "What are you laughing at? Do you think what you see is all as you think? This is entirely forced by you." Bok Vo Tuong lifted the fiercely burning ghost fire in his hand. His expression calm and unhurried. He said, "You yourself were also coerced, only then could your true face be revealed." Among 100 people, there was already one person who no longer needed to fear the human face plague. The black mark on that infant's arm gradually faded away. All the onlookers swallowed hard, remaining silent. A long while later, in the still atmosphere, yet another young man stood up. He closed his eyes and drew near the divine altar, first kowtowing EW times, then weakly expressed, "I'm sorry, I truly do not wish to, but I am truly out of options. I have only just recently married, and in my home, my elderly mother and wife are still waiting." He spoke on until finally he could speak no more. Closing both eyes, he drew the black sword and, without warning, plunged it into Ta Lian. And precisely because he had closed both eyes, this sword strike went astray, piercing Ta Lian's waist. Only when he opened his eyes did he realize this position was not fatal, whereupon he hastily pulled out the sword, his hands trembling, and once again plunged it. Ta Lian still gritted his teeth and remained silent. Even after being stabbed by 2 swords consecutively, he merely let out a faint groan, and from the corner of his mouth, a mouthful of fresh blood welled forth. He would truly not die. Nevertheless, being wounded did not mean he felt no pain. Every inch of his flesh and blood was sliced open by a sharp weapon, and even his very bones were scraped by the sword, truly driving him mad with pain, an agony that wished for death. This pain was no different from that of an ordinary person. The second person, once he had finished his deed, went down, not turning back to kowtow. On his face was a blend of shame and joy, an indescribable sensation. After he descended, everyone once again returned to a state of stillness. A long while later, several people again hesitantly wished to stand up. One could not tell what excuse they intended to employ this time, and as some were standing, they suddenly heard someone scornfully declare, "This is truly unbearable to witness." Everyone followed the sound and looked over. Ta Lian, his face pale, raised his head. The person who had just spoken was, surprisingly, the acrobat from earlier. "That monster told you to stab, and you merely do it? I believe he is clearly spouting nonsense. Even if it is not nonsense, if he says he will not die, does that mean you will not bear the name of murderers?" Several people nearby, greatly displeased, retorted, "Elder brother, do you not try to ponder it even a little? Everyone here will surely die." The acrobat retorted, "Am I not here? Will I not die either? Look, have I lifted a finger?" Several people were rendered speechless by him, and only after a moment did someone speak up. "Judging by your appearance, you must surely have no elders or children at home, correct? One person eats his fill, and the whole family is not hungry here. There are many people who still have family members. How can they be compared to you?" The acrobat immediately pointed at the couple. "I have neither wife nor child. If I did, I would never let my child witness such things, much less have their hand carry out this deed. I believe your sons growing up wicked are entirely due to your own doing. If it truly comes to the worst, why not let your own son stab you with a sword?" The woman covered her face and wailed, "Do not curse my son. If you wish to curse, then curse me. The husband, however, was enraged. Are you speaking utter nonsense? Do you wish for my son to kill his father and destroy his mother? To violate human morality? The acrobat, having no grasp of what violating human morality truly implied, continued, is it not still killing no matter whom one kills? At the very least, if you let your son kill you, there would be some semblance of backbone. And besides, why do none of you simply kill that grotesque masked fellow? Hearing this, Bok Vo Tuong let out a hearty laugh. Everyone was simultaneously terrified and enraged, terrified of that monster, and enraged at the acrobat. They successively lowered their voices. You shut your mouth. What if this monster were to be provoked to anger? The acrobat scoffed. Oh, so it seems you do not dare to kill that ugly great villain, and for that reason you choose to stab others, HM? Someone could not help but exclaim, this esteemed brother has been prattling on for so long. I thought he possessed some profound insight. Judging by his appearance, his face bears the pallor of death, utterly devoid of any healthy flush. Who knows, you might not even live for more than a few days yourself, yet here you are, criticizing others. If you truly desire fairness, why do you not sacrifice yourself to relieve that great fellow of his predicament? I do not wish to sacrifice myself. Pray tell, how many here would dare? Do you dare? And you? Yet at the very least I do. Not stab others. Yet another person opened their mouth. He is not like us, you see. In what way is he not alike? He is a god. To save all living beings, he himself declared. What's more, he will not die. The acrobat still intended to speak, but Ta Lin could endure it no longer, and lightly coughed. Brother, esteemed brother. This esteemed brother. Having just been struck by several sword blows, his voice was a few shades weaker than usual. The acrobat turned his head to look, and Xie Lian said gratefully, thank you. However, forget it. If he spoke any more, it was possible someone would want to strike him. Xie Lian recalled that this person had suffered such severe internal injuries precisely because of their contest. Feeling extremely apologetic, he spoke again, thank you. And have your previous injuries healed yet? The acrobat loudly replied, huh? What are you saying? What injury did I sustain? Smashing rocks on my chest is my specialty, my livelihood, after all. Seeing this person still stubbornly refusing to lose face, truly as if he had just vomited blood, while declaring, I am perfectly fine, Xie Lian couldn't help but want to laugh. At this moment suddenly someone shrieked, pointing at the acrobat, it's manifesting. It's happening. Xie Lian was greatly startled, and the acrobat was also bewildered. Following the pointing arm, he groped his own face and sure enough, felt a patch of bumps and indentations. On all sides people instantly retreated several feet away. Xie Lian opened his mouth, wanting to call the acrobat back. But how should he call him? Tell him to come here and strike a fatal blow? He hesitated somewhat, unable to speak. While he was deliberating, the acrobat touched his face a few times, then ran straight out of the temple. Seeing this, Xie Lian blurted out, where are you going? Come back here. Without treatment it will manifest. Yet the acrobat still continued to run, also yelling loudly back, I already said I wouldn't do this. In just a short while, he had run off, vanished without a trace. The monsters surrounding the Crown Prince Temple, knowing he was now one of them, did not obstruct him. Xie Lian called out a few times, but finally no longer saw any trace of him. Everyone beneath the divine platform all sighed, he's doomed. This idiot. No matter where he runs, it will still manifest, it's too late. He must have been infected already. Don't tell me he intends to descend the mountain and kill people? Everyone had just been left speechless by that acrobat for a long while. No one dared to raise their sword and stab Xie Lian. The situation managed to hold steady just like that. Xie Lian couldn't distinguish in his heart whether he was happy, sad, or afraid. More important than anything, he had absolutely no idea what he should do next. As he was trying to clear his thoughts, suddenly a person stood up. May I say something? It was a middle-aged man. Xie Lian raised his eyes to look, realizing this person looked somewhat familiar, but for the life of him, he couldn't recall where he had seen him before. As he was pondering, he then heard that man say truthfully, I dare not conceal, he once robbed me. Oh, so it was that person. Everyone was surprised. Robbing? Isn't he the crown prince? Isn't he a god? Why would he go robbing? That person said, precisely 100%. So, What exactly are you trying to say? That person said, nothing, just wishing to remind everyone, he once went robbing. Having said that, he immediately retracted his head. As soon as this statement concluded, everyone in the hall fell silent. That statement was like a black seed buried deep within their hearts. Robbing. Suddenly, from below, another tragic scream resounded. My leg, it truly seems a bit strange. It's happening again. Who would have thought, not just one person, but at the same moment another cried out as well, me too. My back. You all quickly help look at my back. No one dared to approach these two, who could do nothing but pull up their own pant legs and shed their upper garments. As everyone clearly saw their bodies, countless cries and screams erupted in unison. Upon the faces of these two, it had already completely taken shape. How could it spread so swiftly? Have you all forgotten? We have lingered here for quite some time. But how could they themselves not have noticed? It wasn't in an easily visible spot, and furthermore, here was only a slight itch. How was I to know? It's over, it's truly over. Surely we aren't infected, yet simply haven't discovered it? Quick! Everyone, quickly inspect yourselves. Quickly examine your own bodies. Within the Crown Prince's temple, an indescribable chaos reigned, some frantically checking themselves, others erupting in continuous ear-piercing screams. Indeed, not a few had already been infected with the face plague upon their bodies, yet simply hadn't perceived it. By the time they finally discovered it, those faces had already fully taken shape. The monstrous figures outside the Crown Prince's temple seemed to sense something, their hand-in-hand dance growing even more frenzied. Within the hall, an atmosphere of dread permeated, and Xie Lian's heart pounded incessantly with terror, almost leaping from his chest cavity to his very throat. He recalled that the human face plague was known to manifest very slowly. Why had it arrived with such unnatural swiftness? By Wuxiang, it truly was by Wuxiang. He abruptly turned to gaze at the instigator, who stood with an air of cold indifference. Before he could even utter a word, a figure suddenly surged forward, gasping for breath, eyes bloodshot as he growled, You are a god. You are the Crown Prince. How could you possibly resort to robbery? Xie Lian was utterly bewildered, not comprehending why this man chose to speak at such a critical juncture. The man interrupted him. We have revered and offered sacrifice. To you thus, yet look what you have done? Robbery. And what else have you brought upon us? Pestilence. He brought the pestilence? Xie Lian exclaimed in astonishment. Me? Not me. I am merely. But by this very moment, everyone's patience had been pushed to its absolute limit. Nearly 100 people, their eyes burning crimson, surged forward, encompassing him. The one standing closest instantly drew his sword. Xie Lian instinctively held his breath. That man's hand gripping the sword trembled violently. He opened his mouth, his voice quivering as he spoke. You wish to make amends, don't you? You wish to atone for your sins, don't you? The cold gleam of the black sword flickered. At that very moment, Xie Lian's fear reached its absolute zenith. So many people. If each of them were to stab him just once with this sword, what state would his body eventually be reduced to? Not only did he imagine being pierced into 1,000 gaping holes, reduced to a heap of mangled flesh, he feared something else even more profoundly. He vaguely sensed that if he allowed them to continue, his body would surely suffer something irrevocably beyond salvation, and he couldn't help but gasp out, Save. Before this cry of save me could even find its full utterance, a cold black sword suddenly plunged deep into his body. Xie Lian's eyes instantly flew wide open. The sharp black sword continued to stab in and pull out, one time after another, stabbing until almost no unpierced spot remained. Xie Lian's throat finally could not be stopped, letting out a long mournful shriek. This cry was too utterly tragic. The crowd surrounding him from all directions were all ceaselessly terrified. Someone closed their eyes, turning their face away to say, Do not let him scream anymore. Let us quicken our pace a little, let us fight swiftly and win quickly. Xie Lian saw someone covering his mouth, pressing down his limbs and allocating tasks amongst themselves. Press him down. Do not let him fall. Do not stab off target. If a fatal spot is not pierced, we cannot be certain. Line up one by one, no snatching. I told you not to snatch, I am first. Where is the vital spot? How am I to know where to stab for it to be effective? Generally speaking, just stab the heart, throat, belly. If uncertain, then just stab each spot once. No. If you stab so much, where will others have a chance to strike? When it first began, they still hesitated, unwilling, but later they became increasingly greedy, not wanting to miss any spot. Their movements gradually became smooth and fluent. The pitch-black sword tip continuously stabbed in and pulled out. Xie Lian's eyes widened to the utmost, tears pouring down. From the bottom of his heart, a voice was screaming in despair. Save me! Save me, save me, save me! Save me please, save me please, save me, 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 save me please! It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts too much, 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 it hurts too much. Why can't I die? Why can't I possibly die? He wanted to use the most intense voice to scream, yet his throat could not utter a single word. Most likely it had been cut. He was in agony to the point of madness, as if the pain of several lifetimes had been added together, and after this, he would forever feel nothing more. He could not see, the entire world had turned black, only a gleam of fire not far away was burning madly, growing brighter and brighter, fiercer by the moment. But it was in Bai Wuxiang's hand, unable to escape its confinement. He could not hear his own piteous cries, but he heard another heart-rending sound, as if it came from that gleam of fire. Although it was not emitted by him, this cry of agony, compared to the screaming voice in his heart, was only greater, not lesser. Having reached this point, he could no longer keep himself clear-headed. From Xie Lian's throat, a mouthful of blood gushed out, his consciousness completely shattered. At the same time, the entire Crown Prince Temple erupted into a fierce blaze. Ah! More than 100 screams, varying in pitch, echoed. Karmic fire swept past. The fire burned madly. Fundamentally, no one could flee. Waves of fire swept under the divine pedestal in an instant, turning all nearly 100 living people into charred skeletons. When the flames gradually extinguished, looking back slowly, that tiny ghost fire from before had disappeared. Instead, gradually appeared the figure of a youth. That youth knelt before the charred divine pedestal, bowing his body down to the ground, both hands covering his head, screaming in agony and despair within his heart. He fundamentally dared not look at the person lying on the divine platform because absolutely no human form remained. Inside the Crown Prince Temple, corpses filled the ground. Bai Wuxiang turned around, laughed heartily, and walked out of the temple. The fire of wrath burned not only the Crown Prince Temple, but those strange people outside were also burned to withered ashes. He seemed not to see, stepping on these skeletal remains as he left. The entire forest, no, it must be said, the entire mountain wept in unison. Countless black shadows flew towards the dark sky. Those were all the departed souls who could not escape their dwelling there. They were all swept away by the strong wind in 4 directions. And above the Crown Prince Temple's roof, black clouds surged, slowly swirling into a round shape, like a gigantic demonic eye. That was a celestial omen portending the emergence of an evil entity, a fierce ghost taking form. Author's note: Hua Hua is currently only a transformed form, not yet an ultimate, is merely a ghost that has taken form. Until now he had to experience countless things, to have a Xie Lian so gentle, serene and composed. Book 4 Chapter 191. Vo by Vo High, without sorrow, without joy. Xie Lian did not know if he was awake or asleep. If he was said to be awake, he had no sensation towards this outside world, nor even a small fragment of memory, but if he was said to be asleep, then why were his eyes still wide open? The moment Xie Lian awoke, Bai Wuxiang gave him the blackened treasured sword, like an elder bestowing a gift upon a well-behaved child, saying, "This is the gift I give to you." Having said that, he gently patted the hilt of the sword. Profoundly yet mildly, "It is absolutely far sharper than the first one you obtained and those swords Jun Wu gave you." Xie Lian allowed him to buckle the sword to his hip, remaining silent, nor did he resist. Perhaps it was because resistance would also be futile. Just like that, he changed into a new set of clothes, donned a new treasured sword, dragging his body as if newly resurrected, heading towards the dark night beyond the exit of the Crown Prince's temple. Bai Wuxiang suddenly called out to him, and one more thing. Xie Lian paused. Bai Wuxiang silently walked to his side, placed the white silk into his hand. You have forgotten this. That was the white silk he had previously used to cover his face now. It was the binding sash from when myriad swords pierced his heart. Xie Lian alone staggered down the mountain. By this time, it was already daytime and the sun had also risen, yet the sunbeams shining upon him could not make Xie Lian warmer even a single bit. Along the mountain path he saw a small stream gurgling, so incredibly clear and lively. Moving closer to the stream, his reflection appeared in the water. Xie Lian stared fixedly at that pale face, devoid of even a trace of blood. His face was still the same smooth and pristine white, without a single wound. Even his neck, chest, belly and everywhere else was likewise. He looked for a long time, then averted his gaze, not wanting to continue. He bowed his head, cupped a few mouthfuls of clear water, washed his face and drank a few more mouthfuls. After drinking, he suddenly discovered something upstream. He raised his head only to see, not far along the riverbank beside a rock, a corpse. Judging by the clothes, it must have been that acrobat man. This person did not die below the mountain, but perished along the way. There was a clear, dark bloodstain on the rock, suggesting he had, in pain or fright, crashed into the stone and died. The corpse had already decomposed, half of its body immersed in the water, emitting a horrifying stench. The corpse did not move, but on its face several grotesque human faces had emerged, moving and twitching. Immediately, Xie Lian collapsed by the stream, clutching his stomach, and vomited for several hours, until he was coughing up blood. After descending the mountain, he walked for a long while. Without purpose, without destination, simply stepping on the grand road. Suddenly, a hand slapped onto his shoulder, pulling him into an alley. Xie Lian turned his head, without seeing the opponent's face. He already saw a fist charge towards him. Where have you been running off to all these days? Behind the fist was the furious face of Feng Xian. The moment Xie Lian just saw it, he was knocked down by this punch. Feng Xian also did not expect him to be so easily knocked down. Looking at his own fist, then looking at Xie Lian lying on the ground, stunned for a long while, before he could bend down to help him up, Xie Lian had already scrambled to his feet himself. Feng Xin's expression changed slightly, but still did not soften in the slightest. He scolded again. You're really healthy, aren't you? You said one word and then left, and once you left, you were gone for 2 months without a trace. Do you know how worried His Majesty and the others were about you? Xie Lian wiped the blood on his face, said I'm sorry. Seeing the blood on his face get dirtier the more he wiped it, Feng Xian took a deep breath, said Your Royal Highness. Never mind the apologies, our words are truly meaningless now, but you? What exactly happened to you? What have you been doing during this time? Is there something you can't tell us? Then he noticed the black sword at Xie Lian's waist. He then asked, Where did you get this sword? Xie Lian wanted to answer. However, remembering the conflict with Feng Xian before he left, seeing that hesitant expression, and thinking of the experiences he did not want to go through again, he could only say one word, I'm sorry. The two returned to their original hiding place. The queen, as soon as she saw Xie Lian, ran to embrace him, sobbing. The king looked to have aged quite a bit. Previously he would search for silver hairs among his black ones, now it had become searching for black hairs among his graying head. But how could he not be furiously angry? After saying a few words, he refused to open his mouth anymore. Presumably he was again afraid that he would become agitated and run off for 10 days or half a month without a trace. The words and gestures of the three people at this moment were extremely careful towards him. Feng Xian, after simply eating a light meal, Xie Lian took down the black sword tucked at his waist, offered it and said, This sword is for you, take it. Feng Xian felt his hand holding the sword trembling little by little, but he could not guess why. He wondered, Why must you give it to me? Xie Lian said, Didn't you need money before? Hearing this, on Feng Xin's face suddenly flashed a look of sorrow. He immediately shook his head, I don't need it anymore. Xie Lian said no more. He threw the black sword to the side, not caring for it anymore, and lay down to sleep. This time upon returning, Xie Lian was as if nothing had happened, hoping to quickly return to his former state, striving to make everything go back to normal. Very quickly, He discussed with Feng Xian the matter of continuing to perform acrobatics together. Initially, Feng Xian was still a little uneasy. Forget it, you should still rest for another 2 or 3 days. Xie Lian said, I've been resting for almost 2 months already. If those people come to bother you again, the two of us can still handle it together. Feng Xian said again, those acrobats haven't appeared for a long time. It was not because that acrobat fellow had died, with no one left to lead them, but because Feng Xian had been stationed here for a long time. When he first arrived, everyone still found it novel, but after a period of time that novelty had almost disappeared. They viewed him as no different from the local acrobats. Compared to the past, Feng Xian had lost his competitive edge. Without posing a significant threat, other acrobats would also not come to bother him. For that reason, no matter how hard Feng Xian exerted himself in archery, no matter how exquisite his skill, the observers and those who offered rewards decreased by more than half. Even now it was not even a tenth of what it originally was. More than half a day passed. Feng Xian was so tired that his head was drenched in sweat. He sat down to one side. Xie Lian said, it's my turn to go up. Feng Xian was startled. Is that all right, Your Royal Highness? Xie Lian actually stood up straight. As soon as they saw someone else come to take over, the passers-by became extremely interested. They asked, what skill does this young gentleman have? Xie Lian did not answer. He only picked up a branch and began to perform a set of sword techniques himself. Although what he held was just a piece of wood, his sword techniques were infinitely exquisite. The wind that swept past carried a sharp sword intent, therefore, a few people, out of respect, praised him. Feng Xian stood to one side, watching. His expression became complex. He quickly turned his head away. Xie Lian no longer felt ashamed. He had also laid down the burden in his heart, continuing to attentively perform his sword dance. At this moment, suddenly from among the crowd, a loud shout was heard. It's not good to look at. Not good at all. It's awfully ugly. Who cares to watch you poke around with a twig? Feng Xian immediately stood up and loudly yelled, can't your mouth say something clean for me to hear? Xie Lian stopped his movements, looking over. He only saw one person in the crowd, gnawing on sunflower seeds as he spoke, revealing an expression of watching a spectacle. He yelled towards Feng Xian, this old man came to watch acrobatics. Whatever I want to say or do, it's none of my business, you beggarly lot. What right do you have to interfere? Change to a real sword. Change to a real sword. If this grandmaster likes it, perhaps he'll reward you with a few more coins. He let out a shout and others also shouted along. Feng Xian was enraged, just about to make a move, when suddenly he saw a white figure flash. Xie Lian had all read. Why appeared beside that fellow, grabbed him in one move, and threw him into the sky. The moment he made his move, his strength was immeasurable. This idler was immediately flung several truong into the air by him, then foolishly plummeted with a thud to the ground. All the onlookers gasped, covering their mouths in terror. That person landed with a thud, and due to the harsh impact with the ground, blood flowed from his 7 orifices. He let out tragic wails, but Xie Lian still showed no inclination to stop. He approached and seized him, saying with utter tranquility, without a single ripple of emotion, a real sword. No, but a real scene of murder. Yes, it is here. Do you wish to witness it? The crowd of onlookers scattered in all directions in fright, screaming, help! Everyone! Save us! There's a murderer! Feng Xian was even more horrified. Your Highness! Xie Lian turned a deaf ear, preparing to once again hurl that man several truong high and let him plummet. Feng Xian reached him just in time to restrain him. Having long forgotten to conceal his identity, he roared, Your Highness! Wake up! You're about to beat someone to death! A surging black fire blazed in Xie Lian's eyes. He wrestled free from Feng Xin's grip and pressed that man further into the earth. The fellow gave a single twitch of his leg, then ceased to move entirely. Feng Xian lunged forward, intending to check the man's pulse, when he heard a shrill cry from the end of the street. It's them. They're over there. This is bad. The Yong'an soldiers are here. Feng Xian was about to flee, but he saw Xie Lian still standing rooted to the spot, staring intently at the Yong'an soldiers, as if he yearned to charge forward and fight them to sate his fury. He quickly ran back and pulled him along. What are you still doing standing there? Run quickly. The two fled helter-skelter, running east and hiding west, until they returned to their hideout. The moment they stepped through the door, even with the queen right before them, Feng Xian continued to press Xie Lian. Why did you cause such a scene? Feng Xian, of course, would never in a million years have dared to act so presumptuously before their majesties, the queen, but with such pent-up fury, how could he possibly calm down? So many things had already changed long ago. Xie Lian then turned to the queen and said, "Go home." The queen, perplexed, began, "My imperial son, what on earth are you?" Xie Lian cut her off. "Go home." The queen, though she wished to ask, dared not, and could only obey him, turning to go home. Xie Lian then turned his attention to Feng Xian. "What did I do?" Feng Xin's fury blazed. "You intended to beat that man to death." Xie Lian retorted, "But he isn't dead. Furthermore, what if I had beaten him to death?" "Oh!" Feng Xian was utterly aghast. "What are you saying? What do you mean, what if I had beaten him to death?" Xie Lian said, "Who told this lowly commoner he wished to die? If he so desperately desired death, then I merely obliged him. What fault is that of mine?" As if cowed by Xie Lian's choice of words, Feng Xian stood stunned for a long moment before he finally spoke. He did commit a crime, yes, but surely not one deserving of death? A single palm strike would have sufficed. Why, just for a single sentence, must you beat him to death? Xie Lian interjected, "Precisely. He dared to speak those words to me. I intend for him to pay a very heavy price." "Oh!" Feng Xin's face was etched with incredulity. "How could you utter such words?" Xie Lian asked. "Say what?" Feng Xian said, "You would never have used the word lowly commoner before. You haven't even uttered it once." Xie Lian said, "What is the meaning of this? I am not a god. Am I not permitted to be enraged? Am I not permitted to be resentful?" Feng Xian was speechless for a moment, reluctantly uttering a few words. "That's not what I meant, but no matter what, it still shouldn't have." Xie Lian didn't want to listen, nor did he bother to speak with him anymore, going straight into the house alone, closing the door with a bang. The moment the door closed, he let out a cry, flinging himself against the bed frame. Deceiving himself and others. He was utterly deceiving himself and others. Whatever the case, it was fundamentally impossible to remain silent and act as if nothing happened, nor could things ever return to how they were before. In the afternoon, someone knocked on the door. Xie Lian thought it was Feng Xian, and decided not to open it. After waiting a moment, he then heard the queen's voice ring out, "Imperial son, it's your mother here. Just let mother come in to see you for a moment, will that be all right?" Xie Lian had originally intended to lie motionless and feign death, but after a brief lie, he still went to open the door, his expression extremely weary. "What is it?" The queen, carrying a plate of food, stood before the door and asked with concern, "You haven't eaten anything yet, have you, imperial son?" Xie Lian looked at her, suppressing it for a long while, only then successfully managing to swallow down the sentence, "Haven't eaten, and won't eat commoner's food," that had risen to his throat, and stepped aside to let his mother come in. The queen placed the plate of food on the table, smiling with maternal affection. "Have a taste." The moment Xie Lian looked, he was so vexed he almost laughed. "What is this, then?" The queen regarded them with utmost care. "Look, this is the stir-fry dish, conjoined wings and intertwined branches, and this is the soup, perfect bloom and full moon." When called conjoined wings and intertwined branches, its appearance was like one corpse, two fates. When called perfect bloom and full moon, it was lumpy and irregular. Xie Lian couldn't help but interrupt her. "Why must these dishes also be given names?" The queen said, "Don't dishes deserve names?" Xie Lian said, "Those are only named by the imperial kitchen in the palace. But who among common folk names their dishes? Palace, imperial kitchen, common folk." The queen paused for a moment and smiled. "No one has stipulated that only the imperial kitchen has the right to name dishes. Let's just say these dishes are lucky. Come quickly, try some. Mother spent a very long time making these for you." Saying this, she lifted her chopsticks. But Xie Lian did not smile, nor would he move his chopsticks. The queen, who had originally been sitting and smiling happily, her smile gradually faded, and she sighed. "Imperial son." Xie Lian asked, "What is it?" The queen said, "Why did you quarrel with Feng Xian?" Xie Lian fundamentally had no desire to explain, nor did he have the strength to explain. He only said, "You can simply wait in the room, there's no need to worry about these matters." The queen hesitated for a moment, then said, "Mother knows this shouldn't be said, but during your absence it was always this child Feng Xian who steadfastly took care of you." Xie Lian frowned. "Mother, what exactly do you mean?" The queen hastily explained, Imperial son, don't be angry. I am not criticizing you. Truly I am not. I know you also endure much hardship. I am only saying that this child Feng Xian has followed you, from time immemorial until now, and his life has not been easy either. I can sense that it's not that he doesn't want to leave, but he has remained until today, all because he cherishes your bond. Upon hearing that, Xie Lian suddenly stood up and said, does anyone live an easy life? Is my life easy? Mother, can everyone please stop asking? Can everyone please stop interfering? Seeing him burst out the door, Vong Hao panicked, hastily stood up, chasing him. Imperial son, where are you going? I won't speak anymore. Imperial mother will not speak anymore. You come back. Ta Lin coldly said, I know. Everyone all lives not easily, you rest assured. I now go to work to let everyone live easier a little more. Vong Hao could not follow him quickly enough. In just a moment was left behind. Straight until late at night, Ta Lin only then brought a few bags back, just opening the door. Everyone all had not slept, still waiting for him. Everyone all had dark countenances. Ta Lin turned his hand to close the door, asked what happened? Kwok Chu seemed to have just reprimanded Vong Hao. Her eye rims were still red. Seeing Ta Lin return, she breathed a long sigh of relief, reluctantly smiled happily. Imperial son, you have returned. I later will never ask many questions anymore. You don't without saying anything already turn your head and leave. Whatever happens, Imperial mother certainly will listen to your words. Everyone all was afraid. Afraid that he just turned his head and left again for over 2 months, would not see anyone. Ta Lin again said, everyone thinks too much already. I am not planning to go. Everyone all go rest. Waiting until Kwok Chu and Vong Hao had entered the room, Fong Tin's countenance sank for a moment, only then said, even if I asked you where are you going, you also will not swear, right? Ta Lin did not make a sound, took those few bags and threw them down on the ground. A ringing sound was emitted. Fong Tin asked, what thing is this? Ta Lin opened the bags and poured them out, from inside gushing out gold and silver with a golden gleam, almost brightly illuminating the entire room. Fong Tin immediately stood up, startled. You took this from where? Ta Lin did not lift his head up, was sitting on the ground both counting, and saying, no need to display such a countenance. I just went to a wealthy family in the city for a little while, that's all. Rest assured no one discovered it. Fong Tin's 2 eyes widened. He remembered Kwok Chu and Vong Hao were still next door. Only then lowered his voice again, you went to steal. Ta Lin said, you don't need to look at me like that. Everyone all lives with difficulty, having these things then will be much easier. Fong Tin said, then you also shouldn't go stealing, right? We can perform acrobatics. Ta Lin said, performing acrobatics one day, tired to half dead but only earning a few coins, is it worth it? Fong Tin stepped back 2 steps. This was the first time Ta Lin saw his countenance almost fainting on the spot. Fong Tin with great effort finally managed to stop his steps, after confirming he did not mishear. His mouth then mumbled, why have you changed into this appearance? Ta Lin lifted his head, asked back, what appearance? Fong Tin angrily, I don't want to talk to why. Oh, you anymore. You yourself look at your current appearance. The matter of robbing I already did not ask, why do you keep making it worse? Ta Lin let out a cold laugh, spat out 2 words, as expected. Fong Tin said, as expected what? Ta Lin stood up, said, you as expected still always remembered carefully the matter of me robbing. Wanted to ask me but did not dare to ask, right? In your heart you must have imagined already over 100, 1,000 times what happened, right? No need to think anymore, I will let you know. He step by step advanced to in front of Fong Tin. It is the truth. I have robbed. Fong Tin was forced back 1 step by him, said you? He again stepped forward 1 step, low-voiced angrily snarled, we went through so much suffering like this for what? If such matters you had agreed to do from the beginning, we would have done it early already, why then must we endure until today? What is your meaning here? Is it gathering firewood for 3 years, burning it in 1 hour? Are you the crown prince formerly or not? Ta Lin calmly replied, that's right. Why must I sufferingly endure until today? Fong Tin was stunned. Ta Lin again said, from before, why was I like that? Being scolded without scolding back? Being beaten without striking back? Did I not measure my own strength? Did I save all living beings? What was that? Wasn't it a fool? Do you feel I just keep being foolish like that? Is it acceptable to behold? Do you feel that way is only me? Once it is not, would you then be dismayed? Fong Tin was startled. Are you mad, brother? Why must you speak like that? Xie Lian said, you are wrong. I am not mad, I am merely suddenly awake. Then I discovered that my former self was the one who was mad. Oh. Fong Tin muttered, brother, why are you like this? When did you become like this? I truly do not know why I keep following you. Xie Lian said, then you should not follow me anymore. Fong Tin felt that he had not heard clearly, and asked again, what? Xie Lian said, I said, then you should not follow me anymore. Having spoken, he then pushed the door and left. After 2 hours, a slight stir of activity was heard from outside the room, along with sounds that were almost inaudible. It seemed that Fong Tin was bidding farewell to his parents. Fong Tin's voice was extremely low, the queen's tone carried a choking sob, and the king also did not say much, mostly it was coughing. A short while later, the door opened and then closed, Fong Tin's voice had vanished, and the sound of footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Fong Tin had left. Xie Lian locked himself in the room, his expression dazed. A moment later he closed his eyes tightly. Finally he was gone. Ever since Mu Qing left, Xie Lian had always feared this, that there would be a day Fong Tin would also leave him. Because of excessive fear, until this very day, Xie Lian could no longer endure the tormenting panic. Compared to slowly eroding the relationship, like a dagger slowly severing those kindnesses bit by bit until nothing was left, with only mutual disgust and hatred finally remaining, it was better to hasten it, making it explode at this very moment. Before Fong Tin left he was afraid. But after Fong Tin had left, he was no longer afraid. Although he was not afraid, yet the pain in his heart was even more piercingly deep. Initially, in the depths of Xie Lian's heart, he still harbored a 1 in 10,000 hope, hoping that even though he admitted to having done things he should not have done, even though he had become so pathetic in appearance, Fong Tin would still remain. After all, since he was 14 years old, choosing Fong Tin to be his personal attendant, the two of them had always been inseparable ever since. More than master and servant, they were even two good friends. Besides him, Fong Tin also had no one else he needed to care for outside. At most there were only the king and the queen. But now Fong Tin had truly left. Xie Lian had long since predicted this outcome, and also could completely understand why it had turned out this way. Yet he stubbornly clung on in his heart, he could not bear it. At this moment from outside the room, the queen's soft voice was heard. She said, my imperial child, your mother apologizes. Oh. Xie Lian stood up, opened the door and went out, and spoke wearily, it does not concern you. The queen and the king were both sitting by the old, dilapidated table. The queen said, it is your father and mother who have implicated you. Because of us you had to go and do bad deeds, and also caused you to quarrel with Fong Tin. Xie Lian smiled reluctantly, what's so bad about it? Haven't those ancient legendary tales always spoken of robbing the rich to give to the poor? Fong Xian is gone, that's truly good, he'll be a little more at ease. Both sides will be at ease. Please first truthfully recount the symptoms, tomorrow I can buy the best medicine. The king glared at him, firmly refusing, I don't need this money. The queen discreetly pulled him back. Xie Lian said, what do you wish for? The king coughed a few times, then said, you go find Fong Xian and bring him back. I don't want this dirty money. Although the queen stopped him, she still said, yes, my child, go find Fong Xian. He is your most loyal servant and a good friend. Xie Lian said, there's no such thing as loyal servants anymore. As long as we have money to spend, why bother with anything else? I'm telling you, the two of you don't understand this. After a long silence, the queen finally spoke, I'm sorry, my imperial child. Your parents feel so much pain seeing you struggle alone. But your parents are also just mortals, unable to help you share any of your burdens, and still need you to take care of us. Xie Lian didn't have the strength to say anything more, casually offered a few perfunctory words of comfort, then brought them back home. To keep himself clear he dead, Xie Lian took off his white silk band and outer robe, bathed himself clean, then went to bed and slept straight until the next day, drowsily thinking, why didn't Fong Xian call me? A long while later, he only then remembered, Fong Xian had already left. Xie Lian stretched and sat up, feeling completely dazed, suddenly thought of something. Even if Feng Xian had left, what about his imperial father and mother? Why didn't his imperial father and mother also come in to wake him up? Usually at this time, he would already be able to hear the king's coughing. This sound would not abruptly cease, yet today it was frighteningly silent. He didn't know why. Xie Lian felt uneasy in his heart. He put on his clothes and stepped down from the bed, reached out to grasp something but realized he had missed, quickly discovering his white face covering silk was no longer there. He hurriedly pushed open the door of the adjacent room, and asked Imperial Mother, "Have you seen?" The moment he pushed the door open, the pupils in his eye sockets instantly contracted into two black dots. His white silk was found. The white silk was hanging on the crossbeam, and at the same time, it also hung two middle-aged human bodies, which had long since stiffened. They were his imperial father and mother. Xie Lian suspected he was still dreaming. He waved his hands, reluctantly propped himself against the wall, still able to see, but at this moment, he could no longer hold himself up and slid down along the wall. He sat on the ground, covering his face with both hands, suddenly feeling an extreme difficulty in breathing, weeping and laughing at the same time. His voice broken. I. He didn't even know who he was talking to. His voice jumbled without beginning or end. He muttered again, "No, it's not. I wait for me a moment. It's not I." Finally, he couldn't even say a complete word anymore. He let out a loud scream and like a madman, he charged his head against the wall, hitting it violently several times. He should have thought of it sooner. How stubborn and headstrong his father was as a monarch, and his mother was even more the type of person who couldn't bear to see others suffer, especially suffering because of them. Both of them were nobles accustomed to living in luxury that they could persevere until now along this path was already a great miracle. Xie Lian hit his head against the wall several times, then suddenly muttered a sentence, "Feng Xian, my imperial father and mother are no more." But no one heard. At this moment he thought again he had to bring his parents' bodies down. After bringing them down, Xie Lian seemed not to know what to do. He walked back and forth in the room, saw on the table a dish that had frozen and grown cold. It was the food he hadn't eaten last night, which the queen had taken away. Now he was utterly terrified as he picked up the plate, ate it all clean, not daring to leave a single morsel, only afraid of missing a single jur of rice. After eating, he started to vomit. Suddenly, Lin took that white silk, tied it onto the roof beam, and slipped his own neck into it. Each wave of suffocation swept over, yet he remained clear-headed from beginning to end. Despite both eyes being bloodshot, the creaking sound of bones breaking ringing out, he was still like that, consistently clear-headed. Moreover, for unknown reasons, the white silk that was hanging suddenly flew out on its own. Lin fell to the ground with a thud, dizzy and disoriented, then discovered that white silk was flying without wind, like a venomous snake slowly rising. This thing unexpectedly gave birth to its own spiritual essence. Having been infused with spiritual power, already stained with Lin's blood, and furthermore having hanged two members of the royal family. If Lin could die, that would be three. A strip of white silk, bearing such profound resentment and evil energy, if it did not become a monster, then that would be truly strange. The newly born monster completely did not understand the extent of the despair in which it had been born, joyfully flying towards the person who had just given it a spiritual essence, as if expecting to be embraced and cherished as a beloved thing. Lin's eyes fundamentally held no place for it. He clutched his head in despair and cried out, "Is there anyone? Is there anyone to come kill me?" He only wanted someone to help him escape the endless torment and suffering in his heart. At this very moment, from afar came a burst of gongs clashing and drums beating, resounding across the blue sky. Lin panted heavily, both eyes blood-red, thinking to himself, what is that? Some kind of power pulled him to stagger to his feet to go outside and check. After walking for a long while, he discovered that was the inauguration ceremony of Yong'an. The imperial city had just relocated its capital to. It was the sound of drums celebrating the inauguration. Everywhere was joyful. The common people of Old Xianlu now all cheered for Yong'an. On the main street, brilliant smiles hung on the lips of everyone, familiar to the extent that it made Lin recall the time of the Lantern Festival Heavenly Blessing Parade. The crowd in the imperial city of Xianlu also cheered like that. Lin staggered away, then staggered back, huddled himself and sat flat on the ground. Why must it be at the time when the queen and king of Xianlu died? To let him see the laughter and chatter of the people of Yong'an. Ta Lin buried his face in his palms, crying and laughing, emitting sounds of ha-ha and eerie sobs. A moment later, he again giggled, bursting out laughing, murmuring to himself it won't be that easy. A voice flashed in his head: the human face disease is resentment. The method of creating the human face disease must. A light suddenly flashed across his eyes. The voice suddenly turned chillingly gentle. None of you shall ever live well. The expression on his face was like crying, like laughing, like sorrow, like joy. Clinging to the wall, he slowly stood up, laughing loudly. Forever peaceful, Yong'an? Don't even dream of it. Forever, don't even dream of it. I curse you all. I curse you all. I want all of you to die completely, die completely. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Laughing loudly, Ta Lin rushed outside like a strong gust of wind, but at the moment he passed by the bronze mirror, he suddenly froze, turning his head back. The him in the mirror had completely changed into a different appearance. The clothes on his body were not a worn-out, tattered white Taoist robe, washed until frayed, but were a set of long-sleeved mourning clothes, white like snow. His face was also no longer his own, but was a half-crying, half-laughing mask. If the former Ta Lin had seen his current appearance in the mirror, he would definitely have been so scared that he would scream loudly. However, the current him no longer had even a little fear. He turned a blind eye, ceaselessly laughing crisply, staggering and tottering. He broke through the door and dashed out. The old capital, the imperial city of Xianlu, was now already indescribably desolate ruins. Beside the ruins, there were still residents who luckily survived and wanderers who had nowhere to go. Although it was said that ever since the human face disease erupted, and the imperial city fell, the magnificent royal capital would frequent tly have strange sounds appearing, making everyone afraid, but today it seemed even more terrifying. Several beggars in ragged clothes ran like wisps of smoke, running and looking at the sky at the same time. Everyone all had the same feeling, as if a great catastrophe was about to occur, daring not to stop their steps. Before the grand city gate was the battlefield. Normally, no one dared to pass, but now there was only an old Taoist priest scurrying east and west, capturing wandering, lingering souls once caught. He quickly stuffed them into his bag, preparing to make them into lotus lanterns. Catching them on and on, the old man suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to him, at the far end of the battlefield, a strange white-robed figure had appeared. How strange, how eerie. A body in mourning attire, a white Taoist robe with long sleeves, a sash of silk drifting beside it, fluttering with the wind, as if possessing a life of its own. Upon its face it wore a pallid white mask, one half weeping, the other half smiling. The old Taoist priest was utterly disgusted, and by the time he managed to react to the reason he should flee, his 2 feet had already carried him away from the battlefield. Within his heart, a ceaseless fear still lingered. He stopped and turned to look. That white-robed figure spoke not a word, only slowly took steps across the battlefield. A chill wind whistled, and each step taken was upon the skeletal remains of fallen soldiers. Countless wandering souls on this land writhed and shrieked, until their resentment transformed into a gruesome black hue. That white-robed figure coldly uttered, "Do you hate?" Those wandering spirits wailed and wept mournfully. That white-robed figure took a few more steps and said, "Those whom you once swore to protect unto death have now become citizens of a new nation. Do you hate?" Amidst the mournful wails of the wandering spirits, intertwined were also sounds of screeching roars. That white-robed figure slowly spoke, "They have long forgotten your deaths on the battlefield, forgotten your sacrifices, and cheered for those who snatched away your lives. Do you hate?" Amidst the screeching roars, cries of indignant fury intermingled. That white-robed figure still coldly said, "What good is mere screaming? Answer me, do you hate?" The entire sky above the battlefield echoed with countless voices filled with agonizing resentment. "Hate! We truly hate! Kill! I want to kill them all!" That white-robed figure opened its arms towards them, saying, "Then come to me." Every word that flowed forth was sharp. "I pledge, the people of Vinan shall never ever know peace." A multitude of screeching roars shook the high heavens. Mournful cries, the wandering souls of the fallen soldiers of Tianlac and those who died from the human face plague in the imperial city, responded in unison. Amidst the dark and murky sky, black smoke transformed into shapes. The old Taoist priest watched from afar, taking in this entire scene into the depths of his eyes, trembling ceaselessly in fear. This is. In that instant only 4 words could form in his mind. White-clothed calamity. Precisely at this moment, the white-robed figure heard a young man's voice transmit from behind. Your Highness. It turned its head. Unbeknownst to anyone behind it, a black-robed young man had appeared, standing there, bowing his head before it, kneeling on one knee. The author has something to say. Of course, it's Fafa. Volume 4, Chapter 192. The reason for referring to him as youth was a judgment drawn from his voice and physique. He was clad in a neat martial practitioner's attire. His tall, broad frame, yet like a newly sprouted bamboo, retained the innocent charm of youth. His robe, black as ink, and his hair, also black as ink, were bound up. A slender saber was strapped to his waist. Slowly, he lifted his head. Upon his face, too, he wore a mask as white as snow, and upon that mask was a visage curved into a smile. Hordes upon hordes of black chi, swiftly manifesting into forms within, were meticulously swept into the sleeve of the universe by the white-clad figure, as if pouring a stream of water into a small jade flask. Yet that youth remained utterly motionless amidst the raging tempestuous black wind. The white-clad figure then spoke. Who are you? The black-robed youth remained as before, kneeling on one knee upon the earth, as if in deference yet also as if swearing an oath, and replied, I am addressing your Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. The white-clad figure spoke coldly. I am not the Crown Prince. Yet the black-robed youth persisted. It is you. Your voice and your physique I could never forget. A hint of anger tinged the white-clad figure's voice. I said I am not. This white-clad figure, clearly, was Xie Lian, clad in mourning robes and bearing the weeping smiling mask upon his face. His face was concealed behind the mask. No one could discern his identity, nor did he wish to be recognized. Yet this black-robed martial practitioner, wandering across the battlefield, had directly spoken his identity aloud. Suddenly, the white silk sash from Xie Lian's rolled up. Voluminous sleeves sprang forth like a venomous serpent, striking toward the black-robed youth. Though it appeared a soft silken white sash, its attack was fierce and malevolent, radiating an eerie evil chi. It seemed the black-robed youth would surely be bound tight by it. Yet, with a dismissive wave of his hand, he seized the white silk sash firmly. One end of the white silk sash coiled around Xie Lian's wrist, the other around the black-robed youth, slowly drawing taut. It was not for lack of desire to escape, yet the black-robed youth held it ever steadfast, as if he clutched a 7-inch venomous serpent in a death grip, his hand continuously emanating chilling waves of cold chi. Beyond a shadow of a doubt, this was a lost soul. And what's more, a lost soul of immense power. Feeling the undeniable power transmitted from the other end of the sash, Xie Lian spoke. What is your name? A momentary silence passed. Then the black-robed youth replied, I have no name. Xie Lian did not press further, saying no name then means nameless. The black-robed youth said, Your Highness may address me by any means your Highness desires. Xie Lian then inquired, Are you a lost soul of a soldier who perished here, on this very battlefield? Nameless affirmed, Indeed. It was only then that Xie Lian withdrew his hand, the white silk sash immediately leaping back to his person. From a distance it turned to the black-robed youth, brandishing its might, shaking its head and flicking its tail, as if poised to unleash deadly venom. As a lost soul fallen in battle, it was no wonder he could respond. This black-robed martial practitioner, naturally, must also be filled with resentment towards the Yong'an people, and thus could be utilized by him, for their objectives were aligned. Immediately thereafter Xie Lian said, Then follow me. He extended his hand to the black-robed martial practitioner. I shall grant you your desires. That black-robed youth's face too was hidden behind the mask, making it impossible to discern his expression at that moment. Both parties were similarly veiled. But after a moment of profound silence, he, without the slightest hesitation, clasped Xie Lian's offered hand firmly. He bowed his head deeply, pressing his old forehead close against the back of Xie Lian's hand. After a beat he spoke in a low voice, I vow to follow your Highness unto death. Xie Lian, however, withdrew his hand, both hands hanging down within his sleeves, and said indifferently, "You are already dead. Go then." This black-clad martial artist stood up. Xie Lian just turned his head back, and only then discovered that this young man was even taller than his imagination, approximately 16 or 17 years old. His stature at this age was considered extremely tall, yet he was even a little taller than him. However, this was nothing. He glanced, then turned his head back, continuing to move forward. Xie Lian walked in front. The black-clad martial artist Wu Ming indeed followed behind him, saying, "Your Highness, where do you intend to go?" Xie Lian's gaze fell into the distance, saying, "Yong'an Imperial Palace." Yong'an Imperial Palace was situated in the west of the great city. This city was originally a quite prosperous town, but its east was overshadowed by the Xianlu Imperial capital. And after the Xianlu Imperial capital became a plague city, the new king moved the new capital here. Before long, it would be able to surpass the old imperial capital, with boundless splendor. Xie Lian came in the dead of night. Under the moonlight, he was like a white cat, silently and imperceptibly lightly leaping and flying across the rooftops in the new imperial capital, while the black-clad martial artist was like a nimble black fox still closely following behind him. Not long after, two figures descended before the grand entrance of a building. Xie Lian sensed something amiss. On this door, he could even vaguely sense an ominous aura, and stopped his steps. Just as he was about to reach out to probe, this black-clad martial artist unexpectedly took a step forward. Blocking in front of him, extended a palm and said in a low voice, "Break." From inside that door crack, a flash of fire appeared, as if something had been incinerated. Afterwards, this black-clad martial artist then reached out and pushed the door open, saying, "Your Highness." Xie Lian stepped inside, looking down towards the ground. Indeed, it was not beyond expectation. On the ground, some charred black ash was scattered. Xie Lian took a bit, smelled the scent of herbs and the taste of imperial talismans, and looked at this black-clad martial artist for a moment. This ghost was indeed formidable. These traces of burnt remnants revealed that someone had set up a protective method at the door, and moreover, the protective power was not weak. If ordinary little ghosts wanted to forcefully break the door or pass through it, they would surely be burned to utter terror. Yet, the black-clad martial artist, in just a blink of an eye, completely destroyed this formation. It was unknown if it was because it was a new city, but this Yong'an Imperial Palace was not particularly magnificent. On the contrary, it was a bit unsightly, far too inferior compared to Xianlu Imperial Palace. This, on the contrary, was not strange. What was strange was that along the way, there were almost constant obstacles. Various anti-evil defensive items were continuously set up as formations and traps. However, whenever Xie Lian sensed something blocking the path ahead, this black-clad martial artist would take a step ahead to remove the obstacles, sweeping clear the path for him, which was why it was still unobstructed. Half an hour later, high above Yong'an Palace, two tall, slender figures stood upon the rooftop, observing below. Both people wore a mask. That white-clad person had flowing wide sleeves, trailing a strip of white silk, fluttering in the wind. That person in black, on the other hand, was composed and tidy, with a long saber at his waist, guarding beside the white-clad person, gazing in the same direction as him. The new ruler of Yong'an Kingdom must be in this grand hall now. Xie Lian coldly chuckled and said, "To set up so many barriers to ward off disaster in the Imperial Palace, it seems he is truly very afraid of something finding him, huh?" Book 4 Chapter 193. Wu Ming said, "Your Highness, I will go clear the way." Xie Lian refused. "No need, I will go myself." Having said that, he then leaped down. Like a white flower blown off a branch by the wind, he landed silently and imperceptibly before the palace. Just as he was about to open the door, from inside the hall suddenly came a child's whimpering cry. Langing H. had no consorts, and his son had also died young. So where did the child's voice from inside the hall come from? Xie Lian did not pay attention to this either. Let alone a child, even if thousands of soldiers and 10,000s of horses were hidden inside, he would not be afraid. Thus he forcefully lifted his leg and kicked open the palace door. What was strange was that inside the grand hall, there was only one person, no second person at all, nor was there any child. Suddenly seeing someone arrive, that person then lifted his head and greeted, "You have arrived? I have always been looking for you." The person in the hall was Lang Ying. Although he was now the noble ruler, he did not wear luxurious imperial robes, sitting blankly on the throne. Xie Lian was puzzled for a moment, not knowing why he had this reaction, then immediately understood. He currently wore a mask and mourning attire. Lang Ying must have mistaken him for Bai Wuxiang. Inside this palace hall also had a formation set up. As Xie Lian stepped in, he clearly felt something obstructing him. Thus, he slightly exerted force under his feet, trampling the ground beneath. Suddenly within the space, came the sound of something being crushed. The biting cold of winter and the shadows of night swept in from outside the hall, Xie Lian's sleeves fluttering in the wind. He asked, "What do you want from me?" Hearing his voice, Lang Ying's expression subtly changed, and he blurted out, "It's you?" Xie Lian slowly approached his snow-white boots step by step treading upon the cold ground. He bitterly replied, "It is I." A brutish man like Lang On brought troops to destroy Xian Lu, becoming an emperor himself, thus all sorts of evil spirits could not approach him. But at this very moment, what Xie Lian brought was thousands upon thousands of fallen battlefield souls. He did not believe that with such a colossal number, with such powerful vengeful spirits and grievances, there would be no way to take revenge on Lang On. As expected, these vengeful spirits stirred violently, as if they could no longer wait, wanting to break free and advance to parasitize the fresh flesh and new body of the enemy. This stirring sound, no matter who it was, could not fail to hear. Yet Lang On was neither startled nor changed color, indifferently saying, "You have come to kill me?" Xie Lian did not reply. A moment later, he instantly lunged before Lang On, seizing his hair and forcefully slamming him to the ground. Success! Beneath the mask of sorrow and joy, Xie Lian's lips curled up uncontrollably. Indeed, he could defeat Lang On. Initially, he was bound by his identity as a heavenly official, having no means whatsoever to suppress one destined to be an emperor, but ever since he abandoned his divine status, he could finally defeat Lang On. Xie Lian's heart pounded. Just as he was about to make his next move, his expression suddenly changed. "What sound is that?" A soft wail. He heard the very faint whimpering cry of an infant, but there were no children at all within this palace. He confirmed once more, incorrect. That crying sound was coming from Lang On's mouth, beneath his hand. More accurately, it was from Lang On's body. Xie Lian stripped off his clothes, his eyes suddenly widened, and he abruptly stood up. "What is this?" Lang On slowly turned over and sat up, saying, "Don't be afraid." This sentence was not for Xie Lian, but was spoken to something on his body. On Lang On's chest, two faces suddenly grew, each face exactly the size of a normal person's, protruding like colossal swells. The largest face was exquisitely beautiful, vaguely discernible as that of a woman, while on the remaining small face, many wrinkles appeared like an infant's, and that intermittent crying sound precisely came from the mouth of this child. Human face disease. Xie Lian was utterly astonished. "Why have you been infected with the human face disease?" Lang On, however, said, "This is not the human face disease." Xie Lian was doubtful. "In what way is this not like the human face disease? If it's not that plague, then what is it?" Lang On explained, "These are my wife and my son. Not what you speak of." He spoke in a low voice, while raising his hand to gently caress the two faces on his body, clearly the appearance of a husband and father soothing his wife and child. But these two faces could not even open their eyes. Their mouths only knew how to wail, lacking who man form, their features indistinct. A moment later, Lang On finally lifted his head and spoke. "Where is Bai Wuxiang?" He said, "My wife would return, but it has been so long. Why has she not yet returned? What exactly has happened? Quickly call him to find me." Hearing this, Xie Lian instantly understood. "You allowed Bai Wuxiang to cultivate the vengeful spirits of your wife and son on your own body? So that was it. Those formations along the way in the imperial palace, fundamentally, were not to prevent uninvited guests, but rather to prevent whatever lurked inside from escaping." Lang On had become the nation's ruler, yet he was secretly nurturing these two vengeful spirits with his own flesh and blood. Xie Lian still wanted to settle scores with him. Who would have thought that before he even needed to act, Lang On had already sown a plague upon himself? The time these two faces had been growing on his body was certainly not short. Even tiny limbs had grown, cumbersome and dangling, both grotesque and disgusting. Moreover, they had sucked dry the host's nutrients. Lang On's ribs protruded, His lower abdomen also sunken. His skin was turmeric yellow, his body emaciated, looking as if he had never had many good days. Compared to the image of the fierce and imposing warrior on the battlefield before, he was not the same person at all. Xie Lian felt no comfort at all. He immediately seized Lang On, and furiously growled, "What kind of trickery is this? He hadn't even had me to take the enemy's life, yet the enemy was about to die. What kind of situation was this? How was he supposed to deal with it?" This strike made something fall from Lang On's body, emitting a sparkling red light as it tumbled far away. Lang On grasped Ta Lian's hand, though this movement seemed to cause him difficulty, and he began to gasp out the bead. That bead. Ta Lian turned his head to look. Rolling on the ground was a coral red bead. Lang On said, "I've always wanted to say thank you for your bead." Hearing such a statement, Ta Lian was suddenly stunned, never expecting him to abruptly utter these words. Something seemed to stir in his heart, but he very quickly suppressed it by force. "You." Lang On sadly lowered his voice, "If only you had given it to me a little sooner. What a pity." His words were still unfinished when the body, which had been in Ta Lian's hands all this time, heavily slumped. Lang On thus collapsed with open eyes. Ta Lian had not even had time to react when Wu Ming spoke. "Your Highness, he is dead." Ta Lian was bewildered. "Dead already?" He lowered his head to look down. Lang On's pupils were beginning to cloud over, and he was indeed dead. Ta Lian muttered again, "Why did he just die like that?" Ta Lian hadn't done anything to Lang On, so why had he died? Moreover, he had died in fulfillment and elation. He had completed his revenge against Xian Lu, even brought his loved ones by his side, preparing to reunite in the Yellow Springs. He had endured all kinds of torment in this life. Death, on the contrary, was a release. As for Ta Lian, it was the opposite for him. The object of his revenge now no longer existed. His heart overflowed with resentment and fury, finally transforming into a single feeling: hateful. It was truly too hateful. The moment Lang On fell motionless to the ground, the two faces on his chest, as if knowing their host had died, suddenly cried out together, wailing and shrieking, piercing to the extreme, making people even more uncomfortable than fingernails scraping on metal. Ta Lian was already driven to madness by anger. He drew his black sword, about to strike down with a single blow to silence them, but He Wu Jia had already drawn his saber with a clink. The gleam of the saber swept past, and Lang On's corpse was instantly chopped into several pieces, dozens of pieces, hundreds of pieces, blood and flesh splattered. Ta Lian had not even made a move when he was preempted by him, who coldly said, "Who gave you permission to do that?" Wu Ming said, "I did not wish to soil your Highness' hands." Just at this moment, a series of urgent footsteps rang out from outside the door, and the voice of a youth shouted, "Uncle." "Who?" Ta Lian turned his head, only to see the palace door open, revealing a youth in his teens standing at the entrance, his eyes gazing this way. He originally wore a smiling expression, but as he stepped inside and saw the scattered remains on the ground, he instantly froze. "Tell." Ian indifferently asked, "Who are you?" The youth said, "I." His gaze shifted. Then he discovered a familiar corpse on the ground, and startled, he cried out, "Uncle." At this moment, someone outside again cried out in a panic, "Crown Prince. Your Highness, please don't run around wildly. The sovereign has already said you cannot casually wander the palace. It's past midnight. Don't make things difficult for me." Crown Prince. Lang On's son was dead. Yet this youth called Lang On uncle twice, clearly indicating that Lang On had established another Crown Prince, Crown Prince Yong'en. This young Crown Prince reacted just in time, uttering a few words in fright. "Ghost. There's a ghost. Come." He had barely shouted this much when He Wu Jia struck a blow to his neck, and this Crown Prince Yong'en immediately fainted onto the pool of blood covering the ground. But the shout had already spread outside, and in an instant a clamor arose. "What? Did you hear that? Guards! Guards!" Ta Lian's gaze shifted. He Wu Jia slightly bowed his head, indicating he would handle it, then turned and went out. In a flash, all the commotion outside was cut off. Stepping out of the hall, a whole group of guards lay fallen on the ground, unable to rise, while He Wu Jia stood right in the center, blood flowing down his slender, long saber. It must have been this saber that had disposed of them. And in the distance, another commotion arose as a group of guards only now rushed to protect the royalty, protect the sovereign, protect the Crown Prince. Ta Lian indifferently turned away, not bothering to pay them any mind. Sure enough, in just a moment, the voices of those people were again cut off by a saber, buried and completely vanished. Afterwards, Hei Wujia silently and imperceptibly drew near to him. Xie Lian slightly tilted his head. Imperial Palace, burn. Wu Ming nodded, obeying the command yes. The raging flames blazed up. Two tall and large figures, black as ink, stood before the scorching fire, their shadows on the ground ceaselessly twisting, deforming, then stretching. Such a great commotion for a while. The palace servants in Yong'an Imperial Palace had long been awakened, some fighting the fire, some fleeing, sometimes cursing and swearing, sometimes wailing and crying, filling the sky, exactly like when Xianlu Imperial Palace was burned. The black-clothed martial warrior said, "Your Highness, what do you plan to do next?" The white-robed figure said coldly, "Go around here." Before Xianlu Kingdom perished, Xie Lian had passed through all over this place countless times. Each time he went, it was all for making rain to save people. At that time his whole body was aching and weary, his footsteps heavy. This time, his purpose in coming was completely opposite. He himself also leisurely and unhurried. Having endured through the great drought, and then having received the new national lord's full effort in helping, this region had long ago recovered its vitality. Main streets and small alleys filled with endless joy. Passers-by were all extremely thrilled. Completely different from the bleak scene of a few years ago. A world apart. Only one single place was still desolate and withered. That was Xianlu Crown Prince Temple. The Crown Prince Temple was ruined and dilapidated with no one visiting. Xie Lian then chose this place as a base. At this moment, he was in quiet meditation inside the temple. These resentful spirits needed to quickly find a host, which is also the object of their curse, but because Langon had died, they were now still struggling in agony, refusing to let go of Xie Lian, wailing, recounting and shrieking towards him, but were again waved away by Xie Lian, who closed his eyes and casually dismissed them. He frowned. "Wait, don't be impatient, I will free you all." At this moment, a voice spoke up, "Your Highness." Xie Lian opened his eyes, only to see the black-clothed martial warrior in front of him kneeling on one knee on the ground. Book 4 Chapter 194. His state of mind was still immersed in the piercing shrieks of the resentful spirits. For a moment he could not calm down. Beneath the mask cold sweat streamed down. His soul flying to the clouds, he said, "Do not use those two words to call me." Each time he heard someone call him like that, it was as if he was being reminded of something, making him especially vexed. Even just one call would make his heart startled. Wu Ming again said, "Your Highness will forever be." "Your Highness." Xie Lian turned his face to look. Of course, he could not see the true appearance of the black-clothed martial warrior, only seeing the white mask. When the other party looked at him, they could also only see a layer of pale white mask. He coldly warned, "Call me again, and I will make your soul fly and spirit scatter. Do not think that you are truly strong." That black-clothed youth bowed his head and did not answer. Xie Lian calmed down again and said, "Go investigate around this area. Search for the most suitable location to set up the formation." Wu Ming said yes. Xie Lian closed his eyes, paused for a moment, then opened his eyes again, still seeing the black-clothed martial warrior, and immediately frowned. "Why have you not gone yet?" The black-clothed martial warrior again said, "The location has been determined." "Then what about the time?" "Time? The departed souls cannot wait any longer. We must help them find a host to curse. It cannot be prolonged for too long." Silent for a moment, Xie Lian only then replied, 3 days from now." Wu Ming again said, "Why 3 days?" For some unknown reason, every time Ta Lin conversed with him, there was a hint of unease and trepidation, saying 3 days from now is the full moon night. By then, the power of the human face plague will surely greatly increase. And you ask too many questions. Just go quickly. Vo Dan nodded, withdrawing silently and without a trace. Ta Lin once again closed his eyes, covering his forehead, hoping to alleviate the bout of headache. Just at this moment, he heard a few cold, mocking laughs from behind. Upon hearing the familiar cold laugh, the blood throughout Ta Lin's body seemed to freeze. He suddenly turned around, and indeed on the divine altar behind him sat a figure wearing a mask of joy and sorrow, dressed in white mourning robes like a phantom snowman, his 2 hands swaying his wide sleeves, staring intently at him. "Bak Vo Tuong." Ta Lin drew his sword and thrust it forward. The white-clad figure used 2 fingers to pinch the sword tip. A clink sound rang out, and then he sighed, just as I predicted. That appearance is indeed very suitable for you. If one did not remove the mask, these 2 figures were almost identical from head to toe. After a round of prolonged entanglement, the 2 white-clad figures fought back and forth. Outsiders looking on would fundamentally be unable to distinguish one from the other. Bok Vo Tuong leisurely dodged the sword tip while saying to Ta Lin, Crown Prince, "You buried your parents in a barren, cold foreign land. Do you not feel they were wronged?" Ta Lin's heart gradually sank. He growled, "You dared to touch the corpses of my imperial father and mother? You destroyed their bodies." Bok Vo Tuong replied, "No, quite the opposite. I gave them a grand burial for you." Hearing this, Ta Lin was stunned. Bok Vo Tuong then said, "I helped you bring them to the immortal Lu Royal Mausoleum, and even dressed them in rare jade and silk garments, which can ensure their bodies will not decay for 1,000 years. This way, the next time you come to visit, you will be able to see their faces as if they were still alive." He told Ta Lin the location and method to enter the royal mausoleum. This information should have been conveyed to Ta Lin by the ruler and the imperial preceptor, but they did not have time to do so. One was already dead, and the other had left. Ta Lin was still full of suspicion. "How do you know how to enter the immortal Lu Royal Mausoleum?" Bok Vo Tuong smiled, "As long as it is a matter concerning the crown prince, there is nothing I do not know." Ta Lin cursed, "You know jack shit." When the vulgar words spilled out, he was still unaccustomed to them. It seemed Bok Vo Tuong had long since comprehended Ta Lin's thoughts. He assessed him for a moment, then softly said, "It doesn't matter. From now on, there will be nothing more to bind you. No one will await you, and even fewer will know who you are. Therefore, you can do everything you wish." After hearing this sentence, a strange feeling suddenly arose in Ta Lin's heart. What did this monster want by seeking him out? To curry favor. That's right. Although it sounded a little laughable, Ta Lin's own intuition told him that this being was so good to him, whether it was the grand burial for his imperial father and mother, or the concern and comfort, all stemmed solely from this purpose. He must be extraordinarily delighted, Ma. New York Times more delighted than ever before. It was as if seeing Ta Lin like this made him especially joyful, and he couldn't help but become gentle and intimate. This kind of intimacy made Ta Lin suddenly feel a bit moved to tears, but immediately after, he felt more nauseated. Ta Lin said coldly, "Don't be too happy too soon. Don't think I will allow you to remain in this world. Once I have annihilated Yong'an, I will thoroughly prepare to come and settle scores with you." Bok Vo Tuong released his hands and said, "A warm welcome, and I am willing. Even if you want to come and kill me, I will wait here. Once you are truly strong enough to kill me, you can become a true master. However, it seemed the smile behind that mask receded. You. Will you truly annihilate Yong'an?" Ta Lin wondered, "What do you mean? Clearly you can act now, so why wait for 3 days? Has the water already reached your feet, and yet you hesitate? Has it come to the point of national ruin and family destruction, and you still lack the decisiveness for revenge? I hope I am not witnessing the crown prince's failure again, am I?" These 2 words, failure, were extremely grating to the ear. Ta Lin raised his sword and cleaved down, but was kicked once, trampling him down to the ground. He didn't know how Bok Vo Tuong had snatched the black sword from his hand. His gentle and approachable tone abruptly shifted to contempt. "Do you know what you resemble now?" Ta Lin gripped the snow-white shoe on his chest. No matter how much strength he used, he couldn't move it. He was firmly pinned down, unable to rise. Bok Vo Tuong bent slightly, continuing, "You are like a child in a tantrum. You are fundamentally indecisive." Ta Lin raged, "Who said I am not decisive?" Bok Vo Tuong said, "So what are you doing now?" "Cursing. Perish all? Your imperial father, imperial mother, soldiers and subjects who worshipped you as a god. Truly they are to be pitied. Never mind that you couldn't protect them when they were alive. Why is it that even after they died, you couldn't manage to avenge them? You piece of trash." Under his foot, he applied a slight pressure, and from behind Ta Lin's mask of joy and sorrow, a few trickles of fresh blood momentarily seeped out, gushing from his neck. Bok Vo Tuong held his sword with crossed arms, the black jade-like sword tip propped against Ta Lin's throat, sweeping past the curse spell and awakening some memories in his mind. He said, "Do you want me to help you recall the taste of 100 swords piercing the heart? Ta Lian was too terrified, holding his breath, not daring to make a single move. But after terrifying him, Bok Vo Tuong once again became amiable. He moved his foot, helped Ta Lian, who was stiff with fear on the ground, back onto his feet, and grabbed his chin, turning it to one side. Look. This is your current state. What he made Ta Lian look at was a ruined statue on a desolate altar. The flower and sword in the crown. Prince's hand had long since vanished. It had been scorched by fierce flames, then hacked by axes, half of its body charred black, incomplete and fragmented, utterly pathetic. Indeed, it was exactly like the fragment of memory that remained in Ta Lian's mind. Bok Vo Tuong said, "By whom was it bestowed that you became like this? Do you think it was me?" Ta Lian's mind felt as if it had been vigorously scrubbed clean by him once, then repeatedly filled with new things, becoming more and more muddled, more and more doubtful. He had even forgotten anger and said dazedly, "What exactly is your purpose? Why must you constantly entangle yourself with me?" Bok Vo Tuong replied, "I once said I came to teach. Incidentally, I will teach you the third thing, which is if you cannot save all sentient beings, then you can only destroy them. Trample all of them beneath your feet. Only then will they submit to you." As soon as he finished speaking this sentence, Ta Lian's head suddenly hurt so much it felt like it would explode, and he clutched his head with both hands, screaming. It was those resentful spirits. Countless cries of wailing and screaming from those resentful spirits resounded in his mind. Ta Lian was in so much pain, he wished he could roll on the ground. Bok Vo Tuong was smiling and said gently, "They can't wait any longer. After 3 days, if you cannot activate the human face disease, if you cannot unleash their curse, they will certainly turn around and bite you back. Oh, you know then what you will become." Ta Lian felt that the cold black sword was shoved back into his hand, and then a voice whispered into his ear, "You have no chance to turn back." By the time the headache slowly receded, Ta Lian then released his hands and opened his eyes. In the dilapidated Crown Prince Temple, only he himself remained. That white-clad figure had long since vanished. He did not know how much time had passed. Outside, the darkness had long since descended, and inside the Crown Prince Temple, it was dim and hazy. A thought stirred within Ta Lian, and he realized something. Of the 3-day deadline, 1 day had already passed. At this moment, inside the temple, amidst the pitch-black night, there seemed to be a flash of white. As if driven by a strange impulse, Ta Lian tilted his head, and after clearly seeing that white thing, his pupils beneath the mask constricted violently. With one swift move he snatched that thing. How can there be a flower here? It was a small fresh white flower, placed on the left hand of the charred incomplete god statue. It appeared especially pure white like snow, and also especially desolate. From the look of it, it was as if a god, in order to protect that small flower, had become covered in wounds. Ta Lian also did not know why he became furious upon seeing this scene, and shouted, "Ghost, come out!" Not long after, a black-clad martial god, wearing a treasured saber, indeed appeared. He hadn't said anything yet when Ta Lian already asked, "What about this flower? Who did this?" "You did it?" Vo Dan slightly bowed his head, his gaze resting upon the flower clutched tightly in Ta Lian's hand, as if faintly drawing its last breath, and finally answered in a low voice, "It was not I." "Then who placed this thing here? Why is your highness so vexed upon seeing this flower?" Ta Lian's face grew even more somber. He threw the flower to the ground, saying angrily, "This kind of grotesque prank is truly detestable." Vo Dan said again, "Why does your highness feel that it is a grotesque prank? Perhaps there truly are still believers revering you." Volume 4 Chapter 195. Upon hearing those words, Ta Lian felt as if he had suddenly been struck by a slap. He looked towards him and opened his mouth. "Are you mocking me?" Vo Dan answered, "I am not." Ta Lian said, "Then do not speak such absurd words. How could there still be anyone?" Vo Dan paused for a moment, then said, "It is not necessarily so that there are none." "Oh." Ta Lian could not suppress his anger. He said, "Enough. What exactly do you mean? Are you not a Xianle soldier? I woke you up from the battlefield not to hear you speak on behalf of those young and people. You only need to listen and obey my orders." That flower on the ground seemed to stab into his heart and pierce his eyes, causing him to suddenly panic and struggle. As if to vent his anger, Ta Lian stepped forward and stomped heavily upon it until it was crushed to smithereens. After stomping on it, He realized this action was utterly unreasonable. Why should he get angry over such an insignificant wild flower? Immediately, he turned and ran out of the crown prince's temple. The cold wind blew past, and his mood gradually restored its tranquility. Behind him, the black-clad youth also followed. Talin said, "You have already investigated this area thoroughly. Is there anything unusual?" Vodan said, "There is nothing." Talin said, "Are you certain there is nothing?" To unleash the human face plague, the opportune timing and geographical conditions cannot err by a single iota. Vodan answered, "I am certain there is nothing." Talin had nothing more to say. He raised his head and looked at the sky. Vodan was silent for a moment, before asking, "Your Highness, how do you think one should unleash the human face plague upon the vengeful spirits?" Talin replied, "I am pondering." He lowered his head and looked at the black sword sheathed at his waist. Up to thousands, tens of thousands of vengeful spirits had been sealed by him within this sword, but it could only be temporary. At this moment Vodan suddenly spoke, "Your Highness, I have an audacious request." "Speak." Vodan opened his mouth. "I hope your Highness can entrust this sword to me, so that I can personally unleash the human face plague." Talin turned his head back and asked why. The black-clad youth, his eyes shielded by a mask, looked straight into the eyes of the person opposite him, and said, "The one I cherish, held within my heart, was gravely injured in this war, living a life worse than death. I watched helplessly as he was tormented, struggling in agony. Xie Lian said so. Therefore, I hope your Highness allow me to be the sword wielder, to avenge him." His reason was perfectly reasonable, yet Xie Lian still didn't quite believe him. He slightly narrowed his eyes and said, "I feel you are a little strange." He turned around, circled Wu Ming once, and said coldly, "As I see it, you don't seem like someone consumed by resentment. Is your request truly to activate the human face disease?" Though he said that, what else could it be for, apart from activating the human face disease? The black-clad youth Wu Ming bowed slightly as he looked at him, and said, "Your Highness, I, more than anyone, desire their demise. Not only that, but I also want them to perish by my hand. If your Highness does not believe me, I can go prove it to you now." Xie Lian said, "How do you intend to prove it?" The black-clad martial artist placed his hand upon his sheathed sword, slowly retreating backward. When he had retreated more than 3 steps, Xie Lian then realized his intent. He intended to go kill people, to prove to him his resolve for vengeance. Xie Lian immediately shouted, "Stop." Wu Ming, as expected, stopped. Xie Lian looked at him for a moment and said decisively, "No. I want to activate it myself." This black-clad martial artist bowed his head, the mask still upon his face. It was unclear how he reacted. Xie Lian did not care for others' reactions. He turned around and said softly, "However, before that I still have one thing I want to do." With that said, Xie Lian raised the black sword, cold as frost, gazing upon the blade's keen edge in his hand. In his eyes, a strange glint flickered. The black-clad youth noticed something was amiss and asked in alarm, "Your Highness, what do you intend to do?" He didn't have time to stop him. A moment later, Xie Lian reversed the sword's tip, took that black sword, and plunged it straight into his own abdomen. The second day, on the roads surrounding that very place. In recent days, the weather had not been very good. Sometimes a strange, ghostly inchi descended, sometimes howling gales, and sometimes prolonged heavy rains. Furthermore, several nearby places had also found no peace. It was rumored the newly built imperial palace also caught fire, and both the monarch and the crown prince were gravely ill, too sick to receive anyone. Many ominous, obscure signs caused a creeping fear to settle in everyone's hearts, an utter disquiet. Only a few innocent, carefree children, oblivious to it all, continued their games of chase. A gloomy gust of wind blew past, blinding the eyes of passers-by. Immediately after, at the street corner, a sudden deafening thud reverberated, and a figure plummeted from the heavens. People on the road were startled out of their wits by this sound, and turned their gazes in unison, only to see a massive crater on the ground. A person lay crumpled within, hair disheveled, white robes drenched crimson with blood. A terrifying, gruesome sight. In an instant, all the passers-by rushed forward to behold. "Who is it? Oh heavens, where did he fall from? From the sky? Fallen to his death? No, it seems not, as if he is still stirring. He fell like that and isn't dead yet. Wait a moment, what is that thing on his chest? A sword?" waiting until the crowd came closer. Everyone gradually saw clearly the appearance of this person. Although his hair was disheveled, his face, surprisingly, was quite fair and handsome. It's just that his two eyes stared straight up at the sky, not like a living person. But to say he was not a living person, he was still breathing. The part between his chest and abdomen still had a black sword plunged into his internal organs, weakly rising and falling. At this moment someone both fearful and speaking said, "Wait a moment, isn't this that Crown Prince Highness?" As soon as he said that, the others also recognized him. "Indeed it is. So it's the Crown Prince Xie Le Crown Prince. I once saw him from afar before. Wasn't it said that Crown Prince had gone missing? I heard he ascended. Why is it like this? What is that sword? Is it truly pierced through? So terrifying. Don't look anymore, get out of the way, can we leave? I want to go." This street began at a crossroads, leading to two different paths. Moment it was blocked by the crowd, carriages couldn't pass, so everyone dismounted to watch, shouting chaotically. Suddenly, someone cried out, "Wait a moment. He seems to be trying to say something?" Only then did everyone quiet down, holding their breath and concentrating, carefully listening. A moment later, those on the periphery, unable to hear any movement, cried out, "What did he say? What happened? Did he say anything?" The person standing at the front said nothing. "Then what is he saying?" "He said, 'Save me.'" Xie Lian lay flat on the ground after saying these two words. He did not open his mouth again. Everyone surrounding him wore a myriad of different, strange and bizarre expressions. A plump chef opened his mouth. "Save him? How can we save him?" Someone speculated he must be saying to pull this sword out. That chef looked bold and daring, and was about to go over and try, but was immediately stopped by people from the periphery, scrambling, saying, Don't you know, absolutely don't." That person did not know why. The people on the periphery then told him, "Don't. Haven't you ever heard? Wasn't Xian Lu defeated? Why was it defeated? Because the human face disease appeared." Why was there the human face disease? Because there was a god of calamity, which is a god of calamity. Really? As soon as those words were spoken, no one dared to act rashly, and the crowd surrounding that giant human-shaped pit dispersed in an instant. In any case, no one knew what had ultimately happened to this former dynasty's crown prince highness. What proof was there that he wasn't a god of calamity? Would sticking close to him incur the human face disease? Or perhaps become extremely unlucky? Moreover, looking at it, even if this sword wasn't pulled out, he seemed like he wouldn't die. No one knew from what height he had fallen, such a loud impact, yet he still wasn't dead, so he was certainly no ordinary person. A moment later, someone, frightened, blurted out, "We should still report it to the authorities. Wasn't it said that this crown prince highness had ascended? Report to the authorities, what the heck? So what should we do now?" Loud arguments. In the end, the negotiations yielded no results. They could only send someone to report. As for the rest, they also had no other choice. Lying there? Then just let him lie there. One by one, people gradually dispersed. Thus, Xie Lian just slept in that man-shaped deep pit, watching the bustling heads of people all around gradually lessen, then disappear. Carriages circled around him and continued on their way. Children playing on the main road were all pulled home by their parents, and from afar, occasionally there were still people passing by. He remained expressionless, speaking no words. A water seller, unable to bear it, quietly asked his wife, who was minding their stall, "Is it truly all right to just ignore him like this? Or perhaps we should offer him a bowl of water?" This man's wife hesitated for a moment, looking up and around, then whispered, "Let it be. He might truly be a plague god, and who knows what might happen if we get too close." The water seller also hesitated, looking around in all directions. A crowd of vendors were also watching him, their expressions tense, as if the moment he went forward, they would widen their distance from him. In the end, he also didn't dare to step forward alone, letting go of this intention. Xie Lian thus, from early morning when the road was bathed in sunlight, lay there motionless until the scorching midday sun, and then from when the sun set, lay there motionless until deep into the night. During that time many people saw him, yet very few came near him, and no one at all helped him pull out the sword. Deep in the night there wasn't a single soul on the road. Xie Lian lay on the ground with the sky as his backdrop, dark and hazy with only a few stars twinkling. Xie Lian knew not what he was thinking, when he suddenly heard a burst of mocking laughter. Ha 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 ha! What are you doing lying here? Xie Lian from the pit stirred slightly, but he also did not get up. The owner of this voice had visited too many times, and he no longer reacted with such intensity. And that owner of the unwelcome voice actively came over, stood in front of Xie Lian and bent down, his voice seeming to carry a hint of regret. He bent down and said, "What are you waiting for, lying here?" A half-crying, half-smiling mask appeared before him, perfectly covering Xie Lian's entire field of vision. The two faced each other within an inch of each other. Xie Lian coldly uttered, "Get lost. You're blocking my view of the sky." Told to get lost, Bai Wuxiang didn't heed it in the slightest. He laughed like an elder indulging a wayward child, and even more intimately, said, "What is there to look at in the sky?" Xie Lian replied, "More worth looking at than you." Bai Wuxiang said, "Why the need to be so angry? This sword thrust was not by me, nor was it I who abandoned you here this time. All these things were done by you. Whether you achieve the result you desire or not, it can't possibly be blamed on me, can it?" Xie Lian remained silent, saying nothing. Bai Wuxiang spoke again. "What are you trying to prove by wasting a day here? What are you trying to convince yourself of?" Xie Lian said, "What's it to you?" Bai Wuxiang laughed with pity, saying, "You foolish child. Do you think someone will come to pull out the sword for you?" Thank you for tuning into Eastern Romance Tales. Please like, share, and follow to support my war kit. Truly motivates me to bring you more stories.